nothing to prove. And at long last, I caught the one I've been waiting for. With steady hands, I crafted amazing furniture in no time. Down the wide, open road, I raced faster than everyone else. For the very first time, I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. Adventure in every direction.
Dinkum.
Balance changes for SMGs in the Panzerfaust. Some updates to the recall system. And a PvE collaboration flush with interesting enemies. All this and more as we dive into the Update 38.1 patch report. First up, we're doing a balance shuffle for SMGs in the Panzerfaust this update. Across the board, SMGs will have less accurate hip fire, and the MP5K is also seeing a slight reduction in damage. For the Panzerfaust, players will now be restricted from running, jumping, and vaulting while wielding this powerful weapon. And players inside a vehicle will be protected a bit, taking reduced damage from its blast. There are a couple more changes as well to make sure there's enough risk to the Panzerfaust's reward. So let us know how these changes feel. Next, the recall system is getting some alterations. Time required to register blue chips beyond the first will now increase by 5 seconds for each additional chip being registered. We've also added information about how many players are returning to the battlegrounds with each recall, and have removed the Phase 6 recall on 8x8 maps. Once again, let us know how these changes feel once you get in-game. Next, we're dressing up a bit for spooky season with an arcade mode that gives new meaning to the term crapshoot. In this collaboration with the popular internet show Skibidi Toilet, you'll assemble your squad of 4 and plunge into Miramar to clench victory against the toilet invasion. Collect chemical cans to upgrade your weaponry and make flushing your enemy that much easier. Can your squad save Bidet? Or will you get wiped and end up number 2. Will this announcer ever run out of crappy puns? Log in and put a lid on the invasion starting October 22nd on PC and October 30th on console. We've also added destructible terrain to Miramar, which doesn't include building destruction, and updated the pass system to allow for multiple passes at once. This allows us to introduce an event pass tied to the new arcade mode while still launching a new survivor pass. Now you can work on both at the same time. There's also a new ranked season, destructible gas tanks on Destin, map bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 38.1 is here, so recall some friends, aim down the sights of those SMGs, and dump some rounds into the Skibidi toilets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
In the wings for the connect.
3. Is he gonna punch the can?
No.
자 여기서 이제 오른쪽
웰컴 수류탄 위치도 괜찮은데요.
자 진짜 도망가야 돼요. 그냥 쭉 도망가야 돼요. 싹쓸이.
这地方是看不到车的。
铁
铁
拳
拳，
扣个铁拳1红2，
停来打吗？我还有一个，这是苏泽把12月给炸下来了。在自己机还有一发铁拳，苏泽打一个1炮。
怎么还有？
You know what? I want to know. I want to know exactly what the devs thought about this. Like, is this a rating for the game? Like, Toffees, is that assault?
이런 대폭발 성공 아니라죠.
네. 서클은 위로 올라갔고 여기서 키트가 좀
내가
돌고
책임진다.
간다.
더블 히트.
야 파철 피하면서.
이거는 뭐?
자 같이 가자. 와 그게요.
Themselves in this position. It has been pretty successful. BWD making a mad dash for it. He goes down. More shots coming in from Lurex. Takes down Spiro. Quizzy, the last remaining one alive, and he gets
SLAMG here. What a great game for them. How they're sending it in. They want to make sure that this last one doesn't get denied here. Molotov comes in. And if you're Kilyakai, they're on fire. Oh, they got it as well.
然后我在旁边就抽一个，就抽一个，
就来，哎呦，
太难受了。
机会特别大，哦，就看多少分吃鸡了。
哎呀 ，Spaceman 这里急了一点，但是影响不大。恭喜 JDG。
좀만 기다려줘. 기자님한테 좀 말해줘.
잠깐만.
Here pack, and they get some more out of it. Rock does go down. Explosions just rolling around.
Have to come back and commit to this fight.
So we go back up. Here comes a set coming into the blue zone. And CJ, he got run over.
One versus one versus Lou. It's gonna be a miss once more. Lou goes for the swing and he gets him headshot. Boomstick falls down. But now it's next up. It's Example.
Turns into the fight for the circle. Tending blows, heavyweight fights, no speedo. He might have to go for a desperate attempt. In the wings for the connection, though. But it goes back to TWIS.
3. Is he gonna punch the can?
No.
I'm not sure. There you go.
来，直接就撞你这个最好的房子。
这一推雷，对方是一个火力车，全是残血。
火，这个火真的太好了！
哇，苏泽，
完美的封住了对方。苏泽一穿四。
And most of them is more full aggressiveness, more control, and Flash, he got the hit. He got the second hit as well. That will lead to the knock here.
I'm pretty sure at this point.
No Aurora actually earned a lot of points, but real homie on the other hand, this is just one of those few risks. You're dropping it into a spot where there might be a team here. And unfortunately, of all the teams here, it was iconic.
together. Suddenly they beat 2024.
Perfectix though able to get the first one, goes for the second, gets the second one as well, goes for the third.
Again and again, bringing home their 4th PGS trophy.
The Falcons are starting to kind of gather themselves, but Twisted
That opens it up for Kickstart. He just runs in and 17 is gone. Side Flame providing some support. Lower section.
Longs at the back of this house. He's got him dead to right. That is filthy.
They're going to go for the res on to H-Win, but it doesn't matter. Tom move.
Between the windows, can they line in? And it is going to be 4 angry men that pick up the clutch.
Oh, that's huge for a tongue move.
Flush as well, but Sparking will go down there from Bean. Will spot out Aries, but John will take him out. It's going! Oh, it's perfectly placed from Guyon!
Unless the Spaceman can do something, but it's not gonna happen. Bago Pop, they won't be Tago Pop.
Going to change the game, has a problem. Oh, mission ready and trouble. Oh, is this going to be support?
He's got some kills. This is the PP.
The spokes, is he going to spun? He does, and that's going to be a follow-up.
And now, Shrimsy had to go somewhere. Yeah.
Purdy gets an opening knock onto it. Alo follows up as well. Go for this one, doesn't want to go around too fast.
Look out at the crowd, guys. They want us to win.
Bullet!
Stop!
吃把场均10分，吃把鸡。
加油！
還有隻馬，睇到。馬度喺度過。
오케이. 네, 3번. 아래 선드.
얘 죽어 싸우고. 얘 죽 싸우냐? 얘 죽어 내가.
단거 폭탄 피냐? 2층 내려와줘. 포화 갈게. 4번 포화 갈게. 그럼 왼쪽 강 나온다. 여기 있다 그대로. 기다려. 천천히 깔았어.
가운데 하나 먼저 먹.
나 이거 탭하고 차 살아있으면 웨포를 나가도 된다. 그 살짝 붙었다 나. 3번 쪽 하나. 나 그냥 웨포 나가서 이 4월 생각 할게.
Nó một rồi. Đâu một cái tầng một vào đây, tôi đây cả. Không có tầng 2. Tầng 2 yếu. Một ngoài nhà tao nè. Tao lát chạy ra mày nè.
라스트 3번 쪽 조심. 나 소리 안 들려? 잉 때문에. 삐삐 밖에 4번. 여기 4번. 아직도 안 들려.
He's chasing. There's a one-man army trying to chase these two players down. Well, Khan's going to bleed out. I mean, obviously, considering it's about a 5th bleed. Oh! Nice spray from him. Duck Juice, can he pull it off? He's down to 1 HP.
Em đang biết thì có khi nó vẫn nghĩ em ở đối diện nó đấy.
Он лево пошел? Ну, непонятно, Хейр куда угодно могла прилететь.
Я думаю, что он слева. Вам фул право надо идти вот так вот, ребят. Так же, как вы шли.
But now, with example back up, this is going to be so hard for Tanvu. He's got the high ground to work around, though. Now has to step away from the angle with the blue zone nade out, the Molotov out. Now he's had to step away. He surrendered the center dot. He has to fight his way back in. Does get the knock onto example. Spots out BatulinS. Hasn't gotten the knock yet. BatulinS drops out. It's going to be Tanvu chasing. Where? Go right where you were earlier.
Go high right now. Go high right now.
Yeah,
Go. Go now. Run high right. Take green.
Yeah, the guys on the rock that was shooting at you earlier, right?
Yeah, he's still on the
Push
rock.
me, comes.
左边，靠边，走，就剩下面两个，下面两个，下面两个吗？对，下面两个，别漏，压上来一个，别急，不能急。
Shin now is moved into the high ground, flanking around. This could spell the doom for Mission Ready if they do not expect it.
他右下可能会拉，右下可能会拉。我拉左边靠位置，这个树可能有一个。
Can you peek with me?
Yeah, I'm gonna stun and peek. Ready on my front.
That is holding your smokes.
I know.
还有伞吗？没了。我快给火砸老子身上了，我打一下。打包的。抓的。没了，打头了。抓这个打头了。这里有一个。
Gats wins a huge battle against Shen there. Still very weak. Not feeling like, or I don't even know, he might not have a first aid at this point.
两个。他不知道你。来看，两个都在，左边踩掉。有听到。他们打。
เล่นเลยหาจุดไม่เจอจุดอ่ะถ้าเซตมึงปาตรงไหนมึงก็ปาเลยก็ได้สมองปาขอบอ่ะเพื่อนหาจุดเพื่อนหาไม่เจอเลย
One low, one orange.
I'm holding that green guy. He's a free kill for me.
Nade green. I don't have.
Nade him one.
One froze on it.
ถอยเดี๋ยวใต้ตัวนึงเฮ้ยกูบักซ้ายจุดอีกตัวนึงเหรอซ้ายตัวนึงรอได้นะซ้ำค่อยไม่ทางขวาไปพี่ซ้ายจับไอ้สมองต้องขวาให้ไอ้เทลมองขวาซ้ายสองตัวเลยเล่นอะไรด้วยกัน Reset. I'm healing.
You have two plus ones next. Next has two plus ones.
We should play right set together. Yeah. I'm listening it.
Yeah.
You have any util?
No, nothing.
Like smokes? I'm just throwing flashes, yeah? Ready? Play right side. Fell.
The blue zone is out to clear some space. A rotate here from full sense to try to bamboozle, and it works.
ท้ายขอสมองซ้ายค่อยได้อยู่สบายไม่อาจจะรีเพื่อนไว้นะตรงที่มันยิงเลยผมยิงน็อกอ่ะพาไปดูดิ
One directly in front of me. Low.
Where? I'm nading.
Mark him. 245 west.
Can you mark him?
No, I cannot. It's
Careful nades.
The grenade follow-up. It's gonna be just a little. The Tingleton one will hit though, as Bean retreats.
What's on green tree? Let's slow down. Let's look for this gut angle. I'm gonna throw smoke towards green and we peek gut. Coming in.
another one on the tree in front of me. Alright, then take high ground. Take the left tree.
Close tree. Yellow.
Nading it. Killed me.
One shot.
Hate it.
한 바위 쏴줄 수 있어? 3픽 바위 쏴줄게 싸움 수면 사이 정하나
Low right of smoke on me. You tagged low and running left.
Last guy anchored.
They have the info now. They know exactly where they are. Issue is they are revealed.
떴다 될까? 야 이거 내쪽 뛰어 나 너무 패야 내쪽 너무 패야 내시 봐봐 내시 라인 너무 패게 그냥 막 팔리는 거 조심장하나? 아니다 알았어 해볼게 포기 사이
Where is he gonna be? Can you give us a mark?
He's gonna go low right. He can't push high ground. I have a head pick the high ground. He has to go edge. He could be by the tree on blue.
He's in green line, guys.
You guys can smoke.
We're just gonna win from. We'll win from you.
Yeah. He's
on the edge.
Running up the edge in the wide open. Well done, boys.
지금 3번에 사람 있다. 저기 위에 세웠어. 확인. 나 매달려 줄게. 피해볼게. 3번 각 조심해 얘들아.
잠깐 도핑템 있어 도핑템?
안 매달려도 돼.
안 매달려도 돼. 내 자리 좋아. 내 자리 알아서 할게.
콩 날아오는 거야.
잔 넣어 해봐. 잔 까야. 해봐 안 가봐.
А ты залутал Питер?
Сверху надо челов фармить, который пушит Нави сейчас.
야, 쳐다가 넘길 거야 이거.
나 폭. 천천히 해. 다 넘겨. 라스트 빼.
Бля, если выиграете 200 поинтов сделаем.
Там, возможно, многие, кстати, чел.
On over, they've been sat in this compound all game long. They should have plenty of util to work with. First one down already. Just one more left to be found.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Alexander BatulinS from Team TWIS.
What's up everyone, I'm Tigleton from Team Falcons.
Hello mọi người, mình là Tấn Vũ đến từ đội tuyển Splendid.
Hello， 大家好，我是17战队的小武。
你好。
Ready guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay.
Alright.
I think we're gonna smash another team because our communication skills are much better and faster, so teamwork will help us.
That's just completely wrong. Communication is key, everyone knows this, and I speak perfect Chinese, so Zhao and I can take one free.
Let's go.
Get me. Okay, okay.
Okay. I have shotgun.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, good.
Let's go.
Here.
Here, okay.
Go.
Oi, Laleo. Yeah, blue mark.
Good job.
One more.
Kill.
No!
Oh! 麻了。
Okay, good job. Now we need to hurry up.
Yeah. Oh!
Hey, this right?
Yeah. Oh, there are so many people.
Oh, so.
Whoa!
Hey! Let's go. Oh! Let's go, together.
Let's go, Tigleton. All good. So we go to Picard now. We need vending machine and then gas tank. Okay.
Whoa.
Oh!
Go.
Oh no, I don't see any.
That floor, fuck it.
3 sec.
Oh yeah, I found. Let's go. Oh? Okay, nice. I have one.
This is the one that you needed. It's the first
Yeah.
No!
Let's go. Tambu, come to me. I know how to finish the last challenge.
Wait.
Come to my car.
Okay.
With me.
Hey!
Fucking hell.
Laoleo.
Let's go, bro.
Lão liêu.
Let's go.
No, you have 8 times scope. Is that weird?
Yeah!
What?
Oh, people fighting.
Yeah.
You know, there's 2 of them in warehouse.
Huh?
Be careful, Tambu. Maybe there are people here.
Okay.
We're gonna win this game now. Just go with me.
Nice.
One more.
Oh, that was nice, bro. In my house. Oh,
okay.
In this shirt.
Wait, where's the last one? Ah, here.
In
Here.
this shirt. Okay.
Easy.
It is in the casino.
You just go loot.
Oh yeah, go loot.
Go loot it. Yeah.
This is chill, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Here.
Gongto.
Let's go.
Oh, done. Hand up.
We also have to win the game, you know?
Enemies on blue, 4 guys on blue.
Yeah, what? Yo, we're gonna die, you know? Should we just go inside?
Play circle, you know, 2019.
Okay. Yeah, Falcons, twist the mines. Let's go. Good. Oh no, guys, don't die. Good job.
I don't have smoke.
Diggy, you should survive.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of the circle.
Oh! Good take.
What?
Holy.
Oh.
What? Yeah, he naded me from this.
Fratella, I coming.
There is a guy coming from blue.
Right.
Orange, you can kill him. Yes. Thanks for saving my life. Wait, I have C4. Let me do it with a style, you know? Don't kill him.
Oh, grenade. Over the bridge. I will push with you, brother. Right side.
No.
Okay.
Nice.
Let's go. Yes. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, we have to be this good. Yeah, you're gonna eat the chickens. You don't want to eat the chicken? I mean, I mean...
Hello, the big man. Oh, I want the big boy. Come on now, now. Please.
Is it really a loser challenge? You want to leave?
I will just bite once. Isn't it in Chinese? 消费刚来喽? Here comes the airplane.
小飞过来哟！ 老六。
Wait, I'll give you a meaty part. I'll give you...
One more. Thank you. Hey.
No hot test ya.
You like hot shit, booyah shit.
Oh, okay.
It's fucking cold.
I think in terms of like public games didn't change too much. Maybe in terms of competitive gameplay, this spot will be played differently. The circles inside will be played differently. So I think it's just more interesting because map changes is always interesting for competitive.
Thì nghĩ là những cái hầm đồ nó nằm ở giữa đường, mình có thể đem vào trong nhà để mình lút, nó sẽ an toàn hơn.
I'm happy with the update on Minas because with the old Minas layout, people used to camp like the high ground and it was really hard to move around. But now like you can move around a little bit more, push things and have some motion. So definitely a big fan of the changes there, and also the gas cans and canisters that are like in the brick buildings and the warehouses.
这个挺好的，因为毕竟有复活机制嘛，很多时候复活的队友下来没有物资聚填，然后我觉得这个东西挺好的。
拜拜。
Hold on, this is the PPFS. Oh, Luca, that was disgusting, but this didn't go so good.
Could be a whole bunch of other teams starting to take shots into the butts of both of these guys and forcing it down in this lower section.
is they also didn't qualify for grand finals at the first TWC. So what is it that happened?
But I mean, if
there we go. The beep of doom. Does the car go far enough? Push! Keep going. It's going. It's going. Oh, it's perfectly placed from Guyon.
He's going out really slow. There you see the nade. The grenade from Opons. First one, not going to be enough. The second one cleans him up, and he finishes off Nixie with the gun before he goes down in the end. And yeah, here's full sense. Off of that knock, will try to make the push, but Twisted Minds are ready, and they take out Full Sense as they add even more points to their already impressive total.
Util to work with, first one down already, just one more left to be found. Akan sat on his own in a 1 versus 3, and there he falls.
And there you have it, with a new PGS point record, your 4-time PUBG Global Series champion, Twisted Minds.
Nine times already we have been here, we have done this rodeo, and now number 10 on the cards. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. PGS 10 right around the corner because it's right now. My name is Kalaris. I've got myself Toffees alongside me here to talk about all the things that may be going on or may not be going on throughout our next few days. It's an exciting time. We've had now Twisted Minds 4-time PGS champion. Do they take a 5th?
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to say no with the situation that they're in, right? These guys seem completely unstoppable. I've asked multiple players how to deal with them, and no one has figured it out yet. And the pitches that I'm getting are things like lock them in their room, find a way to take out a kneecap. Like, there's no, how do you stop them in game? There's no possible way. I don't know what you do. I think it's their tournament.
It's difficult. It is difficult. Let's look back at our PGS 9 champions, as well as, of course, before that, they'd won 3 prior anyway. I think you bring up a great point, Toffees, when we talk about how we deal with them, because, like, you can't actually, it feels like you can't have a single team going out and dealing with them. They have to be off their game unless something goes completely awry here in PGS 10.
I think that's the nature. I think Tiggleton put it best when I was chatting with him, and he said as long as they are moving from the middle in such a functional, rehearsed way, there's nothing we can do to stop them. They're still going to finish really high on the board.
Yeah.
The other problem you run into is just what you said. These guys don't make mistakes. Traditionally, in PUBG, it's the team that makes the least amount of mistakes, comes out on top, and you wait for someone else to drop the ball. In that last tournament, Twisted Minds, who has made mistakes in the past, was almost perfect. And when they weren't perfect, they recovered because things like the new blue chip allow you to do that. And so Twisted Minds has been able to capitalize over and over and over again, and they won in a tournament in such a domineering way. They were mad that they only got 197. They were like, we should have found that other 3.
What was that, 200?
200 is a crazy number to think that you're walking out of a tournament with. People have won these events with like 90. And they walked away with 200. That is bananas.
Just terrifying stuff, and a prospect that all of these teams, 23 other teams, are going to have to somehow figure out. We posed that question halfway through PGS 9, and now we're back here for PGS 10 again to figure out how it's going to go. Will they raise a 5th trophy is the question on a lot of people's minds coming into PGS 10. That would mean you've won half the PGSs.
A dominating... Listen, I've never been in a tournament where there were 23 underdogs, and it feels like that with Twisted Minds in the lobby. It is absolutely crazy how good these guys are.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And they'll be geared up to maybe challenge for PGC down the road. This is the final stop before PGC, of course. And some of those underdogs out of the 23 that you're mentioning are coming from the East. We've obviously got teams like Gen G, teams, of course, like 4AM, who I wouldn't have included in the conversation up until this PGS 9.
So 4AM ekes through the group stages, right? They don't have God V. They got a new roster. They're sort of finding their way. It was because they were so low when it came to getting out of the group stages. They missed it. They got through by 3 points over Donowa Freaks. Now, or DNF Freaks, I'm sorry. Gen G, on the other hand, is a totally different story. Last year, we were like, GPT who?
Yeah.
These guys really deserve to be Gen PT, and they didn't. They show up this year with a 2nd place finish at EWC, bounce around in the group stages like they own the place, and then rock up and get, I think it was 3rd or 4th. It was, I wrote it down, then I forgot. But
they're on about EWC?
No, Gen G here in the last PGS 9.
Yeah.
They get this 4th place finish with an insane amount of points that was 20 points higher than 4 Angry Men. So 4 Angry Men, I think, just barely was the best of the rest when it came to PGS 9, whereas Gen G was actually a dominant team.
I think if they'd have won EWC as they close were in that final Erangel, then it would have been an insane result for a lot of people out there. I think now we're sort of on the cusp of seeing Gen.G maybe break through if Twisted Minds doesn't look as good as they do, right?
I mean,
it's so difficult.
How do you deal with the Twisted Minds socking up so many points? And that also throws off what we know about this event because they cleaned up the top of the board so aggressively. Who really deserved to be in the middle?
Good question. Good question. They might end up second. And speaking of second, of course, in PGS 9, we had good old Virtus Pro for EMEA. It's not just CIS, guys, all right? Even though Virtus Pro is a CIS org, right? But anyway, ignore that bit. We'll claim CIS very handedly.
As you should.
But Virtus Pro has looked fantastic on almost every single international stage they've been put on.
I just love this Curexy ad. It was a huge pickup for the team. On top of that, we've got Ibiza coaching them right now. He is a player who was in their system as an active player months ago. So to have that sort of elder statesman, super veteran status up there watching, and when he sees things on the field and knows how to fix them, he knows how to fix them within the system. And I think all of that is coming together to create a really strong team that, for me, is peaking at the right time. Second, I think they're looking at a possible fight for first here as the only contenders against Twisted Minds, and that sets them on this amazing high to go to PGC.
If there was any argument for having a fifth player, not really on the field with you, kind of as a metaphor, Ibby really is that guy. Having played with them, he himself looked good on the World Championship stage last year, and then to be able to take on this role has been strong. But again, all of these individual components of the Virtus Pro roster, just fraggers abound, as well as being able to play the strategy game.
Right, we sort of made fun of Beamy at the last one because he spent so much time in the blue, but we saw at PNC him sort of emerge as this incredible player who was getting tons of frags to the rest of the world. And now he is in that position. And it's not just Curexy, it's Beamy, it's Nixie. They're both putting in the numbers when they get to any fight, and they are a very flexible team, and I just really like what they've done with their style of play.
And the final moments there you could see as well at the end of PGS 9, seemingly a brotherhood for Virtus Pro. They'll be looking to topple Twisted Minds here for PGS 10. Now, speaking of those that did get toppled, of course, teams that didn't quite make that cutoff point are numerous, to say the least. 8, in fact. That's how the system works. But some that we didn't really expect to be in here. Let's be fair.
All right, so let's start with DN Freaks, right? This is a team that we thought could be a world champion this year, and here they are not making to the grand final of PGS 9. They missed it by 3 points. I think they'll turn it around here, and as long as they make the grand final, they should be on track to defend their PGC position for the region. The other questions are, FN, they did not have Rex for the first day. So I think adding him here, he's healthy, he's playing, may gets them a little bit jump forward. MRIA, Petrichor, they don't have their all-stars. There's a bunch of all-stars who are not here, and I'm not lost on me that they're not making it through. And then finally, SLAMG. We thought so much was going to come of these guys coming out of EMEA's qualifiers, but they told me we're an edge team and we're the best in Europe. Here's the problem. Everyone else here is an edge team, my man, and it was chaos for them as they tried to adjust.
There was a lot of that, and as we take a look at Salute versus Boostic, 2 players that I think are probably going to end up being a lot of fantasy teams. But I think when you compare this, obviously we see the average damage being exactly the same from the group stage. I think if you're in Boostic's shoes, you're suddenly being compared to Salute in this group stage. Right. That's wild.
If you're on the Boostic side, this is an amazing graphic for you. If you're on Salute's side, this is actually maybe a little embarrassing. You feel like you should, one of the best ever to do it, should definitely be higher. That said, it has been a long time since I saw fellas looking this young showing up on our leaderboards and our comparison stats.
A young gun.
And to have this sort of young blood popping up in PUBG and looking at the future of the game, that's actually pretty exciting.
I know that Salute, of course, very expensive when it comes to fantasy, but I think people will be expecting him to deal with those numbers a little better here in PGS 10.
You have to. They are traditionally a team that warms up throughout the event, right? And so they did get way better on that last day of group stages. If they took this week to focus, I think they should start a little stronger.
Yeah, tough stuff for sure. Beyond all of that, who else do you have your eyes on? Of course, I mean, we're waiting for some teams in Group C, of course. Teams like Falcons, they're not here today. They will be joining us later on. Another third place?
They play third, so we'll see what happens to them. I'm interested in Liquid. I think Liquid is a roster that got second at PGC last year and fourth at EWC as well last year. And then they come into this year and have just been lackluster. So this is their last chance to turn that on in the run to PGC. And Na'Vi, who's now technically qualified for PGC because of Virtus Pro's performance, has nothing to lose. So they can come out, play their game, no stress, and I think having them unlocked in that way could mean Na'Vi shows up a little bit bigger and badder here at PGS 10.
There's a scary part in the back of my mind of being like, don't go back to hard dropping 17. Don't go back to hard dropping 17, please. Just stick to your own game. Do something like that.
Listen, the only way to beat Twisted Minds is a team who's already qualified has to just commit to fighting with them somewhere. I'm just saying. Nah, Navi would never take it to their own region.
No, probably not. No, I don't suspect so.
MRIA, maybe.
Yeah, well. I think also for Americas, Al Ghazia started off group stages really hot. I was excited to see that in the previous PGS. You think that can occur again?
I heard there was some sickness, like a flu hit the team on the last day. I don't give excuses, but if it is true, and that really did waylay them going into the grand final, then maybe we see something proven otherwise here. Either way, they're a young team made up of 2 veterans and 2 newbies that are headed to PGC for sure. So they need to use this time to build that skill.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them. I'm looking forward to seeing all of these teams battle it out one last time for PGS before we get over to PGC. And with that, it is now time to get ready here for PGS 10. One more rodeo here as we have 2025 almost concluded. PGC is on the horizon, but PGS 10 is going to be crowned here soon for $300,000. Let's get to it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We live in a world where either we have ourselves a team that wins 5 PGSs out of 10, or one of the other 23 teams, one of the technical underdogs, is able to wrestle it away here as we get PGS 10 underway. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to have everything go away. You go and win the tournament.
We're doing second desks.
Over here. It's second desks time. Will FaZe be one of the teams to be able to take a spot at the very top? My name is Kalaris. Obviously, joining me here is Toffees to talk about everything that's going to be going down here for our 10th PGS. We got here so quickly.
Right? It does seem like it. Now, part of that is because we do 2 of them so quickly back to back, but it's exciting. I love this format just in the way that we get to see teams adjust on the fly. Same teams, same premise, same maps, 1 week difference. To see them change up is exciting.
Of course, thank you to Crafton and Heroes Esports for making everything happen behind us here in the cage as well. And of course, we have on the other side of this, op.gg. You can overpower your game. If you head over to op.gg, check out all the stats that are going to be going down, not only from PGS 9, but also as they continue to develop here for PGS 10. And don't forget, we have the drops as well. And this time we had Xiaowu, but now we have a good old Molodoct, who's not here, from BB Team.
But he's watching.
He's watching, all right. He's watching. However, when you break down the numbers for BB Team, it's looking very likely they're going to make it unless something goes crazy here.
With the way that the teams who've been dominating have been dominating, yes, I think they should be in good shape. But I guarantee it, he needs your support. Get the sprays and use them in game because I think that they are still very stressed out.
Yeah, I think he'll be watching that first 30 minutes very happily, being like, I've got my own spray. This is sick. And of course, you guys at home can join in and take account for the bingo because we're giving away a lot of G-Coin as well. We've already given away hundreds of thousands over the last couple of weeks. It's been exciting if you've been watching the regionals, and we're here to give away more.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to have a house, you need G-Coin, and we're going to give it to you for free. Get those guns, man. Do it.
Definitely. All right, well, let's break everything down that's going to be going on throughout PGS 10 as a whole. We've got the schedule, 3 days of group stage, a day off where everyone gets to explore Kuala Lumpur and Malaysia, and then 3 days of finals where we give away some lovely prize pool.
Great prize pool, but the big takeaway is you only get 12 games in the group stages. We saw it in the last phase. You have to make your move early because especially if you're in Group C, we saw that because of the way the leaderboard was so spread, that last day of play for Group C was very difficult to predict, and every team on there will tell you that.
I think Group C is a group of killers as well. It's a terrifying group, so coming in on that one, it will be difficult. Here's how the groups all break down. We shuffle them up based on the results from PGS 9, and that's how they stand.
It's made some pretty interesting groups, particularly C, which is so violent and should actually make the last day of this tournament incredibly unpredictable. Prize pool, $100,000 for first place is still wonderful to get, and it goes down from there, but I think what everybody's really looking at is those PGC point chart numbers. Because this is that last moment. If you are not currently qualified, winning here gets you 100K, super cool, but also gets you the chance to go to the big show.
There's that moment, of course, where you look at the prize pool and you talk to the Falcons. And for them, third place all year is kind of bittersweet, right? Because there's only 2K prize difference between third and fourth, and then we descend down from there. But as always, the point system, tried, true, tested here. The super settings for everything goes down. 10 points for your win. And we've seen many a win come out from the likes of good old Twisted Minds. Those placement points, very important. And also, it's really important about the placement points is they're the original and first tiebreaker. So you need to be focusing on this to make sure you don't have that problem.
Especially in that group stage where the cut line tends to be anywhere from even to 3 to 4 points difference. You got to make sure you find those with so many new kill points on the board. And then obviously the Road PGC, I mentioned the PGC points earlier. PGS 10 points are a very big deal with 480 points on the line. If you win, you are, I mean,
you're pretty much going.
Yeah, I would say, like, I can't even think of an exception, but if you,
I think crazy anomaly.
Yeah, you would have to have absolutely nothing to work with to start, and I still think you would go unless some crazy 3 other teams had an amazing tournament.
The issue is that a lot of the teams that need that number one, need that 480 points, are not exactly the teams we're thinking of, right? As we take a look at that top 8 will be moving through to PGC, and this is where it currently stands. The moves that can potentially happen here have knock-on effects, of course, to those regionals. If you're able to claim more spots for your region, then you bump down and get extra spots for your region, which is fantastic.
That's a big one. I'm also just excited to see Twisted Minds, I think, is very likely going to finish out the qualification for PGC with north of 12, or, you know, at least over 1,000 PGS points. Which, again, is crazy because Falcons, who has also traditionally been a great team, nowhere near that number, and then everyone way below that. So I'm kind of It's sad and wonderful that we are in an era where it's no longer will Twisted win. It's like, by how much?
By how much, yeah. And I think a lot of people are posing that question for just this tournament, never mind the PGS standings. We'll see, though. I do hope maybe there can be a little bit of toppling. Normally, as a Brit, I'm like, I'll root for the underdog, but this time around, I'm like, the monarchy, let's go.
I mean, you saw the first 2 PGSs and great points for them, so maybe some folks step in and cause a little bit of trouble.
Here's how all the breakdown goes. Our GPT teams qualify through directly to PGSs, and then everybody else had to qualify via those regionals. Now, I will say, for EMEA, FaZe on the bounce back. They had a disastrous start to the year. They were back. They looked pretty decent in PGS 9.
They looked incredible. I think they looked really, really good, especially during the sort of wind-up phase. It seems like this roster has kind of found their footing. But for me, it has just been VP, a non-GPT team that looks like they gosh darn should be.
Oh, yeah. They'll be making a run for it next year. I can guarantee that. They're going to probably perform well here, probably perform well at PGC, and they're going to be gunning for that spot for sure. Okay, today, Group A versus Group B. So we have quite the head-to-head here. There's definitely some teams here that need to prove themselves, right? I'm thinking about SGA Incheon. I'm thinking about MRIA as well.
I'm sorry. So as we watch the players walk in, I got to tell you, I just watched the players walk past us as they head up to the seats. But Batulin looked over and gave me the smile. Like they're walking in like they're of the same opinion. That, you know what, guys, it's just time to do some work. That, you know, habitual winning is becoming ridiculous when it comes to these guys. Now, the other players that we look at as they get ready, I think that there is a small world where some teams, VP in particular, come out of the gate stronger and faster because they now know what Twisted Minds is capable of.
Well,
there's no passiveness allowed.
Let's see if anybody's got any of those VP players on their fantasy league. You can join in. And if you are watching and you don't already have a fantasy roster, go to that QR code and join in, because there is nothing better when we are watching PUBG Esports than being so invested in every kill, every little bit of damage. Your player dies pre-10. You're like, no! It's so much fun.
It's also a great way to meet new players. You notice players you may never have noticed because of their valuation, and you get a chance to go over there and see them on your team. And if you're good enough, if you are like James and dominate constantly, you can win yourself a Super Light 2C.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't dominate in PGS 9.
But you bounced back in the finals. You did good. Hey, I'll tell you what. What would you recommend to folks? If they want those G coins, is there a value buy that you're like, this is the man to put on your roster?
Oh, I'm still on the boo stick trade.
All right, how can you not?
He's 13,000.
I got him too. I got him too.
Yeah, he's a potential strong one if he's able to find his footing here.
Follow-up question: do you have Thanadol on your roster?
I do not.
Bold. Okay, I put them on there. They're just so strong in the groups.
Well, let's see how those players are going to be faring across 6 matches today. We'll be starting things on the grassy pastures. It'll be time to take over. Then we're ready to rondo, and then it's the Dusty Dunes. We got all the little catchphrases in. That was good.
That was solid. So you must have Hackatory.
You are. Who doesn't? I suspect he'll be a high percentage pick rate.
As he should be. I think, not like I said, Na'Vi with no stress going on to a Wrangle first game out. They're looking at PGC without too many challenges. This is, I feel like, when Na'Vi is at their absolute best, when they can just sort of stick to their game plan. Like, they're set. I've talked to Allraid, and they don't eat foods that they're not, like, they have very specific, this is what we eat before we go live, this is our schedule, and if that system is allowed to just exist without pressure, I think they're a really, really, really strong roster.
Beyond them, who else do you have your keen eyes on?
So my keen eyes, I'm going to say it again, is on Liquid, because they were my pick to win PGC this year when we started. I still want to stand with the boys, but after what we've seen for the last couple of events, it's hard to be in that position. So they need to start strong here as a big indicator of what's to come.
I think there were moments in PGS 9 where they're just getting panzered, they're getting BRDM'd, they're getting mortared, Sparking's trying to make that a last hurrah.
But who isn't at this point, right? Everybody's getting absolutely lambasted out there, and it's the adjustments of those top teams that are allowing them to continue to be our top teams. So that's what I need to see from these guys. All those teams on the bottom, big adjustments, don't get scared by the explosions, and make it work.
Yeah, just look away from them. Just look away from explosions.
Cool guys look away from explosions.
Yeah, and if you want to be cool, you got to win PGS 10.
That's the coolest.
That's the cool. I don't know if that's the. It might be. I don't know. It's cool. It's the coolest here at this stage right now.
I've definitely been. I'm not a good gauge of cool.
No, neither am I actually. Now that you say it. All right. Well, thank you very much, Toffees. Here it is time to get PGS 10 well underway. This is the last stepping stone before PGC, and we crown ourselves a champion and take away $100,000.
Welcome back, PUBG Esports fans. I'm your host, Bella, and then we are back again in Malaysia for PUBG Global Series 10. In PGS 9, we shared so many moments of surprises and heartaches and witnessed PUBG history being made. And now for PGS 10, this is the final PGS of the year and the last battle for PGC 2025. Will we witness another historic title defense? Let's find out, because PGS 10 starts now.
Down to a 1v1. It's gonna be 4 angry men that pick up the clutch.
Oh my goodness, Shrimzy. As Kickstart will slowly bleed out. Will it be enough? No, it won't. Shrimzy will step up.
Nade range, this should be good, but I say nade range. Here's one team pulling up on another as Edie. But it is a triple to follow. There he falls in a 1 versus 3.
Tosi actually going to be the one. Unbelievable.
It's gonna be Tanfu chasing after it, spots it, and the Expendables man should take it away.
Just one more left to be found.
Your 4-time PUBG Global Series champion, Twisted Minds.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. This is the final PGS of the year, the stage where every moment counts and glory awaits those who dare to take it. Please welcome our players to the stage. Seongjang, SLAMG, JDG Esports, Petrichor Road, Mission Ready International Alliance, FN Pochan, Change the Game, DN Freaks, Alconcia Esports, The Expendables, Navi, Team Liquid, 17 Gaming, Begopa, Forest Natural Gaming, E-Arena, Buriram United Esports, FaZe Clan, Full Sense, 4 Angry Men, Genji, Team Falcons, Virtus Pro, and the EWC and defending 4-time PGS champions, Twisted Mind.
In a 1 versus 3, and there you have it, your 4-time PUBG Global Series champion, Twisted Minds.
We used to make fun of Twisted for always getting third, and we used to just kind of laugh at them even though we were worse than them regardless. Now that's us, so you know, karma's coming full circle, and you know, you just gotta break through. We know we're capable of it, but right now we're kind of stuck.
As soon as we were like done and we realized, you know, we had second, like he just insta-called, like let's just hug it out. Let's just be proud of what we've done. No one should feel sad or anything. Then like, because it is a bit bittersweet getting second place.
197 points was not goal for us. We didn't expect that. Yeah, after the games, we would like to see 200 points.
第一次在9年里面看别人打决赛，然后心情的起伏可能有点糟糕吧。在打的时候，给自己的压力太大了，然后比赛的结果有点不尽人意。
ผมว่าเพื่อนทำได้ดีเลยครับในการมาครั้งแรกครั้งนี้ แต่ก็ยังขาดอะไรที่แบบว่าทีมเราต้องการอยู่ครับผมที่แบบต้องคอยเติมกันเพื่อให้เข้าใจกันมากกว่านี้
心情有点跌宕起伏吧，就能拿到第5名挺意外的。
就是我觉得我们4个人的心态还是比较好的，就不管第一天打得有多烂，就第2天还是能调整过来。真的还是我们挺相信自己的。 일단 되게 저희가 잘하는 모습을 보여드리려고 노력을 할 거고 저희 FM 포천이 얼만큼 잘 준비해왔고 세계 무대에서도 먹힌다라는 걸 꼭 증명해드리겠습니다.
แน่นอนอยู่แล้วครับว่าต้องการเป็นที่หนึ่งในประเทศไทยแล้วก็ในระดับที่สูงขึ้นต้องแต่รอไทมิ่งหรือว่าจังหวะที่แบบผิดพลาดให้น้อยที่สุดครับก็คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นแชมป์ได้
저희가 사실 PGS 9만 조금 절었다 생각을 하고 이때까지 저희가 우승 경쟁력이 충분히 있는 팀이라 생각을 해서 저희가 트위스트 마인즈랑 맞붙는다 해서 10에서 뭐 저희가 부족하거나 그런 상황은 안 나올 것 같습니다. 더 많이 얘기하고 많은 이제 피드백을 거쳤기 때문에 더 성장했을 거라 생각을 합니다. 플레이로 보여드리겠습니다.
Thì tại giải đấu BGS10 lần này thì chúng mình sẽ mang một cái phong độ khủng khiếp hơn. Chúng mình sẽ tiến vào chung kết, chúng mình sẽ là đội tranh vô địch với TWIS. Chắc là bọn em sẽ trả thù được, chắc chắn rồi.
We really want to break the third place curse, so this tournament we're either going to play to win or we're going to play to get 16.
Like we all know, like our performance was good enough to win almost any other tournament. We could just like improve it a bit, you know, like we are up there contesting with Twisted.
So it felt like we'd be chasing us. Maybe last 2 games. It could have won, but it's unlikely it's us. I'm happy if someone wants to take revenge on us. We need a change. Otherwise, we'll take our 5th PGS trophy.
I don't know about you guys out there, but if there's one thing that gets me excited for a new PGS to start, it is watching these hype intros with the players saying exactly what they want to see happen coming into these big tournaments. Welcome everyone to PGS 10 here in Malaysia. Day number 1 is on the cards. The final chance for these 24 teams to claim enough PGS points, PGC points to make it through to PGC. I'm Toby, joined by Poro, Soros, and Poro. Whew, you know what, let's just get straight into it. We saw them on our screens right there. DN Freaks, they did a good job breaking down their performance in PGS 9. What are you expecting now coming into PGS 10?
I mean, I think anybody who's watched the game at any level, or at all this year at the international level, knows that that was not a DN Freaks performance.
For sure.
I expect them to have a massive bounce back, right? Salute got under 10 kills. That is wild. Just bizarre. That is not at all what we expected from that squad. But, I mean, we've got a lot of teams that I think overperformed and some of them underperformed. That is true. The question is, can you keep that up or fix those problems coming here and now into PGS 10?
Exactly. Just 8 days ago, we crowned the PGS 9 champions. Will it be Twisted Minds again for a 5th time to claim a PGS trophy? Completely insane, by the way. Or will we see a new contender rise to the top and make it happen here? Because as you say, Poro, I really do feel like PGSs have been the stage, the platform for some of these underdogs to come out and surprise. That's how Expendables got their thing going coming into their eventual PGC championship. And that's how we see with teams from this one as well. Gen G surprising many teams last week or the week before. And now, here we are, clean slate. Or as clean as can be, of course. There's still some momentum from these players coming from tournaments past, coming into this one, see how they're going to fare.
It almost feels like a throwback here a little bit. I mean, we're seeing like, Gen G is doing great. FaZe is doing great.
What year is this?
4 AM is doing great. Like, what did we just go back in time all of a sudden? But it's been so fun to watch, and I imagine it's going to be just the same here. But we are ready to get into our first game here of the PGS 10 group stage. Groups A and B battling on Erangel.
There's so many things I want to say right now, but I'm not going to because we're going to start the show as the observing team throws us a bit of a curveball to lead into it. Maybe a bit of a skippity shout out as we get this one going. Plane is in the air. Players loud and roaring out here in Malaysia. Ready on the stage behind us. We heard them scream to get hyped, to get excited for these 6 matches we're seeing today.
I mean, it's always the question when we come into the second half of this, right? Like, are we more comfortable now because we've been here a little bit longer, or have we gone a little bit rusty because we've had the week off for some, more than a week for others? So, you know, we got a chance to talk to some of these guys during the week off, just about what they got to do to kind of keep that mindset, and everybody here seems to be locked in.
Also, just, I mean, obviously all these teams now have played on this literal stage behind us before, so they have that coming into it. I still love the Bagopal logo bouncing like a screaming person. It's amazing. But how much do you take away from PGS9, right? It's clean slate. You're effectively coming into it with the same mentality you did in PGS9. New global championship, or tournament, I should say. What can we do here? I had a chance to talk with SLAMG, obviously one of the teams that have literally never been on a LAN like this before. Said, what did you guys do in your off week? Did you just go out and bond where you sat doing analysis every single day? Like, no, we wandered around a bit. We went out bowling to keep our aim steady. It was like, oh, interesting. Who won that? Boostic won big time. I was like, okay, so he's still not only in the game is he the best aimer in bowling, he is as well. So many people picking him for obvious reasons too.
I mean, that was part of the day 1, day 2 group stage, the rookie revolution. Essentially, Boostic was right there with him now. Obviously, at the end of the day, SLAMG not really performing to their expectations. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think everybody here and a lot of the people that are watching were really excited to see the first time Boostic on LAN. Yeah. This is, you know, he's got now 12 games under his belt. These next 6 are just going to add even more to the legend surrounding the youngster.
To devil's advocate your point on that, because I completely agree with you, the group stage was definitely the show up of the underdogs, or the revolution of the rookies, as you said. I like that term, by the way. I might steal that one. But on the flip side of that, we saw teams, I mean, we mentioned TN Freaks already, right? We saw teams crumble under that pressure. I mean, hell, Twisted Minds kind of almost did too. They still made grand finals, and that's what we're going to remember from PGS9 years from now. It's like, oh my god, they almost broke 200. Hey, there was also a world where they barely even made grand finals to begin with.
I mean, there was a 22-point day in there.
Exactly, exactly.
The Giants are beatable.
And that's the thing, because looking at the numbers from PGS9 groups, all the teams in that bottom 8, only 2 of them were able to have a 30-plus point day. And then one of them was a 30-pointer, another one a 31. So I feel like that's the threshold. We always talk about the totals coming into it. 30-point days and beyond, that should be your day-to-day
for sure
aim. And I think, I mean, as you said, looking at the likes of DN Freaks and whatnot, it's very much within reach. But it all comes down to what are we expecting from some of these surprise teams. Issue is, for the surprise teams, or the teams that don't have any global data to go off of, well, you didn't coming into PGS9, but now you've just played the entire tournament. Now you know how they function on LAN, so I would expect to see some of the teams like the Freaks that come in with that experience that sometimes get caught in the chaos of early group stages be much more comfortable coming into PGS10.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. 30 points a day gets you in the conversation. It's the plus that gets you in the grand final, right? So, you know,
that's not even be in the race.
Exactly, exactly. So, we did get to see our circle pop, and it is going to be the most vanilla, easy, plain Jane, dead center, Pachinki right in the middle type of circle. So that's a good way to start off things. We're not seeing any game 1 milli circles like we did last time that kind of throw a spanner in the works for a lot of these teams. But instead, you get to kind of play the game from your looting spot as you normally would. And these guys, you have to imagine, have been doing a lot of research in the off week. Coaches, analysts, all looking at those rotation paths. Navi being one of those ones that I really, really hope that they put in some work looking at those rotation patterns, because, you know, they did make the final, and that is, you know, was the least expected. But once there, it just didn't really seem to go their way.
I think Navi might have been caught by surprise by how many teams over the course of this year have transitioned out to play Edge. Similar fashion to what they do. I mean, they tried to reverse that themselves and go from Edge to playing center. Didn't work. Now they come back out here and go, wait a minute, last time we were here, we had way more space to maneuver, and now, obviously, just with these 24 teams in particular, there is such overweight of, like, the balance is completely off with how many teams like to set out on the edge and how many teams just bomb at center. And maybe, just maybe, some of the teams that have been struggling playing on the edge in the PGS9, hopefully we see some of them actually daring to go center, because more often than not, there were space available to contest for.
Sure. I mean, I do have some hot Navi opinions that maybe get me flamed.
Share them. Share them. This is the space.
Look, to be honest, I feel like Hackatory bails them out a lot of the time when they find themselves in kind of bad situations, bad fights. And this time, it just was not as consistent as it normally is for him in regional lobbies. And you know, he still got his, right? He still got his points.
Yeah.
But, you know, we saw some rough rotations. We saw them kind of getting in fights where it didn't feel like they were the ones initiating, that they were getting initiated upon. So, you know, I think I have just such high expectations of that team, and Extends was amazing. I think he did really, really well for him. It seems like he's really filling the role as a shotgun rider for Hackatory, but it's just like the more meta stuff seemed to be causing them problems. But they're a smart enough team. They've been around long enough. They've got Allrain with them.
Exactly.
Like those are all problems that are fixable.
Yeah, that was my main concern. I mean, I can literally just repeat what I said during PGS9 finals, is that sometimes, well, as good as they are playing Edge in the macro game as a whole, sometimes I feel like their playbook isn't thick enough. You know what I mean? Like they run out of options where other teams will still have 3 more ideas on what to do next. And that gets them caught in awkward situations that they don't know how to either back out of or say, you know what, no, let's just go all together, let's just pull up, let's take this fight and make it happen. Because as they've said so many times before, sometimes a bad decision, if agreed upon by everyone, can actually turn out all right.
Yeah, I mean, and look, like Hackatory still, I mean, the kid's a human highlight reel.
No, for sure.
Like, he
individually,
he
no
is
doubt.
absolutely insane and crazy gifted mechanically. And that's why I say I think you know, his talent has bailed them out. But here we go, SGA.
First fight.
This is going to be a little bit rough. They're going to breeze through, or are they? They're going to stop down. They've got Seongjang pinned down in the building. Akando, he's got the wall. Nice shots from him, but he has to pull away.
Yep, everyone wondering what Begopa could do without PO there. They, I think, surprised most people through PGS9. We'll see if they can come off to a strong start too. Seoul Gaming Academy struggled through PGS9, but they're here to try and make up for that too.
This feels like a fight that they didn't necessarily want to take.
Yeah, I don't think so.
They're stuck in it now as Heat will hold the angle. Seongjang, that's not going to go in the window. He has to move away slightly and moves away just in time as Zephyros kind of working around that wall. He's got a cooked grenade. Is it cooked well enough? He doesn't even need it. Zephyros with the spray will get the knock.
Tough start here for Begopa Seongjang. I like the idea of him jumping out the window, playing on the side of the building where you had your teammates. Had, I feel like, a chance to back off and play across the street, but trying to take the fight, wanted to play aggressive, which I also do like coming into a day one, game one. You don't want to just back off a fight. You want to play aggressive, try and take some control, but now with the double blue zone coming in, that should be them both down, and indeed it will be.
Nice blue zone grenades there from SGA to get that knock onto Akane and the flush onto Seongjang. So now it's a 4v2. Guyon and Park Pro have to make a decision here, and they might have their hand forced.
Yeah.
You see Team Liquid starting to make their way in. Looks like SGA tried to get Didax with a flank, but got caught out, and he's going to get caught down as well. Purdy with the shots.
Yeah, Miles out. That's drive-by shooting there as well. Not what you want to have happen when you try to come over and fortify your friend's position. So they will lose one. Should be with the flush to follow, assuming Liquid is going to hit that shot. Even if they don't, should be bleeding out in those fields. Not going to get any help. There's more teams making their way towards the circle. CTG changed the game. They're going to come flying on in. They'll see all of this a couple of moments from now. Wondering if they're going to fly this far or not. They are setting up their E-pickup somewhat early, so we'll see when they end up jumping after this.
Change the game. Another team that definitely could use some things going their way, but it looks like Park Pro and Guyon will survive for now, at least as a duo. Team Liquid, though, they are going to hear those shots. They're going to know exactly where he is. And SGA, they've got Slam just off to their east on the hillside as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. 4 a.m. Meanwhile, in rotation here we go. Arctics is
they're split thin. Luckily,
this is bold from Zephyros.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, Slam has all the info in the world. Not only hearing the footsteps, but now you heard them on the other side as well. It's going to back off again. Mature decision. Back off, play it smart. Live to fight another day.
Yeah, no, you're all by yourself. The rest of your team is in a good fortified spot. Lurek's actually still in Pachinki too, so Slam very split here on the south side of this zone. So good heads-up play from Arctics. He now knows that there's a team off to their west, and they should know about everything going on in Pachinki and off to the south as the circle will center up once again there onto DNF over there in those formerly Yellows, just to the south of Ruins.
Yeah, observers highlighting Pachinki, of course. I mean, either A saying this is where teams are going to go. I see this way more as a speed bump on the rotations coming east to west right now. Teams don't really want to go Pachinki. They want to wrap south around, north around. Issue is, what do you vie for? If you're coming on the backside of this circle, you're driving through open fields, you have no clue whether all these compounds are going to be taken already. So it's incredibly dangerous to try and pull that off. And for Change the Game, obviously coming in, e-pickup means no vehicles. You're not going to fly for an open compound. You are going to try and play it safe, and seeing as Noah's in church, they will happily take that for free.
Yeah, that's the big thing that you mentioned, the lack of... Now is Navi going to run into Buriram. Buriram's going to lose ED. Ruse will try to take the shots, but he's going to go down as well. Sosid is eaten right now, leaning out of that car. Ferris will go down in return, but 2 picked up for Navi, and they should... Hopefully, maybe, are they even going to try to go for Ferris? Yeah, the smoke has bloomed. I think they have a shot at this.
They just got to reset first. It's
Yeah.
there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Exactly. Get the safety. You get somewhere that they can at least go to once that rest comes through, because you don't want to be out in that field for longer than you absolutely have to. So good on them to send the 2 kind of lead guys up into the garage compound, secure that, and then now for Soset to try and see if he can make the hero play here for Fairest.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of one of the things that we were talking about before. Navi's early game struggles, trying to find something in C2, C3, and always seemingly running into another team. But so far, so good. If they can get these guys back to the compound, Demasti going to take the shots, almost gets him. But it looks like Sosid should arrive alive.
Definitely. Should be okay. We'll be able to get him out of that vehicle as well. He can even jump out himself. Yeah. How convenient is that? Able to get on out. As we take our eyes to the north, full sense coming in. Will be slowed a little bit because there's a red zone right in front of them. But outside of that, out here performing well again, and I think surprising people in regards where everyone thought, you know what, Thanadol is going to be the spearhead of literally everything that goes here. But Belmoth, as we saw in the latter part of the day trade era, has really risen to the occasion as a frontliner. When they lost Neurons, people were like, what are they going to do? Where is that fragging power? Belmoth has really stepped up as a good mechanical player out of Thailand.
And do not forget about Tigger either.
For sure, for sure.
Fragging out in those group stages, as we saw them put on a show during the group stages. Actually put on a pretty decent performance in the grand finals too. Everything just kind of got overshadowed by Twisted Minds and to an extent Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
So, you know, they still ended up with over 100 points, which is damn respectable if you make it to the grand final. As you see Thanadol, the full sense Air Force up there scouting things out on that western side of the zone.
Yeah, playing it safe, just like we see down here in the south. FN making their way on in from that southwest side, but they have Sephiroth running their way. He would have no doubt hurt the vehicles, in plural, come in, so him being dead alone.
Yeah.
Oh, how aggressive to dead to go. I mean, you might not have a choice to fight or not, because they're coming straight towards you. They might have known someone's here too.
Looks like
they...
Oh, now they do. Yep, Zephyros will get the first knock on the Zenith. Hopefully, we'll be able to get the flush. He's going to try to go for it. They're not going to have it. No, Zephyros with the knock on the Rex will go down in the end of Star-Lord. The blue zone has arrived, but this should be resable. Now the question is, does SGA want this? Yeah, look at that. Heat starting to send it up there. Hane rather, going to send it over there as well. So SGA may be looking at this as free points, although they look to be second-guessing themselves a little bit here.
I'm just wondering why he's here on his own. They had the compound. They finally secured it, pushing out Begopa, and then he's running through the hills on his own. Unlucky, nonetheless. SGA lives to fight another day with the 2 they've got remaining. Has changed the game here. Try to fend off, try to hold off. FaZe are making their way on in, and FaZe running into trouble, running into each other, trying to make this rotation happen. 2 players in the lead vehicle down to under half HP, but they're getting some help from 17 shooting and change the game as Fex, though, will fall.
Oh, and this is why you try to avoid that Pachinki area, as you are just going to get blasted from every which way. Now Vard, the last player left alive. Wenbo has to pull back just a little bit, as the grenades just not falling where they need to for change the game. Vard going to try to heal himself up, maybe go for the reses as 17 Gaming, just get the free farm fire.
Yep.
Nobody taking shots back.
I mean, right now, FaZe are living off of the premise that 17 are fending off against ETG, because if they get free range to run down this hillside util and hand as we see here, that should be an easy throw come through on this side of change the game. Issue is they're not allowed to do so. Vehicle explosion will come through, though, and Fex is going to fall right after coming back on his feet. He goes down once more.
Exploding vehicle going to do it, but they're not done yet. As long as they can keep recycling those smokes, they can get them back as change the game They still have a little bit of util. Oh,
a little bit of help come through.
They've got somebody in their midst. They're not even looking over in this direction. They were hanging out on Church with all eyes sent down towards Fex. They didn't even see Hakatori sneak up, but you see Hangy down there in the city itself. Aries up top, but Aries is on an island by himself, and Hakatori wins the 1v1.
Given how wide the change the game split is right now, how did they let Hakatori go unnoticed? They have Aries playing from behind, they have Hangy sat down there as well, and still somehow Hakatori weasels his way right through their setup and finds the knock on one. This is, I mean, again, their understanding of the situation, their setup here was perfect, they just don't look the right way.
Yeah, that Hangy really the one that's going to fall on a little bit is he was in the city itself, supposed to be watching their backside. They'll lose Aries, but Tiantan and Wenbo now all by themselves up in the Church. Hangy, I don't think, has taken a shot yet, so he may be going unnoticed, but now Buriram is still inside the city, has to make their way through as the circle is collapsing. Yeah, Hangy, I think, realizing that stopwatch in his head ticking. He's like, I should probably leave.
Yeah, but how in the world do you get out of there? Trying to see if you can make it to the other side, but there's a crossing, and it's been seen by Soset. Finds him in transition. Third kill for the youngster. Able to get one instantly. Looks for the second as well as SLAMG now fighting off FN. That's happening towards the south, outside circle almost, as they try to make their way in.
You see Buriram, Damasti and Khan now, the last two players left alive. They're trying to avoid this whole Navi CTG problem, as the circle once again going to favor those freaks.
Ooh, good nades from Lucarux.
Nade from Lucarux as Virtus Pro looks like they are still feeling in mid PGS 9 form. They've come out and they are looking aggressive.
I mean, you ask why Pochinki is being fought over given the circle. Look at what the alternative is. There is nothing. If you're coming in on that southeast side, there is literally nothing to try and fight for. Only 4AM tried to move their way further towards the north, and they're being bombarded by Virtus Pro. Good on VP to be so proactive here as well. They cannot have 4AM set right next door, because that really hinders their opportunity to peek further.
Yeah, this is really 4 AM versus Lucarux right here.
True.
He's kind of being the point man. You see Nixie off to the north trying to get a flanking angle, but just nothing really there. Corexi also providing support just in case, and then Beamy, his job is just to watch Ruins, watch Boatyard, make sure they don't get wrapped on. Yep. So Lucarux doing his job. Slam, meanwhile, they've lost 2. And they are pinned down by FM Pocheon, but nice knock on it's going to be Flash, actually. So Arctics will get the point for it, and that might open up a door here for Slam to survive a little bit longer.
Again, in a game like this where circles go against you, we've talked about throughout PGS 9 and honestly for years now, make something happen. Salvage games. I mean, you're going to have bad games. Throughout an entire tournament, especially for 2, going to have bad games, but don't go away with 0. And SLAMG getting their 4th point there is exactly what you're looking for when odds are against you.
See if they're going to be able to get the revive, or get, I think maybe they can get Arctics back into the vehicle, maybe try to make their way into the circle, but Begopa right there. Oh, Park Pro going to get taken down by Tigger, though. Full Sense has been hanging out on this southwestern side. They've been a little bit quiet so far, but they're still full strength, and they've got vision over a lot of what's going on to the south, as Damasti still trying to sneak his way through the city. He knows Navi is there, but he just doesn't know where.
And Navi has no reason to think he is there, because as far as I saw, he didn't reveal his position just yet as Begopa do get eliminated. Twisted Mind saying, okay, I guess we'll go into the field eventually. Waited for the fights to come to an end on the northern side before doing so, though. Wise on them.
Patience.
As they now, exactly, I mean, that's literally what they do. They sit around, they wait for third-party opportunities. If they don't come, then they make stuff happen. And just like this, claimed circle center. It's out in the open, it's tricky to play around, but then a good spot right now.
I mean, you can see Navi, they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's here. They don't want to be taken by surprise by somebody coming through the blue, but fortunately Damasti's just been a sneaky, sneaky boy.
Yeah.
Extends, though, he is taking his job seriously as the back guard. It looks like they might have spotted him there, too. A few shots sent over in Damasti's direction.
I mean, they were fighting Buriram coming into the city initially. They know they never got a flush. They should know off the kill feed tracking that Buriram still is alive, and where else could he be?
True.
Than inside Pochinki, right? So wise on them to not take anything for granted. As the circle goes north once more, Freaks, Twisted Minds share the center. And for this position right now, of course, not really a spot from where you're going to get a whole lot of points coming your way off of kills, but placement points should be guaranteed.
Yeah, Freaks probably probably still waiting at 20 minutes into the game for the first thing to see. I mean,
probably,
everybody knows
yeah.
by this point, I mean, 8 years in, everybody knows to avoid the lines of sight from that compound specifically, as Vard will find an ice grenade onto Hakatori. Doesn't get the flush just yet, but he's surviving. Gustav just off in the distance, but I mean, they have been just kind of held down by 17 for so long at this point.
Definitely a terrifying thing here, though. Soset gets kill number 5. Welcome back, my man. Hope you enjoyed your couple of days off. Able to step up here in game number 1. As we see this circle, 3 teams inside circle, 9 teams having to make their way in, all of them coming in now on that southern side. We're going to see this fighting in the blue take place throughout this entire shift.
Virtus.pro's got a little bit of an issue here. Okay, clean takedown of 4 a.m., but they do have mission ready right in their midst. I believe Beamy would have seen that coming, and he would know that they're right there. So he's telling them, like, look, if you're going to take out 4 a.m., you got to do it quickly, and you got to do it now, or else we're going to get third-partied as mission ready is right on their doorstep.
The quicker you execute your fights, the smaller a gap you give your opponents to set up a third-party plan. As you said, VP, while the fight stalled for a bit there, when they did execute, they did so swiftly. So good on them not allowing for mission ready to make a counter play. As they're now set up on the western side of the Octopus Hill here. Beamy, of course, well aware of what's happening.
Yeah, Mission Ready knows that VP is there. They just heard the fight with 4 a.m. Oh, that's a C4 from Purdy. Where are we sending it? We're going to send it right on top of SGA and park it right in their midst. Oh, no. Heat will survive a little bit, but Purdy will get Hane, and that is it for SGA.
They should have made it even worse. Just park it on top of the stairs so you can't even get out. Just trap them inside with a C4 in hand. As finally 17 will make their way on forward. We haven't really talked too much 17. I mean, it's for good reason. 11 through groups, 12 in the grand finals. Not really a whole lot to write home about, but as Pachinki natives, they know how to make their way out of this city.
Oh, absolutely. They will not be satisfied with the performance that they delivered during PGS 9.
Oh, no.
And they have much higher expectations of themselves as Gustav will get spotted out by Ferris. Oh, no. Can't hit the spray. He's only got 20 rounds left as well. So Gustav will stay alive a little bit longer. 7-7. Owo, though, he's got the shots. Will take down Gustav and will take down Ferris as Navi will have to reposition themselves. But look at that, Twisted Minds also have an angle.
Starting to flex out now, starting to shoot at these teams coming down the hillside from that south, making it incredibly hard, if not near difficult, for Navi to try and make a counterplay. As soon as they look one direction, they get shot at from the other, and 17 clean up on that southern side. They get one player knocked, but Little Ghost should be able to crawl back, get rest. But now for this nigh on impossible push down the hill. They don't have a vehicle. They could find one, though, on the side of Full Sense. Should be able to make it on over. Oh, they do have cars. They did bring them out okay.
That was very, very well played by 17, but as you said, they're kind of been an issue here as Team Liquid was taking a scrap here with Full Senses. Oh, Sparking will go down right as Xiaowu gets A-Low, and just like that, Team Liquid is out. Now, Flash, you're on medic duty, and I don't think 17 is going to allow that to happen. Thanadol gets flushed out by Xiaowu.
That's the slowest run I've ever seen. Takes me back to, what is the Austin Powers movie? Like, no! No! In the end, Sparking does go down. That's going to be Liquid out. And now for 17, the next one's to try and make a move. Do you take the fight to Full Sense here? Do you go for a miracle play east? They have vehicles, but it's a Bucky and a Dash to share. Do you collapse?
Full Sense has a BRDM.
I mean, that is true.
If you kill them,
that is true.
All of a sudden you have a BRDM.
But I mean, yeah, but how and where? For 17, do you go straight into Twisted, or do you wrap left into Freaks? I feel like you got to backfill Full Sense in this one, going to Freaks. Let the BRDM be the distraction. Let that be the one that forces them to reload. At that reload timer, you collapse on the buildings.
Yeah, that's it.
And they're coming in now.
Safe play, right? Well, safe. The best play out of a list of bad plays.
Exactly.
As Full Sense will hop in that BRDM, try to send it in. They're going to get right to the ridge line below the Freaks.
And this was the reload time. Now they're reloaded. They should have been there. Like, they should have been hitting the wall at that point. Now they're coming in. Only 2 guys in the vehicle, though. Their timing is off from 17 Gaming, but they have made landfall. Little Ghost and 7-7 are there, but Deal is ready with the response.
Big shots from Deal. That initial knock, absolutely huge. As Little Ghost goes down, the rest of the team has arrived. Full Sense is still hanging out on the ridgeline, waiting for something. 7-7, oh, well, we'll find Human as Heaven and Deal will now make their way. But Salute He shows his face for the first time in PGS, it feels like, and DNF will hold the line. They lose 1, but 17 is out.
We talk about the windows of opportunity. I will say that 17 actually had a bigger window of opportunity in this fight than was supposed to be given, but did not engage fast enough. Did not go when they had to, and they fall because of it. Freaks able to stay alive with 3, so one more team eliminated, now down to just the 4.
And everybody's got pretty decent real estate to play around here. You see Mission Ready kind of hanging out on the edge. VP, they still got the hills to play around. It's really a question of where this next circle is going to go. Who is going to be the team that has to move?
I mean, yeah, exactly. No matter where we sit this next circle, 3 teams are going to have to make a move.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, everybody's got great position, but it's all on the edge.
One team is going to be gifted 3 won't. There shouldn't be a circle where 2 teams are going to be comfortable. We'll see, though, unless if it shifts straight north. Nope, it's twisted.
Oh, why not?
As if we weren't already aware that they were capable of coming out victorious. Now, we have Twisted Minds, the lone team inside circle that will sit here and wait. Should be top 2 guaranteed unless if we see pull-ups come through. But again, with this positioning, how and where do you go? Like,
It
Mission
feels like
Ready.
a waiting game right now between these 3, doesn't it?
Mission Ready has to fight north. That's the only place they can take a fight to Virtus Pro where they're not in lines of sight of Freaks and Twisted. The issue is, once you make your play up there, you see that's what that's what VP is doing right now, exclusively fortifying that northwest side. They don't even look towards Twisted Minds. They know Mission Ready can only go one way, and that's to us. We have to shut that down before anything happens.
Yeah, and to an extent, it does feel like a game of chicken, really, between Virtus Pro, Mission Ready, and the Freaks, just waiting for the who's gonna. You want to be the last team to make the move here,
exactly.
Right? Like you don't want to be the first one to go because that's the one that's going to get focused down. And unfortunately, it looks like Freaks, they're in that position. They are right up against the wall, and they are going to lay down the smoke wall. Let's see where they decide to go. It's just again just a list of bad options.
It's effectively the Game 1 semifinals that we've got right now. It's Mission Ready versus VP in the north, and it's Freaks versus Twisted in the south. We'll see who comes out victorious as Corexi, able to find Vox with a nade, should set up an opportunity for them to make a play on through, but Freaks are going to go north in this one. They're completely exposing themselves to Virtus Pro.
They sure are, but Mission Ready, they're just getting picked up one by one as there's just one player left. Virtus Pro, they try to go for the knocks, they try to go for the flushes while they can. Beamy, don't try to bite off too much, and they will retreat for the time being as, yep, DNF right in grenade range as Twisted Minds has used that opportunity to send Perfectix and BatulinS right to the mid and throw all that utility over towards them. Fortunately for Freaks, though, they seem to have happy feet, and their utility's just not finding the mark.
Freaks actively picked to be the ham in the sandwich. They sent it right down the middle, and so far, it's all right for them as long as these smokes still bloom. But as soon as they're gone, Twisted is going to shoot you in the back, so you have to make an aggressive place, and oh my, they do! Heaven over the top, Human there to follow, and Heaven finds the 3rd. And just like that, any doubters of whether or not Freaks were going to be able to perform here at PGS 10 after their PGS 9 performance has just been shut down.
And Salute gets the knock onto Lou, too, so it opens up a little bit of a window here as a new circle pops. And yeah, reports of the death of DN Freaks have been greatly exaggerated. They are still in it. Nice knock from Perfectix, though, in that anchor position as he is out of utility, though, so this is going to be tough.
Definitely. How Freaks pulling into the center of that situation and coming out as the victors is beyond me. Good job on them, though, knowing exactly how to utilize that util.
Oh, that's a good blue
Twisted
zone.
Minds now, I mean, 4 up in a 4v2 with the circle center under control. As great of a player as it was for Freaks, we might be expecting too much from them and coming out victorious here.
Oh, really well played by Perfectix, keeping himself alive through that blue zone grenade, not forcing him out of cover, as that was the goal initially. Salute, though, looks like he's back to feeling himself. He spots out Example, will force his head down, but you can see their backs are right up against the wall. And yeah, Twisted Mind's not going to let him get away with this. Perfectix, BatulinS going for the flanking angle. Human, though, will spot out Perfectix, and that turns it into a 2v2.
Definitely, and you know what? There's a world where he can get a rest here. The issue is BatulinS is up over the hillside, and he spots him. Takes him down. That's the cross player. Great timing on his peak there. As this flash going to go a bit far, but Salute should be well aware that there's a player up here. Now hears him as well. Goes out into the blue. Has a blue jammer pack on, so can tank it for a bit, but has to come back inside circle. He's tanking it now too hard.
Yeah, that's
he knows where he is.
He knows where he is. BatulinS going to go for it. We'll get it in Twisted Minds after getting the championship in PGS 9. They start off their PGS 10 campaign with a win.
Guys, it's PGS 10. This is a new tournament. We can't just repeat the last one. It's supposed to be a new tournament. It's VP up top. It's Twisted. The race from PGS 9 continues, but now we've added one more. Not Dark Horse, not Small Horse, a freaking beast of a horse in Freaks back in contention here at PGS 10.
Does not look like those boys are feeling rusty at all, as we will throw it over to the analyst desk to talk about game number 1.
All right, leave some for the rest of us. Twisted Minds gets the first victory of PGS 10 after coming off the back of winning 4 PGSs, and that looks quite scary for the rest of the lobby here. Welcome back to the desk. Joining me is Toffees. Toffees, this isn't the start the rest of the lobby needed.
The age-old question is what happens when the beats an unstoppable force?
Well, of course, as we take a look at the highlights here and see how Twisted Mind was able to do this, one thing that really did stand out, of course, is the fact that they came in from their normal drop spot, being able to find their entry point. And normally in EMEA, you'd say that spot was taken. However, in here on Internationals, it wasn't, and they were able to take away that ridge from nobody, seemingly.
It's like nobody, it's like they know where Twisted Minds is going to want to go, and they just avoid it and say, okay, you guys get to have whatever you want. They come in, they have a great spot. And as I was trying to say a little bit earlier, the age-old question is what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. But in this situation, it's worse because they are both. They are literally unstoppable and immovable, and I don't know what you do. We questioned the start of the day, how do you stop Twisted Minds? Well, it's not letting them win the first game, I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, you need them to be off their game, and already they start off with a victory. However, let's kind of turn our attention elsewhere, because we did see DN Freaks back on board. They had a decent compound. And whilst we were watching that backstage, we were thinking to ourselves that obviously trying to hit a Twisted Minds position, impossible. But they chose, I would say, the right location.
Yeah, they had a really good start, so they stopped the 17 crash. They moved when they had to. This, as you pointed out, is not what we saw from the Freaks in the last event. They were a little slower. They were a little less aggressive. This time, even to the point where I think we saw Heaven go up and over the top of the hill and take the fight to Virtus Pro. They were proactive, and they came out. I thought they were going to get in a sandwich and get fallen apart there, and for them to take out VP and sort of move forward was actually really exciting to watch. And so if Freaks starts strong, Freaks finishes stronger, and I think that is something to keep an eye on throughout the day.
I have to agree. With the position that they were in with that compound, with the circle shifting away from them, they made the best of what they could there. I totally agree. Let's take a look at the numbers coming in from this one, as Freaks will take 9 kills, along with Virtus Pro taking 8 north side of the circle. I was concerned that maybe it would be a start as a runaway for EMEA. Well, I wasn't concerned. I was proud. But
good for you guys.
Twisted Minds, obviously, just with the 4 kills, they knew, hey, we're playing for the win here.
And that's their system, right? They find a good spot. They have strong rotations. Let's be honest, it's very close to their drops. They did not have to, I think their total travel was way longer for circular driving, perhaps, because they didn't really have that far to go. They played a really good spot, and they managed to get there with only 4 kills. I'm impressed with VP and Freaks able to come out with so many extra points without being in that winning position.
Big game for Susset. We were watching him fragging out here for Na'Vi as he takes himself 6
That was really impressive. Na'Vi looked really good. I like the confidence Na'Vi was playing with. They made some really good plays early on, and the fact that all of those kills went to Susset, and I think, didn't he get the rescue of the game too with Ferris, threw him in the car, managed to save him in a smoke stack, so that was kind of fun to watch.
A lot of smokes.
A lot of smokes. Also, minor shout out to Purdy on one of the purdiest C4s I've ever seen. Those bunkers are no longer safe.
No, definitely not the dig out where you the safe room and get all that loot on board. No, that was definitely not safe against C4s. Now, one thing, as we take a look from this match overall, is that, yes, DM Freaks, a lot of kills going their way here, but this kind of almost seems like a return to form, right? You've got DM Freaks up here, 17 Gaming up here as well, previous PGS champion.
I was disappointed with how they were doing in the last round. So here, seeing them start out really, really strong has also been very exciting. Another team, I kind of mentioned Purdy in passing, but Liquid. I said they need to have a good start to this tournament or this event, and they managed to get a good kill count on the board despite not going as deep as they wanted. And finally, this is not just because Americas, but because I saw them do it, MRIA made it into the Final Four, which if you look at what happened at PGS 9, this is a great moment for them and a good start.
Yeah, it was always going to be hard coming in from that northwest side, and up until the point where we were there and they were being attacked, even I was bamboozled a little bit because the color that they've chosen,
stealthy.
It's difficult to see against the map. But anyway, we have got it. The Grassy Pastures, game number 2 here for PGS 10 group stage.
Should we tell the players to start sprinting towards their seat, Pearl? Because there they come. The last few are making their way up the stairs to their booths. The plane is already in the sky, guys. You don't want to miss it. Don't want to be drowning on the southern side. It's a Nov, guys. One more. Who is that running there? I can't even tell.
Hey, man.
I want to call them out just for the memes.
They always tell us, like, hey, let's get big.
It's Riz. Riz, come on, man. Get in your seat. Get ready to play.
Gotta be quicker.
Burr made in a hurry to jump anyway, so it's fine.
Nah, they're fine. Yeah, no, we try to keep you guys entertained as much as possible, so we get back into the game as quickly as we can. As the players have found out repeatedly, once the Expendables get here, boy, that's when you'll see some late runners.
Yeah, they do like to take their time during the breaks, and honestly, I don't fault them. You don't have so much time to talk over.
Sure.
All these games with their coach, and in their defense, it is 3 sets of stairs getting to the player room and talk to them. Of course, they probably meet somewhere in the middle, but you want to maximize the opportunity that you have to talk and analyze between these games coming into the next one.
Absolutely. Well, Twisted Minds, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
That's true.
Get our first win of PGS 10. But DN Freaks back on the menu. Who would have thought? I would have think just about everybody, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? When you have a 12-game series, everyone can have a bad day. I mean, hell, you said it yourself coming into the show that, I mean, Twisted Minds also had a pretty bad day during groups, right?
Did.
4 Freaks, they were unlucky that they had a bad day, and then a mediocre day as we go as Milias can be here. And this one is going to be interesting for multiple reasons. Not only, of course, is it military, but with a plane path this far east, it's going to take a while if you're in the hard north, unless you have an E-pick up to make that wrap on down. So balance, transition timings are going to be a bit skewed in this match, just given plane path and where teams have landed.
And the other part about it is that there is still mainland to play, but it's not much. So it's definitely any of these teams that will want to hang out on the north and kind of wait and scout and see what's going on, they're going to all run into each other. So I think the play here, especially if you're a team that's kind of on that coast already, just send it over there as quickly as you can.
Now, I have said it time and time again, and I'll gladly repeat myself. I am not a believer that just because you land military, you are winning melee games.
No.
Of course, you have the advantage of being here early, but that's about it,
C1
right?
circle luck is not a thing that exists.
Having said that, if we can somehow build up the underdog storyline of SGA coming out victorious and getting something going, you know what, boys? You have Millie Island. You landed there. You loot there. Now you get the circle coming your way. Let's see what they can make of it. I know that theoretically and statistically there's no proof that that's going to give them the advantage here, but I want to see it happen. I want to see these boys go out and get it done.
It'll be interesting to see where they decide to go and play this from, as they... you know, we saw, I think it was game 1 of groups last time SGA still loot Millie, and they went and played Radar Tower on a circle that kind of favored the eastern side a little bit more. They ended up kind of surviving till late until the circle shifted away, obviously. So it'll be interesting to see where they go. But Slam already on the move. They're going to be breezing past Team Liquid as they kind of get in their vehicles, start thinking about their rotation.
Well, let's get a little listening now. We talked about SGA. Let's see what they talk about.
하면서 느꼈던 제일 큰 도전은 일단 PGS 진출하는 게 제일 큰 도전이었다 생각하고 그 큰 도전을 이뤄냈기 때문에 그 다음 거부터는 이제 그나마 무난하게 할 수 있을 거라 생각하고 있습니다. 일단 저희가 인게임 안에서 선택을 못하고 좀
Okay.
Quick little interview as we see fights continue. We're repeating the end of the last game as we go in here. Freaks versus Virtus Pro this time around. Correxy falls down early on. First one to do so. Still, of course, a chance for him to get back in the game with the rest and all. But Heaven's going to get the first kill. It's now SLAMG. We followed their rotation before. They're going to be pulling up on a split Team Liquid.
Yeah, this is kind of one of the side effects that comes with all these teams that we're playing around the coastline, kind of sending it over early. At 4:30, you kind of expect these compounds to maybe be free, but unfortunately for Team Liquid, that is not the case. A Slam already 4 deep. Purdy still up there. The rest of the boys are arriving, though, and they will play it from one side, try to work around those roofs, those walls, and see if they can catch Slam slipping.
And this has been one of the keys to the SLAMG success, not only here, but in EMEA as well, is that obviously when you're used to fight in more, I don't call them random lobbies, but like open qualifier lobbies and that sort of style, you always go 4 together, because you don't know what's going to happen, you don't know what's in front of you, so they pull up as a full 4-man, and while they have to do it in the regionals, Globals usually doesn't happen that way. I mean, oftentimes you see teams split like this and they'll try and stay in these positions for longer. You can scare people off. But SLAMG, they're like a commit and commit hard type team. And we saw it through the groups that when they do pull up, they do it, I mean, in full. And here they do so as well, overwhelming Liquid early on and now with the upper hand in this compound.
And fortunately for both teams, really, there's enough cover left around for all of them to hide around, as you saw FaZe trying to slowly make their way just off to the north. Twisted Minds also did the emergency pickup drop. They're going to find the coastline open. They'll get a nice little compound for themselves on the south side. But again, you got to remember with those E-pickups, it comes with a cost of not having vehicles for the next part of the game.
Well, you say that, but in this particular case, for Twisted Minds, no one was really this far southeast early on. So we'll see. We'll see if they do end up running all the way up to the woods and finding themselves a car or two. But of course, for now, they're playing it slow. Just making sure that they're safe on their side as Baco Part 2 are making their way across from the opposite side of the circle.
Their best Evermore impression. That's a throwback, boy. Holy moly. Don't even know if anybody around still remembers old Evermore, but Baco Part will find
stuck in the
spot.
rocks with a couple of first aids.
Yeah, just a couple of first aids.
Just a few.
Yeah, change the game. They got a little botation of their own going here. I think this is a smart move. Or they would think it was a smart move to stop down, scout out where your next move is going to be. Unfortunately, Zenith has eyes.
Oh, yeah.
No shots being taken yet because you can see on that mini-map he is all by himself.
Exactly.
He's feeding that information over, though, to Breakers.
Changed the game. I mean, in a good position previous game up in that church to get things going, but we're kind of stabbed by Hakatori and Navi pulling up from behind this time around. Doing more to run up together. I say that, but Ares is actually kind of on a, I don't want to say solo mission, but like a solid 100 meters ahead of his
bold.
teammates. And I'm like, my man, just give it like 8 seconds and they're going to be there. Because luckily, Breakers didn't shoot at you early on.
That was good eyes by Hangi. And they'll spot out Breakers. He's just going to have to run.
Bye-bye.
Change the game. I mean, they just got here, right? They don't know that he's by himself.
Yeah.
They're gonna slow things down here just a little bit. As you see, Seongjang kind of still working around that coastline. Breakers starting to move around, but I mean, there's just nobody here to support him, really.
I am kind of curious as to the decision making. When I have to ask him why, I mean, I get that you want to take control, but this is the downfall, right? Like, where's your... We always talk about splitting and how good it can be, but that always comes with a big fat underline of only if you have an escape plan. Only if you have that fire escape ready to go as soon as called upon. And in this case, they sure did not. FN splitting out, trying to take control, but when push came to shove, there was nowhere for them to go.
And that is being very, very greedy on military. I mean, you got Star-Lord up on the radio tower. You got Zenith down here. I mean, Zenith was kind of holding over there by Novo. I mean, they were so split up. So, unfortunately, they will lose one for it. But now they know that CTG is right down there. They also know about Buriram off to their north.
And again, I mean, had he had a bike on that same tree right behind him, all good. He could have done that, but not this time around. A SLAMG now saying, we've been waiting around long enough. We know we have the 4v3 advantage. Let's try and make a play happen. We've isolated them to just 2 buildings. And you can see right now, they're kind of ignoring Purdy in the barn on the southern side. They're fully focused on this one-story building.
Yeah, they're also kind of ignoring anything that might be going off to the north. Fortunately for them, SGA is off there, but they don't have angles on this just yet. So good hold from Alo. Arctics tried to find a spot that was not being watched. but unfortunately for him, it was being watched. So SLAMG back to the drawing board. We'll see if they can, oh, maybe, Lyrics.
But this is also part of the reason when you mentioned it that they're engaging now and not later, right? The clock is ticking. The more you wait, the bigger the likelihood that another team from that northern side are going to wrap all the way south the same way you did and potentially put a spanner in the wheels of your operation here. So smart on them to wait for a while, see if maybe Liquid gets overly aggressive or make some mistakes. Now that they didn't, you have to try and make a play.
Yeah, you also got a couple of E-pickups that are about to be heading over in this direction as well. That's going to be Mission Ready and the Freaks. So we'll see if they get this settled before those guys arrive by air. Lyrics still just hanging around on this top side. I mean, the thing I'm worried about is Hane. You see him with that Dragunov off there. That's a nice knock from Boostic, though. That might open the door here.
New circle's going to pop at the same time. I love their ability to isolate angles. You can see right now, SLAMG, they're trying to get the angle on Purdy actually from top of that building while all the windows are being covered. So limit the opportunities for your opposing team to go out and make a counterplay. Why isn't doing so as we get a big old spotlight of the entire Millie Island, where also we have a good red zone taking place right now as the push comes through. Liquid falls down and SLAMG gets a few extra points on the board.
Very, very well played by SLAMG there. That initial, as soon as they got that initial knock, it was just like clockwork. They knew exactly what they wanted to do with it, and they executed as we see Buriram trying to make their way on this eastern side of the military base. Hakatory taking a few shots in their backs, but we'll see if they get close to phase as you see James right there, and Fex is kind of preoccupied taking shots at Mission Ready as they make their drop onto the north side of military base.
James rocking an M24. Fex just got a knock with a Kar 98. I'm not sure if there's a meta change happening on Faceland right now, but we'll see if that's the weaponry they're going to have to stick with through this tournament as Buriram comes sending it around the southwestern side here. Fex able to scare the first one off. Rifts should follow suit with his teammate. They do have that
he's got a K9.
That 90-degree corner down there open and available. And are they greedy? Are they going for more? Okay, Khan is going to settle in the crater, I suppose. Yeah, he is. Okay.
All right, and not a bad sin there for Buriram. They actually end up getting a lot off of that. They get not only this crater, but they also get the compound just to the west. So all's well and good here. Is Full Sense trying to make a sentinel? No, Tigger does not get away with that. Xiao Lu gets put on his back.
Yeah, I mean, I want to credit Tigger for a good job on his part, but in all fairness, Xiao Li should have had that every single day of the week. He had plenty of bullets to try and get that knock. Didn't make it happen, and for that, he's going to pay with his life. So 4AM going to try and wrap their way west around on this one. Just the 3 of them remaining. Should be all right to do so, but with the little delay on that rotation there, they might be running into Virtus Pro on the western side now. And to make matters even worse, in trying to cross, not only is there a red zone, but Bakopar is still camping that western bridge, so I could see a lot of commotion out there on the western side real soon.
Ooh.
Good nades.
Grenades from Mission Ready. Well, actually,
with a bounce.
That one might do it. There it is. Give him 3, and now all of a sudden it's just down to heaven. Laying down the smokes to make sure that nobody snipes, but Mission Ready are not wasting any time. What a push from Mission Ready as they annihilate the Freaks.
Never have I seen anyone utilize the ramp's backside of a crater for a nade lob over like that before. Good job on Mission Ready to throw those nades to perfection.
Oh, look at that, Xiaobei finding angles from way downtown, but that should be pretty resable there for Mission Ready as long as those smokes still provide. Oh, he actually landed another one on a Michael, but they could get Michael back on his feet here.
And now one thing that's interesting about this circle and how it's played out, we talked about the eastern plane path and everything happening as 4AM are crossing over. Oh, they're going to go straight into the trap.
They got Virtus Pro right on.
Oh no, watch out. Akan is ready with a PP Bison. What could possibly go wrong?
What indeed could go
wrong? Oh, he's
wrong?
Going so slow as well.
Akan not taking the shot at the first one, waiting for the last, as Park Pro will be the one that takes the shots at Longs, and he goes down. And now Akan will strike as well, as 4AM are trying to turn around. But the problem is Virtus Pro is waiting, and they might be going from one fight into the other, and Nixie will get Shen rather, as 4AM now down to Aetong Mu.
That is the catch of a whale scenario. If you stay down, you run out of air. If you go up, you get harpooned. Like, there was nowhere for them to go in that one whatsoever. Now they're down to just the Tongmu, sat here on his own. But to explain what I was going to say before, everyone is fighting on the southern side right now. What we normally see in the north with prior positions and whatnot, the entire crossroads is completely open. The north side compound in the woods not taken either. This all happens because the plane was in the east. Everyone is assuming everyone has access to the bridge. Everyone has access to the south. They're going to have taken the north already, and therefore everyone wraps hard south on it. So everyone fighting now on the southern side, where they could theoretically have just played the north because no one up to go there. The entire north is free.
FM Ponchon gets breakers back, but there's just nowhere for him to land. So he's going out in the middle of nowhere as Twisted Mind's just free farming shots down on to change the game. Nobody taking shots back at him, although it looks like SGA Zephyros might have an angle. But yeah, CTG, they're in trouble.
Yeah, not really anywhere for them to go from here. I mean, very reminiscent of that previous one. They have a decent setup initially, but not really sure what to make of it. Not in a good position to help one another out. Chan, who is the guy who should be suppressing up on those hills while his teammates get back to safety. He's being held back on his own, and now it's up to Wenbo to try and go pring and get the safety. We'll see if he makes it or not.
Oh, the BMX, not enough. As Perfectix,
do a tailwind.
384 damage already.
Pretty decent.
He's still feeling himself a little bit? I think he might be.
Who would have thought Twisted Mind's not slowing down after winning a PGS event? Huh.
Who would have thought?
Just continuing like, hey, that went pretty well. Should we just do that next week? Yeah, why not? And that's exactly what they've come back to do. They do have a rotation to make now, and of course, making space where before there was none. So they'll take a bicycle of their own. Again, they came in with an e-pickup, so limited in vehicles. Take a bicycle of their own and are now getting closer to the circle.
Do they have an idea of that Hunky is there? I mean, you saw Tianchan kind of taking shots. Oh, whoa.
Whip.
Okay, all right, we're good. As Nixie, no, Akan will get him on the other side. Doesn't even get a chance to run into Park Pro as Bagopa, this bridge camp, is yielding fruit.
Yeah, I mean, they know that they have no one playing behind them. They know they have a place to go to because they have had Gurion sat here listening for audio cues for so long inside the compound proper. So, like, we know we have solos out here. It's only, I mean, it's still somewhat early game. We can tank blue for, but secure our backsides completely and then play up the hill. Pretty much no matter where this next circle goes, Bagopa should have a somewhat decent rotation path coming into it.
We'll see what Lucarux can do. Beamy already has made landfall. Or no, he's still on the north side of the bridge. Never mind.
17 first aids.
Off in the middle of nowhere, but that's Bloomy for you. But the new circle does pop, and it is going to pop off to the north as FM Pocheon, after getting their man breakers back, they're going to take the E-pickup. And do they actually get away with this? There's no way.
They might just. They see 17 dip all together. And you know what? And again, I have to go back and say, when have we ever seen a melee game like this where the entire crossroad compound is free, where the hill north is only now being taken? It never happens, and it all comes on the back of that first plane that we saw and the mental games that go on with everyone saying, oh no, everyone's going to be doing this, and therefore no one makes the obvious play.
Look at Rux. Gets the knock on a Park Pro, opens up a little bit of a gateway here for VP to make their way down. As 17, they see themselves get backfilled, and they're like, oh, man, okay, great. Well, they still got the better position. You have to imagine this. They're going to send Lil Ghost down, and he's going to find that compound that you just mentioned all by himself. And he's all by himself. Park Pro will bleed out. Change the game. Meanwhile, they were in a little bit of trouble, and it's not looking much better. As they are going to find Thanadol, he's going to get the knock on a Tianchan and get a point for Full Sense.
Team who's only now coming out of the blue as well, Full Sense, have been playing it incredibly slow, and for good reason. I mean, they're coming in on that hard eastern side. Pretty much the only team in the last, 6 minutes to utilize the eastern bridge. Exactly. Navi's slowing them down, but Full Sense being very mature about it.
25.
Beamy. He has 17 first aids on himself. He has 25 first aids in the vehicle. Is he trying to break his own record on first aids? He just might be. Remember, he can do this all the way up till phase 7. He can be sat here for the next 6 minutes just healing.
Peak Bloomy is what we're seeing right now. As
Lucarux is doing damage on the other side.
Now.
Yeah, exactly.
He already took one. He took Park Pro out. Now he's taking out a Khan. But he is going to get spotted by Seongjang, and that's him going down. As Twisted Mind still 4 up. They're eating a little bit of blue.
This is a pull-up, Twisted.
Yeah, this...
Everyone goes out of the car, gets healed on up together, and goes, great, this is what we're doing. We're sending it, and you know what? They're going to come in guns blazing just to realize, wait, This is.
Or are they going to pull
They're
Slam?
doing. This is the thing. They're doing the hardest rap on this compound possible, just to soon find out. It's not even taken. There's one person in the crossroads. That's Lil Ghost sat in this shack out back. Everyone is staying so far away from this position because they take for granted that it's occupied already. No one's even up to try and scout it.
And they cut the engines, so Slam has no idea that Twisted is here, and they are coming across that ridge line with full force. Magore will get taken down. Arnix gets taken down as well as Batu gets him in one magazine. Fortunately for Slam, Boostic and Lurex are separated from the rest of the boys, so maybe they can find something, but Perfectix is going to go down to 17.
Yeah, 2 tunnel visioned on 17 across over on the other side. They heard the movement from Bagopa as well. That forced them to look east.
Oh, Boostic.
But in doing so, taking a lot of damage forward. 5 kills though for SLAMG, so even if they fall here, it's an alright game, but they would really want to try and dislodge Twisted Minds. Even if they can't take them out, force them to go back the other way.
Boostic. He's going to spot out. Oh, Lou is so low, and he will go down.
Wow.
Twisted Minds will get taken down by Slam.
What a turnaround, and to potentially only lose one off of it as well, because they might be able to get Magora back up alive for the surprise play, for the instant double from BatulinS to then turn it around against your reigning PTS champions like that. Incredible play coming through from SLAMG.
Okay, full sense. Oh, here we go. The C4 on the building. The intended way it was supposed to be, as Tigger will hear the footsteps from Vox, and that's actually going to force him to put it back in the bag. As mission ready, they are just getting picked apart here by FaZe, just working the best angles here. Gustav just going to wait and see, and there you go. He's going to find him in the end. Bizzler goes down.
I don't know about you, but it's been a while since I've seen a proper military fight. That's the one we're seeing right here. Vox wrapping around the sign does fight the solo and Senadol. Those have Tigger left alive north still, but that's about it. Yep, 9 kills already spread evenly out amongst the mission-ready players. They've been doing a great job at taking out teams on trying to approach this circle. They do have one more ahead of them, though. The remaining 2 of FaZe and Fex and Gustav holding off their next push.
While Boostic's still farming off in the distance.
I love the blue zone use here. Try to isolate the buildings, limit the angles from where you can be peaked.
No, it's really nice work. And you'd expect nothing less from FaZe as they'll spot out Vox. The first shots come through from Fex. We'll get Vox down to half HP. Gats will drop down on his belly. Is now 17. They're going to have to hold the line against FM Potion.
Great timing on this push-up as well. They hear the fight taking place out inside the military base proper, realizing then that this is our chance to push up. This is how we push without getting third-partied, as they now fully commit to it. Gustav, though, with a nice return nade, gets the double. Gats and Vox going down. Might be able to get the res up on Fex here as well. The 17 currently trying to hold off against FM Potion, making the util work well for them too.
Yeah, FM Potion only pushing up with 3. They left Star-Lord back in the compound to kind of watch their backs, but in the end, that ends up proving to be a little bit of a problem for them.
Yeah.
Breaker's now going to go down to Lil Ghost as FM Potion just kind of losing one after the other here.
That's the issue. They're the ones who have to try and make a play. 17 very content with just staying up on this hillside. They do have to have one look north every now and again to make sure they're not getting backfilled, but doing a great job at maintaining control of this high ground.
And all of a sudden, just like that, Star-Lord, the last player left alive for FN, but 17 has to be careful because Akan has an angle. He'll find the knock onto Xiao Wu. He is the last player left alive for Bagopa. And, of course, just to check in, Beamy is still alive.
He's vibing. Probably still has 21st days left to work with. We'll see as we hop to him eventually. Xiao Bei trying to make matters happen here on the southern side. Solo holding right now as 7-7 is gone for the rest. As Dimas does take one down, Akan will fall to the blue as well. So some of these solos starting to get taken out as we now go into placement points.
Na'Vi has just so much room to work around with.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I really don't think they've seen anybody and since they saw Full Sense like in Circle 2. As BatulinS gonna do a little. Is this a replay? Yeah, my bad. They snuck it on. I mean, it's not like there was a giant yellow box there saying replay or anything. Good.
The initial hold off there from them, and then the nade in return from Gustav. I mean, there's only so many places they could be. Great cook on that one. It's gonna allow for FaZe to stay in the game. Smart wrap around here, understanding where Buram is playing from. Issue is Tigger behind him. They have no clue that he is still lingering. I say that, but maybe now Fex might have seen or heard something as he prones down behind that car.
Have, or at least he's just got the 4 cent, the wherewithal. That's the word I was looking for, to look behind him. But Gustav does go down to Khan. As Buriram, they've got nothing but problems right now. It's just down to Khan and Ruse, the late arriving Ruse. But it seems like a little extra bit of time during the break has made him survive all the way to the end here, as he will survive as long as that smoke cloud allows him to. Tries to get to the rock, but it's not going to happen. Little Ghost on time with it.
Yep. Again, 17 didn't really impress through PGS 9, but they've come in here with a great mindset saying, we want to make things happen. We aren't 2 times PGS champs for no reason. We want to make that happen a 3rd time as well. It can't all be Twisted Minds taking the glory, as Fex does find one right before he goes down. So a placement point and a kill to boot for FaZe before they fall in 5th, now into that top 4.
Can't believe he actually got that kill in time. Good.
How many first aids do you have? 12. We're chilling.
There he is. All right,
We're
he's still got 12. He's fine. He's fine.
Oh, my, oh, my.
My man made it to the top 4.
You know what? And he might get top 3 as no, he won't.
Yeah, it'd be tough. That's a big ask. You're hoping that 17 right now is just wrapped.
No one's gonna look for him. It's gonna be SLAMG randomly spotting him on entry, right? But the thing is, I'm not sure he even gets to the circle.
I mean,
he
extends can go maybe.
He can go 2-3 steps before first dating, and he's burning through them right now. And there you go, spotted. Good.
And he goes down to blue.
He actually goes down to blue. Good on Magori, though, for saying, I know it's phase 6. I know that we haven't heard anything from Virtus Pro in like 8 minutes, but he could theoretically still be there, and indeed he was.
No one kills Beamy except for the environment.
Exactly.
As, Navi, they've had just a very relaxing, chill, vibey type of game here. I don't think they've seen anybody since just now, as they're going to spot out 17, trying to make the wraparound on that eastern side, and that's going to force 17 to pull back around, go rejoin Xiaowu.
I like the fact that Navi, literally the only team that just went out here and said, we'll play the game we usually do. Yes, North could be contested, but we're backfilling, we're playing slow. They've played that same slow game with respect for the fact that there could be teams in front of them. That's why they didn't overpush. That's why they didn't overengage early on, is for this exact reason. And now, because of it, with that North shift come through, they have full, we're talking like 99.9, with a Shack being the exception in the Southwest, full control of this next circle. Which honestly very well could be the final one.
And get a look at 17's pins. What they think's going on is Hakatori will get that knock on to Xiaowu. And the knock on to Xiaobei. Can he get another one?
30 bullets.
Nah, Hakatori is doing a little bit of farming of his own here. He's going to find 7-7 Owo on the drop shot. 6 HP. My man is still pushing.
11 bullets, push it on forward. No health to work with. Spots Little Ghost as well. And with the final bullet in the chamber, Hakatori single-handedly takes out the entirety of 17 Gaming.
9 HP.
My, oh my.
And only a clip. And Hakatori does that. Goodness gracious. And now it is down to just the duo of Boostek and Magore. Boostek, they know where he's at. I don't think they know where Magore went. He went on a big wide wrap down around to the south.
I love it. I love it. Go into the same position you just took out a full team, because why oh why would there be a player sat where 17 just were? The only spot they wouldn't expect one from, but of course with the more time going by, the more they're starting to re-peak those same angles from before. We get a little over-the-shoulder peek from Hakatori there. Look at them hands. Spot those settings on screen, because he'll continue to farm throughout the rest of this tournament. This time around, there's going to be fairest to find one. As Boostek, I mean, he's been seen. He's been found, and there comes Extends with the jump out. Oh, he's going to get points over. Boostek pick us in Fantasy Rejoice as he gets another one.
Don't give him 1v1s, guys. This guy's cracked.
Anyone not picking Boostek in Fantasy
trying to get him like BRDM. Oh.
What a finish. What a finish to this one. As you said, Navi surprisingly quiet early and mid-game for them. And then when the late game came through, Hakatori did what Hakatori does best. Hold on up and took down the competition.
And it honestly feels like this is Navi's game plan, right? This is where they work best. If they can just keep 4 up until the late game, and they have information about everything. I mean, that was just about as easy as it's going to get for a team of that skill level. But that's 2 games down. We are done with Erangel. Let's throw it over to the desk.
And Na'Vi Special as the MEA continues to rock the server, and HackerTory goes absolutely bombastic. That was wild stuff, giving HackerTory a FAMAS, putting him up against 17 Gaming, and we see fireworks.
Who's got him on his fantasy league?
Me!
And me, baby!
Yes!
That's why HackerTory has fireworks potential. And here's the thing, it's not even the first game where they did this. So said in the last one, comes out and gets a 5-popper. HackerTory goes 1v4 with the famous FAMAS, gets down to 8 HP and says, I'm not quite done yet. That was so much. I was screaming because that's the kind of fight you live for watching in PUBG.
No, amazing stuff coming out from the boys. And yeah, you can see here as coming around the corner, I thought he was going to be too low to try and find the fourth, but he didn't care. He didn't care.
And he did it with the last bullet.
Yeah.
There was nothing left in the chamber. It was his last minute. It was beautiful. He smiled when he got that win. And at the start of the show, we talked about teams to keep an eye on. And we brought up this idea that Na'Vi is now playing with nothing on their back. They should be through to PGC based on the performance of the rest of the region.
Yeah.
They're just playing their game, and they looked good in both of our first 2 matches.
And holding down the majority of that circle towards the end. I did think that maybe they were going to be a little bit disjointed from one another if SLAMG wanted to make a move. But in actual fact, they had all the angles covered, did Na'Vi. And again, with putting someone like HackerTory on that south side to deal with 17, it's the perfect person to be there to dismantle them.
I will also give a shout out to SLAMG getting all the way to second place, and they were caught in the kerfuffle on the south side with Liquid for a very long time. Remember that lockdown? It was a very precise, measured SLAMG that took that fight against Liquid, and when they got that sparking knock, they just let the dominoes fall.
Well, I hate to continue talking about EMEA.
Well,
however,
it's fine. I'm used to it.
But I mean, obviously, yes, they did a great job against Liquid, and then Twisted Minds comes in alongside them on the circle, and they're able to deal with them as well. This is why people in EMEA, the rumblings underneath, and the pundits out there are thinking to themselves, this team is a big prospect for us. Maybe not right now, but maybe in the future, but this is a great start.
If this team isn't, these players are. What their future looks like, I think, is bright. That, granted, Twisted Minds was definitely at a difficult position to try to deal with SLAMG. They were coming in and were surprised completely. That said, that's what you do. You capitalize on those moments, you take out the juggernauts. FaZe walking away with 6 kills. And again, 17 Gaming was like, you know what? We like the second time around.
With 7 kills and 1,777 damage. Is anybody writing this in the stars? What is going on?
That really does feel a little bit on the nose, but that's what 17 does. They dig that numerology. But here they are, the team stats. Chicken Dinner HackerTory does 6. He said, I loved your last game. I'm going to raise you a game 2.
Yeah,
so I assume game 3 is going to be a Ferris pop-off.
This was, well, we would hope so. We would hope so. But that will be HackerTory taking the man of the match as well. There is no other contender for that one, that's for sure. And I think, though, when you take a look at that and how that's been going down, it is quite the team to dismantle, is 17 Gaming. As we take a look at HackerTory here, I'm holding it for a little bit on HackerTory because I do want to talk about 17 Gaming. But yes, the flowers given to him here for our PGS 10. Love that we're seeing this kind of performance coming out from him, and it continues.
It does, deservedly so. I will also say that ability to get that 4 at the end and carry it comes to the fact that his team, in the middle of the match, I forgot who was against, he overextended on a push, got knocked, and his team kept him from the flush, got him back up, and was able to defend that man. So the team does deserve a lot of that credit.
Now, EMEA doing very well across these first 2 games. However, it does actually warrant addressing the fact that 17 Gaming in these last 2 games has looked great, despite eventually being taken down here at the end. But this now means that this is really already a different 17 Gaming to what we were seeing in PGS 9.
You know, here's the hard part of 17 Gaming. Their players have been together for 3-4 years respectively for the most part. And so I'm so used to these moments where I'm like, where is 17 Gaming? And then they come out and they win a PGS out of nowhere. They are hot and cold and you just never know which kind of tea you're getting from them. This PGS 10 feels like we're getting the good stuff.
Well, aside from that, we're having FaZe join these top spots from this previous game. Mission ready. 9 kills going the boys' way.
And they had a bunch of kills in the first one too. So they are not, I guess they're not playing for placement. They're playing for kill points. And honestly, when you've got a team that is basically, they have a sub in the form of Gats, right? Snakers was unable to attend. They brought him in. They said it's his dream to sort of play here at International, and he is playing well. They're doing well here today, and it's a good bounce back from the last PGS.
Well, the top spots will be taken for Na'Vi to start things off for our first 2 games. 17 Gaming, we were at 23 points. Virtus Pro trailing a little bit behind, but tied in that position here with SLAMG. PUBG. So as much as Twisted Minds gets the first game of the tournament so far, dismantled, pushed away by EMEA on that side.
Oh. A big sigh of relief from the peanut gallery. A little bit frustrating that two of the teams that are above them are EMEA, and none of them are the America teams, but we have time to bounce back. Falcons take the field tomorrow. There's plenty of time, but I do think that's a big one. The fact that Twisted Minds did go out early, broke the door open a little bit. It's still nice and tight at the top, and it is crazy that I am saying that at game 2 because I'm so used to the fact from the last BGS and the ones before that these guys are going to run away with it at some point.
We'll see. We'll see.
2 more games.
Scary, scary. Just 2 games. Just 2 games. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to go to a short break. When we return here for PGS 10, we got our wild card maps. It's time to say go ready to Rondo. We'll see you in a few.
And at long last, I caught the one I'd been waiting for. With steady hands, I crafted amazing furniture in no time. Down the wide, open road, I raced faster than everyone else. For the very first time, I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Bring that together. Suddenly they beat 2024.
Perfecting Snow able to get the first one, goes for the second, gets the second one as well, goes for the third.
Again and again, bringing home their 4th PGS trophy.
The Falcons are starting to kind of gather themselves, but Twisted Minds.
That opens it up for a kickstart. He just runs in and 17 is gone. Side Flame providing some support. Lower section.
Longs at the back of this house. He's got him dead to rights. That is filthy.
They're going to go for the res on to H-Win, but it doesn't matter. Tom move.
Between the windows, can they line in? And it is going to be 4 angry men that pick up the clutch.
Oh, that's huge for a tongue move.
The flush as well, but Sparking will go down there from Bean. Will spot out Aries, but John will take him out.
It's going. Oh, it's perfectly placed from Guyon.
Unless the Spaceman can do something, but it's not going to happen. Bago Pop, they won't be Tago Pop.
Going to change the game, has a problem. Oh, mission ready and trouble. Oh, is this going to be support?
He's got some kills.
This is the VP.
The spokes, is he going to spawn? He does, and that's going to be a follow-up.
And now, Shrimsy had to go somewhere. Yeah.
Purdy gets an opening knock onto it. Alo follows up as well. Go for this one, doesn't want to go around too fast.
Hold on, this is the VPFS. Oh, Luca, that was disgusting, but this didn't go so good.
Could be a whole bunch of other teams starting to take shots into the butts of both of these guys and forcing it down to this lower section.
is they also didn't qualify for grand finals at the first TWC. So what is it that happened?
But I mean, if
there we go.
Oh, Guyon.
Beep of Doom. Does the car go far enough?
Oh,
Push!
Keep going! No, it's going! It's going! Oh, it's perfectly placed from Guyon! He's going out really slow.
There you see the
Here we go, the grenade from Opons. First one, not going to be enough. The second one cleans him up, and he finishes off Nixie with the gun before he goes down in the end. And yeah, here's full sends him off of that knock. Will try to make the push, but Twisted Minds are ready, and they take out Full Sense as they add even more points to their already impressive total.
Util to work with, first one down already, just one more left to be found. Akan sat on his own in a 1 versus 3, and there he falls.
And there you have it, with a new PGS point record, your 4-time PUBG Global Series champion, Twisted Minds.
Erangel is done for the day as we hop on over to Takeo and Rondo to be followed by Miramon. So far today, it's EMEA on top. Twisted Minds coming up victorious in Game 1, followed by Na'Vi in Game 2. Who's the next one to come out victorious, maybe, Paul?
Virtus Pro? Yeah, why not? What are we doing? No, again, a military game in Game number 2. So they started off, at least we waited till Game 2 to get the crazy.
Valid,
right? So,
valid.
But, I mean, we saw, again, some amazing individual plays. Once again, we got the triumphant return of Bloomy all the way to the top 4, getting those placement points. And then we got to see late game SLAMG. I tell you what, the last time we saw SLAMG have a really good game, it was on a military circle as well. So it seems like things work out pretty nicely for them. But they gotta kind of figure out how to work it on all the other maps now too.
Also true, as we go on in to the first takeover of PGS 10 here between Group A and Group B, trying to see what they can get going on the first day of this tournament. Takeover's on the cards, and playing path is as fair as can be. Southeast to northwest, everyone should be able to go to exactly where they want as we take a look at the excavator here. Excavator? Is that what it's called? Excavator?
Close enough.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll just keep saying that until it becomes true. And everywhere else on Takeover. Incredibly beautiful map. Playability not always in your favor. A lot of open spots that are hard to maneuver through. And that's going to now be up for the players to figure out how do we maneuver these Takeover hills.
Who doesn't like construction implements? I mean, okay, this is very much a specifically a male thing.
Where are you going with
But at least at every point in some young boy's life, they had an obsession with construction equipment.
No,
I know I did. I know I did. I was a bulldozer stan from the we already talked about steamrollers in the last game. What's your favorite construction?
You know what? As a kid,
let me know.
I don't know if this is a thing on playgrounds in the US, but I'll do this very quickly because we have a game to get back to. But if you're Scandinavian, if you're a kid, probably honestly anywhere around Europe, those teeny tiny kids excavators where you can sit and in the sandbox do that yourself. That was every kid's favorite thing to play with in the young years growing up. And you know, with that, enough about construction tools. We'll talk about them if they become relevant again.
Fun.
Let's talk about bicycles instead. Elsa Dane, let's focus in on bicycles as she represented here with the South Circle come through as well.
Lock in on that Young Circle though. That's looking pretty spicy. Is FM Potion now is on the clock. They got to figure out what they want to do now that they are completely surrounded from all sides. And I got to tell you, I like SLAMG's odds in this one. They've got nothing but unplayable terrain at their back. back the whole game in front of them. This could set up nicely for them as long as they don't get wrapped on. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
And that's exactly it, right? And the split that they're setting up for right now with Art up on the northern side, honestly, keep 2 of them there on the south, like in and around the hospital area, and then send maybe Boostek or whoever they want a 2-2 split on the north up there, just to make sure that no one enters that southeast perimeter. If they can play that safely, through phase 1, preferably into like parts of phase 2 as well, that's going to set up for an incredible game for them. So get a little replay here. Hagatori, I mean, he had a highlight moment during PGS9 on that Miramar game. And here we are, right off the bat. That third one, the drop shot that comes through here, boom.
Oh. And then the absolute stones to have 11 rounds left, 9 HP, and still push that last player. Like,
you know what? Everyone on that team was just screaming, "Give Ace! Give Ace! Give him! Give him! Give him!" And he knew there was teammates there to, of course, help him if things went down as war fights happened. And once again, it's between 2 Korean teams. It happened during Game 1. It kind of happened during Game 2. And now it's Game 3 again. And you know what? The one team that's been in all these skirmishes? Bakopalm.
Oh, what a grenade!
But Bakopalm, early game instigators of shenanigans.
Khan, the chef, though. And Breakers, I mean, look, we talked about it not too long, I mean, just moments ago. When you are dead center C1, this is the kind of stuff that you got to be ready to deal with. And unfortunately for FM Pocheon, it looks like down to just 1 player here. It looks like they were not, in fact, prepared to deal with it.
If only Lurix knew that Akan ran off with 1 HP. I get that you want to flush the point and get it secured, but he could have tapped him once in the tippy toe, and that would have been 2 players now crawling around on the ground for him to take out. So for SLAMG, not only do they get a good position in the circle, now they get a chance to potentially come in here and clean up as well. But you got to be smart about it, got to be patient, and luckily, I mean, as we said, literally in the previous game in SLAMG's fight against Team Liquid, when they pull up, they do so in full. And this time around, honestly, with the circle being where it is, wise on them to think better of it.
Yeah, I'm really liking this from Slam. We'll see if it continues to play that way. But we did have a chance to get an interview with Young Gats.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Mission Ready International Alliance's GATS. That's a long name. Hey, you stepped in for the team at an important time. You filled the shoes as someone new to the global stage. Can you tell us what the challenges have been like for you, playing in an international global lobby?
It's definitely been a lot different than the regional lobby. Obviously, the players are a lot stronger mechanically, and I would say the strategy is more defined. It's kind of better in a way where it's more obvious what the teams are going to be doing. For me personally, it's been a struggle just getting back into it because I sat out for a little bit. I mean, you could see in the PGS9 group stage, I think I had like 3 kills, so not that good, but got 3 kills this game, so we're already doing better. But yeah, overall it's been super fun playing internationally, and yeah, we'll continue the momentum from this game.
You're breaking your own record already.
I am, I know.
All right.
That's all you can ask for.
Best of luck to MRIA. Bye.
There you go, Young Gats. I got to tell you, I was fortunate enough to go and have dinner with those boys during the off week, and that team is just such a good vibe.
The vibes. Yeah, I knew you were going to say it, yep.
Very laid back. I mean, you got 2 young fraggers in Bizzler and Gats, and then you got 2 just steady old heads with Michael and Vox. Like it is, and they all just seem to click really, really well together. So I'm expecting a lot of good things from that squad, in particular, Mr. Young Gats, as we see Twisted Minds making their way down into the zone.
Also, even more so, I mean, one of few cross-regional teams, right? I mean, they've had Roy Michael on the roster for a bit now, but this is the first time they really get to, meet up, hang out, be at the venues together, go play out and sat shoulder to shoulder. It makes a big difference for a team that's only really been able to perform via whatever Discords or online.
That is don't disrespect. That is PNC champion, Michael. As
yeah, true.
I gotta tell you, man, if I was fortunate enough to be a pro, like I would love to be on a team with Michael. Like he is
no doubt
just a great guy all the way around, and he's just always
bit of a trade-up, but we like
always relaxed, always chilling, and I'm glad that he decided to come over to the best side.
Yeah, you guys need all the help you can get. First it was the Aussies, and now you're taking the MEA kids too. It's crazy.
Hey, we're coming for Boostic next. All right, VP and Full Sense, of course, being the two orange teams, are going to be right in each other's midst as they are playing around the edge of the zone here. Luca Rux are actually edge of the map, really. They got water on their backsides. But Full Sense, I think, realizing that things are not comfy here, so let's go ahead and make a move.
Wise on them. Wise on them indeed. Make more space for themselves, trying to push further circles. Center issue is, I mean, Okyang is already occupied by 4am and parts of FaZe Clan as well. And there really ain't a whole lot to fight for early. Yes, it's a city. Yes, you get the comfort of that and being circle center. But with how the hills are playing all around, you're kind of in a canyon. You sat there on the valley, sat there in the middle of it. So you won't really have a good chance to scout of potential circles to rotate to from there. Overall, it's just not. It's not a good go-to. Let alone it being a city, of course.
It's a safety type situation, though.
Exactly.
Like, that's you drop spot, you loot spot, so you just kind of play it safe around there. As Beamy trying to be a sneaky little boy.
Wait, what? Beamy trying to be sneaky? When has he ever?
Yeah, I know. I know. Perish the thought. But fortunately for Full Sense, they were able to dip before the shots could land. But yeah, I mean, I think right now you see 4am and FaZe in Okyang, but they're not committed 4-man committed to that. Like they still are in the 2-2 splits or the 3-1 split in FaZe's case, where they're still gaining information about everything that's going on around them. As we see Lou kind of doing the same here for Twisted Minds.
This situation is actually kind of interesting because not only do we have Twisted set and they're split up on the northern side, which I mean they usually would be, and not so much that, more so the fact that you have Mission Ready coming in behind. You have changed the game coming in on that northeast as well, and with Twisted not being ready, I mean in 4 to take this potential fight versus 17, you can see Lou, of course, aware that there's a team in front. But if they get pulled up on from behind, it's going to be very hard for Lou to try and join that team fight, to try and engage, because he knows that as soon as he turns his back and fights the other way, 17 is going to be on him.
Yeah, he's going to be very exposed. And, I mean, 17 and 4am also kind of right around in that same location. But we'll keep an eye on that. Everything going off to the north, change the game, it looks like is going to cover a little bit farther east as Luca Rux. Oh, Birdie Round, you're in a bad spot. Big spray from the fragger from Virtus Pro.
Good to see him popping off Virtus Pro through groups in PGS9 were, I mean, honestly, 99% of their success came through on Miramar. So good to see them have a strong start to Erangel today. Now off to a good start here on Takeo as well, as we go from one fight straight to another. And, well, the tale continues through this tournament so far. It's Korea fighting amongst themselves once more.
Look at that, SGA, they're going to lose one, and then immediately, yeah, he's just going to hop in the vehicle and try to rejoin the rest of his team. I mean, this is 2 duos, essentially. I mean, the rest of the Freaks, Deal and Salute, still nowhere kind of near this. SGA, Zephyros, and Hane off on their own as well. So, and they might actually end up with a few more problems here. It's changed the game, as we mentioned just moments ago. Still hugging hard on that east, right up against the unplayable. So they might be over in this area quickly as Lou continues to creepy step.
And this is the thing. Here's the reaction play from Twisted Minds. They have Lou already set up in front. They hear Mission Ready.
Shift to the north.
Exactly. They hear Mission Ready coming in to backfill. They go, great, now we can't sit in this split anymore. We have to react to this. If there's a team coming in the northern side right now, we give up that angle. We take the fight forward. And here they are. Lou has been spotted, though. Element of surprise gone.
Oh, no. The timing just unfortunate there for Lou, as he will drop a smoke, still try to escape Xiaobei. The shots are actually being taken at Perfectix. I don't think he had the angle onto Lou, but it looks like Lou is just giving him the nod, saying, look, you know, I'm kind of in a spot here. But Twisted Minds, they're pulling up on this. They actually want the fight.
They have to. They got backfilled by Mission Ready, and that's the issue, right? And that's why they were setting up the way that they were, so they were ready to either commit or not to this fight. So good on Twisted to now finally be here all 4. Thing is, for 17, how much do you want this fight? And if you don't want it, where the hell do you go? Do you just concede to sharing this?
I'm not sure. Mission Ready doesn't look like they're comfortable or happy just backfilling, but actually, no, they should be very happy.
They're chilling. They are chilling.
Box is looking over in that direction, but he gets spotted out. Oh, no. That's a bad knock for Mission Ready, as Twisted Minds still heads on swivels, despite the fact that they're in that full 4v4 versus 17.
Thing is here, I mean, Twisted Minds has a chance right now to go back and say, you know what? This is our opportunity to get out of here. We don't want to be in this compound with 17. If there's one thing Twisted Minds hates more than anything, that is having to share. Whenever teams try to pull up, and they always use Util to try and dislodge early on, they want to spread out. They want to take control. So with that knock come through, they saw the immediate car transition on over. They now know it's a 2-2 set on the northern side. They might be up to try and see if they can get out of this compound altogether at some point. point if they get the opportunity to once more.
Saw Team Liquid getting some presence there as the west side of the zone so open after all the teams left BatulinS.
Yep.
Na'Vi once again just has, I mean, acres of real estate to themselves. BegoPa, meanwhile, trying to fight their way in from the south. I think they realized that Virtus.pro was there and don't have the angles just yet. The Freaks, meanwhile, they see the drop, and Wenbo all by himself once again changed the game in a big, wide split, but Wenbo has no one defending him.
Exactly. Heaven peeking on over. Does have a P90 Wenbo up ahead of him, so if he doesn't hit the first shots, you can be sure that Wenbo is going to have the upper hand in the fight return, but the question is whether he's going to get to shoot or not. He won't. Heaven, double headshot connected, finds Wenbo, takes him down, and that's a big boy gun out of the hands of Change the Game.
It's just like, it's like opening all your presents on Christmas and then just being told that they're all going away right afterwards. As Wenbo did all the looting for him, as Freaks still gotta be diligent with how they push this. They don't know where the rest of Change the Game is, so they'll be a little bit careful here. Seongjang going to get the knock on a Nixie, and that's going to slow things down here for Virtus.pro, who looked like they were kind of thinking about making the move.
Yeah.
BegoPa just backfilling, as we saw.
Exactly.
Finally find that angle.
Is that southern side, and everyone knew there was going to be a lot of teams down there because we saw the first circle pop. A lot of teams trying to make that hard southern rep to get in and get a good entry point, but with more and more teams coming in, everyone sat down here, had to play it real slow, and VP once again, I mean, they lost Correxia early on in the previous game, and while it's a bit later,
they look at
lose
that.
one early on here once again.
Once again, BuriRam in the blue as well. You saw Edie's name tag falling off on that hill, but BegoPa, I mean, 5 kills for BegoPa now after wiping out FM Potion early, as we see another hard shift, and it's going to go back to BatulinS. And look at Na'Vi just in the perfect position.
They haven't gone in and proper scouted BatulinS yet, but given that, of course, I mean, they know FaZe land there, they know that FaZe usually don't stick around there unless if they're absolutely forced to. Given that they haven't been fighting, I think they can pretty much take for granted that it's going to be free as BatulinS missing shots he normally wouldn't, and then as soon as I say that, connects the double headshot immediately after. Heat gone down mid-transition, trying to drive through here. Not going to be easy for Seoul Gaming Academy.
Look at this. Right off of that pop, BegoPa going to run right back into Virtus.pro's midst as BuriRam is on the backside as well. They're going to do a little jousting in the field. Seongjang gets him low, but no! Corexi will get the knock after Lucarux just baited him.
Yep, get the run around, trying to get the res on through as well. It is phase 3, so you can still res in the bullets. Lucarux able to find one more now. Help comes in from afar. Edie at a distance, able to get one. Lucarux though goes down as well. And BegoPa down to just one, but again, in a salvage game situation, being able to claim 7 points. As much as this one has been from one fight to another, BegoPa can't complain too hard as we now see Pimi. Uh-oh, he only has 5 first aids. What is going to do?
Back in his natural habitat. Well,
first aids. Any first aids?
Well, you know, it's good to know if you're Virtus.pro, I mean, when you have a game that doesn't necessarily go your way, that you got a backup plan.
Oh yeah.
In a guy like that is just good at working the blue.
Yeah.
It is still a skill.
Oh no,
top level.
No doubt. No doubt at all. The late arrivals up here in the north. I mean, again,
it's a big fight,
I think, yeah, exactly.
Actually.
I think Team Liquid initially wanted to rep south around, but heard the commotion, saw it in the kill feed as well. We're like, nah, you know, we'll play it slow. We'll come in north over BatulinS, and they're arriving to the circle now at the exact same time, or a little before, but around the same time as DN Freaks as Alo warmed up and ready to go, finds Cumin.
Yeah, this is a huge fight because everything on the north side of BatulinS is completely open. So whoever wins this basically has control of the north until Mission Ready decides to get involved.
Exactly.
The utility going to fall just a little bit too far for the Freaks. Cumin still bleeding out. Deal has been picked out, and nice shots from Sparking. Get him out of the vehicle before he can escape.
I feel like this is too good enough opportunity to miss out on if you're Mission Ready. You can see Michael now actually starting to flex out of here as well, to try and engage on it. That fight in the compound on the southern side finally taking place, and so far it's got 17 written all over it. BatulinS, Lou, the only 2 players left alive for Twisted.
Oh, catching Example and Perfectix out at the worst time here, but good work from 17 as another grenade will fall in. Nicely placed, will take down Lou, and it's all down to Batu hiding in the corner.
Yeah, not too much he can do, and if you're 17 here, do you let the solo linger, or do you just say, you know what, let's commit 4, let's go over, let's wipe him, get that done with, so we can set up for the circle to come, which is going to pop right here, right now, and they do get it, so even more of a reason why they want to get this over with now.
Just a brutal, brutal game of hard shifting circles here as 4 AM will get Xiaolu. And they have a compound inside a zone, so that's a nice pickup for them. BatulinS still trying to survive through the smokes, waste 17 time as much as possible. Will at least get the flush onto Xiaowu, so that'll slow things down, make 17 think twice.
And this is and honestly, I mean, as great as 17 is, because I can't take anything away from them given they have won PGS twice with this roster, this is where I feel like they've come up short lately. It's the up close engagement, which in the past they were one of the best teams in the world at executing. But in a moment like this, like, why do you have one of your best fraggers push up alone against BatulinS with no ankle cover there? I know that 4AM is on one side, but now you open up the approach for SLAMG to come inside the compound as well. Go over, get the execution done, take out this Twisted Minds player in 4, and then flex out once more. Now you're sat with 2 teams in your compound.
Maybe a little bit of split focus coming from 17. I think they were so concerned about getting pushed that they didn't want to commit the full squad into cleaning out Twisted Minds. And in the end, they end up losing 1 for it, and the squad still ends up pushing. So 17 having to really stretch themselves thin to cover what's left of this compound.
Yeah, we see there the fight from before. Bago Part trying to fend off and honestly hunt down initially. Vard is pro and successful in doing so for the most part. Still, though, Beanie is alive, so they lost 1, but 7 kills for them. They'll be happy with that.
Not too shabby, not too shabby. So you see SLAMG, well, they still just arrived, so they don't know everything going on. A salute, yep, that's not going to work. DNF will go down, and that's big for Team Liquid. That's a nice start for them.
Yeah.
They do lose 2 in the process, unfortunately. It seems like Team Liquid just cannot get out of a 4v4 fight cleanly.
5 first aid still, so he was able to find a few, but where do you go from here if you're Beam? Is he running into Buxonsa? I think that's the direction he's headed, or at least backfilling Burr. I mean, he's hearing the vehicles now. Should see the silhouette of Edie over that hillside as well. But only phase 4, he can run for a bit.
Distance. Yeah, Edie's expecting him, I think.
For good reason as well.
Oh,
yeah, saw him.
There he is.
There you are. Able to take him down. But to stay on 17 for just a second, I think that's what I'm missing that was there before. Courage. The confidence to go out and take some of those fights. As you said, they don't want to commit too hard to any of it. As we now go back to once more seen, and the vehicle just exactly taps the shoulder of Rifts, and that should be enough to take him down. Dimas has to prone down and heal. Should be easy pick up for Soset if he peeks on over.
I mean, once again, I feel like I was just about to compliment Buriram with the way they've been playing this game. They've been comfortable playing out of the blue, coming in late, and they were finding a little bit of success, kind of being that third-party team. Already 3 kills, and just a minor, just the smallest of mistakes. They lose 1 essentially for free as we get another hard shift back to the compound that 17 is at. They were definitely going to be missing that 4th player right now as they share the compound with SLAMG.
Remember saying that this one was going towards Buxonsa? Well, ever since we said that, it's been doing everything it possibly could to get out of there. Swinging back east here once more into that compound, you said, with 17 Gaming and all the other teams now, with the hillside still being played, with the compound proper, taking up the southeast side of the circle center. Going out into these fields is so incredibly dangerous, and we're seeing the result of it right here.
Feel like Martin is off somewhere saying, like, "Oh, you guys, it would never go to Buxonsa. The heat maps." Well, like I don't memorize the heat maps. I'm sorry, guys. I will just call it like I see it instead of trying to predict. But the one prediction I will say, Navi, we're looking great. They still have that high ground on Buxonsa, but now this has kind of made their easy game up until now turn into a little bit more difficult as they have to make it through those fields, those ridges. Like, there's stuff there to play, but it's already occupied.
Perfect world, you get a third-party opportunity. The issue is they can't wait around much longer to try and wait for that to happen, so they have to try and pull up on their own, and they do so right here. Hangi falling down, did go with the nade. I'm not sure if he was able to throw it before fall, and he might not have been. That could have easily been 2 down on the side of Na'Vi. As the remaining change the game players now try to fend off, but again, hillside still in play. If Na'Vi can survive for just a minute and a half, that's going to force FaZe over the ridgeline themselves and should disallow for them to try and peek aggressively into the fields the way they're doing right now.
I'm telling you, FaZe might only have 1 kill, but I feel like every player on that squad has over 300 damage here as we see the push coming in from Change the Game. See if they can get close enough to get in utility range. Tiantan all by himself is... oh no, FaZe. James was off on an island by himself. Akan will spot him out. So Begapaw's still in it, but this is what we were looking for. Can they get in range? Good shots after a good utility from Tianchan. Let's follow it up. Now mortars are coming as well. as there's just nowhere to be safe right now.
Nope, those fields were hard enough to play already. Now we have all the teams from afar engaging with mortars in tow. As Na'Vi, again, trying to dislodge Seongjang and change the game. If they can force him to go elsewhere, if they can take him out, I mean, that would be even better. But just buy time is all they're looking for right now. Force FULSENS the other way as well on that southern side, because they're looking your direction too.
Okay. All right, we got some damage on the Seongjang. He's still dancing around over there. The possibility to get a res on extends still on the table here, especially if he can get behind that vehicle. That'd be great.
Grenade.
Last one left. He's so low. As we see the ripples going through the water, and Belmoth will finish him off.
I'm able to clean that one up. Good job on FULSENS, keeping Taker on the hillside as well, at least as much of a hillside as there is left to work with, but still enough of a high ground. Just a little bit of elevation is going to give him an angle to look down over the ridge into the fields proper and be the covering fire that FULSENS needs as they now go close to quarters with Na'Vi. That is, if they want to make the play all the way there, because Na'Vi shouldn't be ready for it. I say that. Finally, so it falls.
Yeah, the fields are just going to be super bloody and violent here, and whoever survives is just left to go run right into the jaws of 17 and SLAMG. FULSENS with 5 kills so far, 4 alive still, but I think they're realizing their situation. They're trying to get as many points as they can off of this. Na'Vi in the same boat.
Circle shifts to the compound once again. Nowhere else to play other than inside there. And FaZe, yeah, exactly. FaZe, they're flexing out, trying to take control. And I was tracking Akan pushing up and taking out Jeems earlier. Got to feel bad for him. Didn't expect to see him there. They were looking for the compound for an entry. Sure. As soon as Jeems got there, got shot in the butt by Akan.
4 AM also laughing during this one is if they get a little bit more circle luck, and if they can clean up anything that's coming out of those fields, it'd be fantastic. Belmoth getting knocked there for FULSENS will put a wrench in the planning of FULSENS as Na'Vi, well, the time has come. We got to go somewhere. That knock may have opened up a little bit of a door, but Vanadol in perfect position will get one. The second one will go down to Flash, and it is all down to Sosed, but he's got a rock to work with, so that is not the worst thing ever.
Not the worst thing. Taker, though, playing at a distance. Good point. Gonna make things a little bit more difficult again. Get whatever you can off of this. Sosed, while in the past it's been all about Nagatori Ferris as well, Sosed has been delivering on the individual performance as of late. He's not done just yet. If he can isolate this battle, because you can see Taker is on the move now, has to make a play for the circle.
Mission Ready also starting to get involved in this. As they're a latecomer on that high side. As Sosed still eating. Boy, this guy's having a game for himself. As he gets another one, will go down to the blue in the end. But boy, FULSENS just got absolutely bodied.
A bit of a misread on that one too on the side of FULSENS, because as soon as you hit Sosed that hard, he's in blue already. You know he can't heal, and he knows it too. That's why he goes for the knock. And with that, able to get the kill. So had he stayed behind that deployable cover just a little bit longer, let the blue do the damage for you, it could have been the downfall of Sosed early on, and maybe you get your 2 men back up alive. But in this case, just going to be Taker left alive on the side of FULSENS. BatulinS with a Panzer in hand. Take out the approaching 4 AM. A triple knock for him, but goes down as well. Is there a world where Longs gets the reses here? He should not be allowed to.
There's no way he should be allowed to do this. Lil Ghost of Xiaobei have to see what is happening here as Hane will just snake his way on the other side of the berm from Mission Ready. They have no idea he's there. But look at this, 4 AM, it looks like, okay, no, 17 is going to make the push. Wow. And Vard will get in there. Vard actually going to be the one that gets it. So 3 points now picked up for BatulinS off of just a Hail Mary Panzerfaust.
The no counterplay boomstick comes out victorious. 4 AM thought they were safe in approaching. There's been no sounds made on the east side of this compound in forever. Little did they know that BatulinS were there ready and waiting.
Good eyes from Box.
Yeah, definitely. Good snake watch on his part. As FaZe now with south side control in this next one, looking to make moves to go even further.
Okay, Mission Ready, finding themselves in late game again here. News for them. Do lose 1 along the way. It looks like their knock player, actually that can get Vox back on his feet, I think, but I mean, they're just having to survive the onslaught of utility being sent over, but you can't imagine that Tigger has too much left in the bag as we get the replay here of Batu. Yep. Oh, boy.
What do you even do?
They
as soon as they see him come around, they call him, they're like, yeah, guys, we did. There's nothing we can do.
They saw it coming. And
There's nothing they can do about it. Is he laughing? You know what? I think he's frustrated, saying, "Oh, I'm not gonna get those kills. If we queue 10 seconds there, wait, I got them. Okay, that's cool. I'll take it." But,
hey, you know, he's a little bit happier now that he Fex helped his regional player out by getting that last knock. But 17, they take over that prior spot, and now they've got what, 4, 5, 6 boxes of loot there that they can kind of clean up on and expand their utility a little bit.
Exactly, utility, you mentioned it. 4AM has only been fighting at a distance through this entire game, so they should be coming in with everything in terms of nades. Look at that 17 gaming with 14 nades that they can deploy at their convenience.
And meanwhile, Mission Ready doing a good job fighting from the fields. They'll take out Magore, who was that solo player from SLAM, separated from the rest of the team to try to hold things. Lurex will get the knock on a Gustav, and this is actually going to open up a little bit more of a door here.
Oh.
Ready to make their way in. Arctics, though, now Vard has gone down. Fex, the last player left alive for FaZe, as Gats and Bizzler will take down Lil Ghost.
Love the reaction play from Fex here as well, realizing, wait, now everyone is fighting. Maybe I slow things down. Maybe I try and go for the rest here. Mission Ready once again able to make it into the top 4, where someone successful on Erangel earlier. And now here once more have made it into the late game.
Get out, get out. Oh, he just gets out. Okay.
Safe rest, by the way.
Safe rest. Safest possible rest here. Lurex are going to spot out Bizzler, though, so that is going to take Mission Ready down to 2, as everybody is just busted here. And I'm doing this for the desk. It's going to be a 2v2v2v2 for the win.
It is indeed. Xiaobei and 7-7, they are going to be in the back line of this. I mean, honestly, with how this one is lined up, they should have top 2 guaranteed. We'll see if that's going to happen or not, as it's Fex and Gustav alongside the Mission Ready boys, moving side by side towards this circle. Michael able to shoot Gustav, find the knock with it.
You cheeky boy. Michael gets back behind the wall. As Mission Ready, it's going to just be an instant res here. Oh, that's a good grenade, but just falls short. 17 still has so much real estate to kind of work with here. You got to imagine SLAM is sitting low on utility at this point. At the end of the day, it still works, right?
Not sure if that's why Gustav wanted that smoke to go. If it was, great. He smokes off the transition there, but I think he wanted to smoke off Lurex on the other side, because this is exactly it. Now they need to deploy more of them. Lurex is single-handedly trying to fend off against them, though. The pressure not being applied from 17 on the flip side of this. They're taking it very, very careful out towards that eastern side, as Fex does go down. Lurex down as well, so multiple teams taking casualties.
Oh, Mission Ready is just being so opportunistic right now, pushing in as this fight is playing out. Gustav will go down to Xiaobei, as FaZe will go out in 4th place. Lurex back on his feet, so SLAM can defend their warehouse once again, but 17, I mean, look how much they can do. There's so many different angles they can play. They can move around. They know where everybody is. Nobody else knows where they is. The only thing they got to be careful about, you can't get knocked here if you're Xiaobei or 7-7-0. Well, this is feeling like a good finish for 17.
Crossfire set up, and the opponents have no way of knowing exactly where they're positioned, because all they can focus on right now is what's happening right as they enter this next room. No flashes on the side of MRIA. One flash on the side of SLAMG. I don't know if it's on Art or if it's on his teammate, but if you underhand that one outside the building, he could be in for a good one. Lurex finds one, Art finds the other. Will go down to the blue in the end of it, though. So Lurex, I mean, with him crawling on forward, could potentially be irreversible, but now the push comes through. They know it. They know exactly where they have from Lurex. 1v2 for the win.
And the flashbangs are going to come through. Xiaobei going to be the one that tries to get the kill there, and there you go. He will flush him out, and 17 Gaming will get the win here on Taego.
It wasn't pretty, but they come out victorious in the end of it. Again, a 5-kill win, 15 points. You'll take that any day of the week, but my mind still goes back to the one-man push when you're 4 in a compound against BatulinS, losing Xiao Wu of all players, one of the best mechanical players in China. More could have been made off of this game, but still, they're going to be satisfied with a 15.
Hey, I don't know how much more they could have been made if they got the win, but, you know, it is what it is. You got to be happy with what you got, and 17 is happy right now with that win on Taego.
We came off the back of talking about 17 Gaming having 2 banger games despite not getting the victory, and they're able to do it in game number 3 here for PGS 10. That is a strong win for them after we saw it get down to the wire with the 2v2v2v2.
I loved it.
And of course, 17 does walk away with the win.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a completely different 17. They had a weakish showing in 9 coming out at 12th place, which you know they're not going to be happy with. But they're one of those teams that we said, hot, cold, which one are you getting at this event? 17 starts strong, and that's the thing about 17 is they just keep rolling. Now, I don't understand how the numbers work to make 10 their victory opportunity, but they're pulling those numbers right now.
Yeah, you've left me on the spot. I shouldn't be doing caster math. That's a bad
never
sign.
Caster math.
Yeah. Oh, no.
But I will say, the math right now is that their 3 games are adding up to a really good first place in the overall rankings. Because while we have seen Twisted Minds have a couple of misses here, we've seen some of our other top teams fall off. Navi got knocked out a little bit early. 17 has been nothing short of consistent, both in fights and getting to good spots early.
I was going to say, like, as you look at that final moment there, maybe a small bit of greed going for that flush. That being said, though, now that I think about it a little bit more, there was only ever one other location the other SLAMG player could have been, right? So he was definitely ready to go for that flick as they were able to wipe them out. I think good for 17 Gaming that in the, 2v2v2v2 situation, the rest of the teams are all very pinned in one location. 17 took huge swathes of land to pin them in that spot and just clean up.
Yeah, I think the swing flush, just to touch on that, I think is necessary because the only way you stop that, the only way they get that kill is if your downed player pre-calls the pre-fire, right? When you're trying to swing him. So that flush means that he no longer has that extra access to information and you're going to have a little bit of a jump. So either way, 17 was hungry for kills. They were lusting for them and they got them every single time. We asked who can slow down Twisted Minds. I didn't think it was going to be 17 based on what I saw at PGS 9, but based on their start here and how they're leading into the first day of group stages, it could very well be them.
They are one of the names that historically has been the one to challenge Twisted Minds. Like, even I asked them when we were at EWC as well, Twisted Minds is seen as the most consistent team of all time at this point. But 17 Gaming, you guys are equally up in that conversation, right? So what do you guys think about it? And they, answered back saying, we think we are very consistent, but not quite as where Twisted Minds is. But it goes to show that they know how consistent that they can be on a battleground like this. Didn't materialize in the previous one. So far, looking good for this one.
And when they talk about consistency, they almost feel like the kind of team that is so pedigreed that they're like, yeah, we're okay with kind of laying back on this one. And then we're mad that everybody was unhappy with our 12th place finish. So you know what, let's just go into this next one and try really, really hard. And then they come out and they get a top 3 finish. And that is sort of what we've seen from them over and over again, is a bad tournament followed by 1 or 2 really smashing tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, there was always in previous tournaments, I would almost always have a member of them on my fantasy.
100%.
And then, when we came to groups for PGS 9, I did that. And then I took them off after seeing what we were seeing at the beginning.
That was a mistake because I also did not trust that 17 would bounce back. Not on day 1 at the very least. So to have them come out and do that again is actually really impressive. I also want to give some flowers to MRIA. Another game where we see them getting into the back. They had to fight tooth and nail. They were the only team to make it out of the fields, right? Those fields, when it shifted towards the buildings, became essentially a death trap. We saw team after team, even though Navi fought valiantly, get eliminated out there. MRIA got in with almost their full strength, which I was very impressed by for a largely rookie team.
Thankfully for Tago, like those fields, they work out so that multiple teams can exist alongside them, right? They're a little bit more forgiving than an Erengel field, than a Miramar Open, right? So those teams going there, I mean, obviously Navi kind of found themselves in a bit of a rough spot in the middle of it. But
not a bad choice. I would argue they got there maybe 24 seconds too early because they took some damage from the high ground, maybe move with the blue, but at that point, you're in a good spot.
Phase angle all the way.
Exactly, and that was a little rough. If they had waited a few more seconds, maybe that goes away, but how can you really know, right? The fact is they got in there, they smoked off, they brought those Doritos in for a little bit of cover, but at the end of the day, they dodged the bullets and lasted way longer than I expected and did pick up some kills.
Well, eventually we'll take a look at the numbers from that game and see how everything kind of boiled down from that one. But I think one thing for sure is that 17 Gaming's already shoring up the defenses to go into the final, which is already a much better start than what we saw at PGS 9. That's good because we do believe that's one of the names that can contend with Twisted Minds at the top and topple them from being able to take effectively the 5 PGSs.
Another one, if we're talking about teams that have caught us off guard from the bottom to the top, we've had MRIA, SLAMG. This is their second place already starting it off. Back in the end game, they told me we're an edge team. We're the best edge team in EMEA. It did not work at PGS 9. They've made some adjustments. We're seeing them go to spots a little bit sooner right now. And more importantly, it feels like the team is open to just go fight, and the fights have worked out in their favor, and I think they're going to be, when we see the numbers, top 3 on the leaderboard.
They found some earlier central spots in these couple of games as well, and I'd love to, now what we've seen from these 3 games, go and ask them, okay, so relative to, you know, having that edge style that was working out so well in the MEA, what is the slight adjustment? Have you decided to move a bit more proactively towards those center spots? And it does seem to work out, with 12 points going the way for the SLAMG boys. If they continue this on, they'll get to group stage, they'll get to grand final, which is already beyond what they did in PGS9.
I mean, you know, I think Boosted came into this thinking, man, and I think a lot of us had this thought of he could be Rookie of the Year, this could be this really big future player. You got to get to finals to be able to make that argument. So this is a big chance for them to do that. I liked that Gats interview where he said it's more predictable international lobbies. I think SLAMG and MRIA, as they are now in 3rd and 4th place, have found a little bit more of understanding of how this works.
Well, the big mix-up, though, of course, is 17 Gaming being at #1, 39 points after 3 games is a fantastic result for them so far, because prior we did not really see that come to fruition for PGS9. That said, though, the rest of China got to step up a little.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a big challenge over there on the right side of the leaderboard. Make some big moves at the top. That said, I, again, super hyped to see Na'Vi turning it around, being up there in the top as well, and some shake-up as Twisted Minds isn't struggling to keep up, but they're not leading the way I thought they would after 3 games.
You saw 17 Gaming there chomping away, chewing up the competition as SLAMG and Twisted Minds looking to get ready to Rondo. We got 3 more games coming at you here for day number 1 of the group stage for PGS 10, and so far, so good. But we will see now as we dive into Rondo to figure out everything that's going to go down. Let's head to the casters.
A tricky takeover that took us from a guaranteed Buksansa into the open fields and then into the 17 compound. And now we go over to Rondo to see who's going to be the victor of Wildcard Map 2 here in day 1 of the PGS 10 group stages.
They're not called easy shifts. They're called hard shifts.
Yeah,
they call that for a reason.
No shift is an easy shift for everyone.
Actually, no. They call that because they go hard in one direction, right?
Yeah.
But they are also hard to play.
Any other...
Tune in next time for more
any other genius one-liners you want to throw at us? Where are you, they?
I got a million of them.
Yep, I can see. I'm here. I get... That's the joy. That's my reward for casting with you, as I get to hear your gospel.
You're welcome.
Yep, exactly. As, I'm sure all these players will be as well. Take notes, write down everything Poro says. It's nothing but gold nuggets as we will now make landfall here. Buram, last team out of the plane. Is it because they were the last team back in their seats? I'm not sure, but they're going to be fine going north.
Could be. Could be, honestly. Well, I'm actually a little concerned about this 4 a.m. SGA. No, I'm not concerned about it anymore. I changed my mind.
Okay. Anything else
this,
you want to...
This is a little bit more concerning. A little bit of
fine. There's no guns.
Bagel pot. Don't run over him with the bike. Come on. Get out of there. All right.
He's gone.
We're all good. Everything's
good.
Happy.
Circle is all good as well. Little Jadina City out there in the southeast. I see you. I know it's not going to happen, but I'll keep saying it until someday that it does.
Well, this is another one of those weird ones where if it does hard shift in a direction like, I don't know, to the south, right?
Yeah.
There's a big, obvious water feature in the middle of that kind of throws a wrench into the works for teams that are having to make a decision. Okay, do I play west? Do I play east? Now, I think most of the time teams opt to play towards the east, but it's a little bit chunkier. I'm sorry, the west, rather. It's a little bit chunkier on the east this time.
Definitely. It's also, I mean, this circle in particular have kind of become our new test track circle.
Like
I feel like we've been out here to the east. I mean, when are we giving the west some love? I'm not quite sure. But we've been out here east multiple times now in a row, and we'll see if this one's going to bring some excitement with it too. As you said, River in play all the way through there. So early game commitment for most teams. And what are you gambling on? Of course, more accessible land on the east, but that doesn't always tell the tale.
We got to look at 4 a.m. there moments ago. Still struggling with their day 1 demons, as they've only got 3 points on the day after putting in I mean, obviously nobody was really expecting them to do what they did in the grand final.
Exactly.
And but remember last time, group stage, they started off with 10 points in day 1, and then they turned around and still made the final. So hopefully they get the ship righted here in the final 3 games of the day. But 4 a.m. in some dangerous territory right now.
And we mentioned it coming into the show, and I mean, Gats pretty much hit the nail on the head, as the desk was saying too, is yes, global PUBG is more predictable. It's easier to scan and see what's happening because there's a lot of data to go off of, and everyone kind of knows what everyone's doing. That's the paradox of the success of Twisted Minds, is that they don't do anything that surprises anyone. Everyone knows what they do, but how do you deal with it? So now go for a little interview with Beamy. Bloomy. Let's see what he has to say.
I think like at least after the first 2 days in the finals, we kind of realized like we're playing incredibly well right now, but like, you know, with how Twisted has been playing, it's kind of impossible to like catch up to them unless they start playing bad. So like we all just agreed like just play like how we've been doing, be proud of it, and then the other tournament, this would have been enough to win the tournament. So just be happy with how we played. I think the best I can say is that you guys played incredibly well at PGS9, but we're gonna come for the PGS10 trophy.
And he's saying it right there. I mean, kind of underlining the same sentiment is no one is willing to go out of their way to take out Twisted. With how the lobby functions right now, with how the flow of the game is, it plays so heavily into the playstyle of Twisted Minds that too, of course, plays a factor. I mean, Twisted Minds have just been able to assert dominance and pretty much been able to decide how these lobbies function for the most part through the mid-game on their side of the circle. So if no one is willing to go out and say, no, we'll change our playstyle to try and counter Twisted Minds. As Beamy is saying, we were satisfied with what we were doing. In any other tournament, this would have been enough. They're just unstoppable. What are you going to do? So it takes your guts. It takes your up-and-coming teams that are unpredictable to go out and say, no, we'll do it our way. We don't care about the norm of how you're supposed to play globals. We'll do it differently. Oh. And so will Luke, set up here, ready and waiting. Seongjang once against Bagopop. Early game action.
Yeah, I mean, you know, talking to those guys, they realize that they kind of have the magic potion, right? And to the extent to where, you know, I think that they've actually requested that their team comms not be put on stream when they do the individual team streams. I think they've requested that they not be on that because they feel like teams are watching their whole playback, listening to their comms, and feeling how they're playing the game, how they see the game, and that was kind of putting them at a disadvantage. So I don't blame them at all for doing that, and obviously still having a great amount of success.
Question time in that case, and I'll happily open the conversation to chat and everyone watching as well. What would you rather? Give access to everyone to hear your team comms, but you also get access to every single team's team comms, or keep it to yourself? Like, does the reward of getting all teams communication, of course it's a little difficult if teams communicate in Korean and Chinese and whatever if you're a Western team, but does the reward of getting those team comms outweigh the potential dangers that is other teams hearing what you're saying?
You know, I look at it from a fan standpoint. Yeah. I want to be able to watch these guys, and I want to hear how they communicate, and I want to see how I want to see the game the way they see it. And you know, they will from time to time still like say, okay, we can do this, but at the beginning of the tournament specifically, they're just kind of like, we prefer not if possible. And you know, and most of the times it works out pretty well. We see Buriram getting that sky cam. The Buriram Air Force. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. Getting that worked up here on the far northeastern side of the circle. A lot of room to work around. But yeah, I mean, look, Twisted Minds, one of the best teams in the world. Anytime you get the opportunity to dig a little deeper into the way they see the game, the way they talk about the game, even just looking at the way they drop pings on a map, and how they scout things. If you're a smart team or a smart coach, a smart analyst, you're going to pick up so much from that. And, you know, and I can understand why it's a legitimate concern for them.
I've always been of the mindset of have everything be public. That way, yes, okay, one specific team might not be able to have a certain advantage after it's been sort of leaked what they do, but have everything be public and the entire scene grows together. That's always been my
look, man. I'm not worried about the scene growing. I'm worried about winning tournaments.
I mean, I know we are. But from again, as you're saying, from a viewer perspective, from an outside perspective of the specific team, is the more public all this access is, whether it be game demos and whatnot available. Hopefully that happens someday as well. It's only gonna make every single team, so much better.
Well, we see Mission Ready making their way in. Now they got a phase issue that might be slightly concerning, but I don't think phase is exactly posted up by any.
No, they're not. They're not wanting to find at all.
They're still kind of moving around, scouting around.
Yep.
But if Fex, who is the tail man here, spots something out here or gets an idea, but it doesn't look like he did, and right off the bat, Gustav is going to fall in the crosshairs of Michael and will go down to Vox. Fex, fortunately, is right there to smoke him off, but they better be quick about it because Mission Ready's coming.
What's the response on this one? Kai is rolling away as well. Fex has to go up, try to fend off, try to pufferfish as best as he can, but Mission Ready is going to call the bluff on this one. He is on his own for now. At least James trying to get up here, trying to get into position to try and help out. Smokes are there, which will bait the initial util, but look at Vard. This crossfire angle could be huge if he can fight one or maybe two.
Affects the front man, though, the first spray, but no, he doesn't hit it, and Bizzler will survive with 21 HP, and now FaZe is up against it as James is the only one here. They still got Vard way off in the distance as an insurance policy, trying to provide support from range, but we'll see if James can get something done here, but that's good utility. It's fallen just on top of him, gets him down to half HP, and here comes Mission Ready just pushing.
Fex out there shooting blanks. That is not a whiffed spray you ever see that man make. Always very consistent when it comes to his ARs. This time around, though, not working out for him as James now util on hand, try to fend off against Fox, who will be seen on the other side. James with the on-the-hand 8, no. Able to get one on down. So maybe there's a reset opportunity for them. Now there's more teams shooting. Gats going down as well. Vard finds one more! The third to fall too, and now it's a 1v2.
Grasping defeat from the jaws of victory is Mission Ready, and James will go down to Bizzler. But Vard will get him in the end, and Mission Ready. Everything was looking so nice to start off, and FaZe pulls it out of the fire.
And if there is a lesson to be learned on LAN, that is never consider your fight won until it is over. Even if he doesn't get, I mean, he does get the rest, but even if he doesn't, they have 2 rest stations within reach and no one within a kilometer. So they should be all right regardless. But never consider your fight done for. Never think, guys, we got this. Let's just roll for it. I know you're feeling good. I know you're feeling comfortable after a couple of good knocks there, but FaZe will shut you down if you let them.
Oh, absolutely baited. FN falls right in the midst of Navi. Is the drop shot again from Hakatori. This time he does it with 2 HP. 9 HP last time wasn't stylish enough. Let's get him with 2 as Ferris will go down to the Panzerfaust from Star-Lord. Shots in the back from Hakatori will take him down, but not before he's able to get the flush on the Ferris.
Yep, clips of Hakatori's spray and the takedown of 17 Gaming in Game 1 already fluctuating on social media. So the likes of Stream Cigar say, we gotta nerf that drop shot, man. It's way too precise. So many times have these guys gone up against it, and when you can prone on down and just keep your left click down throughout it, it's very, very difficult to counter.
All right, the lobby's cleared up a bit through the early game. Still a few teams making their way into the zone as we see 17 crossing just on that very far south side. Now SLAM saw this happen. We'll keep an eye to see if they will try to capitalize as Fex has been brought back for FaZe Clan. So after dispatching with Mission Ready, they'll get back up to full strength.
Exactly. Able to get them down and out now. A bit of a bit of an EMP zone in front of them, slowing down their rotation. But again, with how many teams rotated past them initially and then them taking up Mission Ready, I think they're pretty well aware they got plenty of space to maneuver out there towards the west.
You see Virtus Pro laying low. They do have SGA just off to their east, but it looks like both of those teams avoiding each other for the time being. Bury Round once again coming in late. They have the entire east side of this zone to work with, and they're going to find some good spots to play here that are completely open.
I'm trying to figure, I'm trying to put myself in VP's place here mentally and go, why are they thrown out the way that they are? Because there's no high ground kind of keeping them at bay right now. I think, honestly, this is a trap play set up for them. They're saying if any other team is coming in on that southern side, they're going to want to follow the ridge, follow the water up to our position. So if we lay low, wait to spring the trap until someone's right on our doorstep, could be very fruitful for them. Because a prolonged fight in that area of the map, because now you're seeing them being shot at as well, a prolonged fight in that area of the map is going to be third-party guaranteed, is going to be them done for. So we're smart on them to prone it on out as Navi sends some shots on over.
Playing around that area of the lake. You know, if they get a little bit of circle love here, Nice, as Fex does.
42 bullets.
Yeah, not a lot. It's not a lot. We're a little poverty, but we got a vest, we got a helmet. We're vibing for the time being as the E-pickup has been popped by Slam. And they're waiting for that circle to close to see if they have to make the long trip.
I think for now it might just be Boostic gone up into the sky, trying to, or maybe Art even, try and clear the perimeter around them. There's Twisted Minds now as well, coming in on that northern side, everyone waiting for the next circle to pop. It is only phase 3, so we can keep water in play still and unplayables, and we're doing both.
Dead center.
Plenty of mountains or high pillars out there by Buriram, hilltop in the circle center as well, and the river cutting off the southwest.
Navi down 1, but they have a good position now. Let's see if they can hold it as the push from Twisted, the push from Team Liquid. Everybody starting to look around that center circle position. You see the shots already coming through from Change the Game onto Twisted Minds. Team Liquid, meanwhile, they are running into Buriram as they will be ships passing in the night. Meanwhile, you see Hackatory at that high ground, ready to spring a trap on anybody who gets too close.
Does Liquid opt to play this ridge line? That is incredibly brave. And I mean, in my opinion, a little bit scary, but hey, when you don't have anywhere else to go, good thing for them is none of the pillars in the northeast are taken, so they can actually linger here for a bit. And for now, they're outside of util range for anyone, but look at how open they are. I mean, when you try to take cover behind that car from any angle, someone else will have eyes on you. So I'm a little worried that they're going to have to expand a lot of their smokes too early for comfort. You can hear it now. They're already starting to do exactly that, and it's only phase 3.
Yeah, they're dropping the emergency covers, but that just, oh man, that screams mortar bait. If
also that,
4 a.m. or anybody has eyes on that, that's not too hard of a send. As we see Full Sense off on the west, they're going to run into phase, and James will be the one that gets spotted out by Thanadol.
Yeah, it's once again a situation where he tries to flex out, tries to be the eye in the sky for his team as they rotate down towards the waterfront, but caught by surprise by Full Sense ready here on the edge of the circle once more. Last game, it was a solo Akan with an MP5 in hand. This time around, it's Thanadol waiting for him.
Yeah, Full Sense has quietly been putting in a pretty respectable day, sitting at the same amount of points overall as Twisted Minds.
Yep.
Xiaobei gets the knock onto Heaven. Look at that from range through the rocks. That should be an easy res for Deal, as Guman will spot out 7700. But, oh, look at that Bagel Pa taking shots in his backside. There's just nowhere you can ever feel safe.
Nope, it's tricky to maneuver this northeastern side of the circle as BatulinS, just like last game, comes over the ridge line with a Panzer in hand, but Mr. Tokyo Drift makes it to safety. Fex gets to live with a scare of that one.
I want to know. I mean, I cannot believe the Fex is alive. He probably can't.
Oh, that's
believe he's
wild.
alive, honestly.
I love to see it though. A Panzer that doesn't insta-kill you. Thank you.
Maybe that's what we got to look forward to with the changes.
That is true. That is true.
Well, Salute has decided to get right in the midst of Bago Pa. Or Bago Pa, rather, has decided to crash onto his compound, and they have not scouted him out just yet. Let's see what the Freaks Fragger has in store for Bago Pa.
Split in the 2-1-1, but if there's a guy to make this happen, Salute would be your man. That is an open angle, and you will take those shots any day of the week. Circle now shifting off, of course, with the unplayables in the northeast. We are going to go down towards the south. I think all these teams were well aware that this would be the circle to follow, but now you're going to make a play on it.
That first knock by Salute will immediately call in the rest of Freaks. Well, at least it will call in Heaven and Deal. Human is off in the distance. Seongjang is just going to dip. Like, they got the res, and he is out of there. Actually, I think he might have been coming down from the high ground. But yeah, Akan and Guyon will go down. So Freaks with the 2 kills there, but they still have to make their way into the zone now.
Little point feed come over. So they go, points, yep, we'll take him. And now we move on.
Oh, no.
Now we move on into the circle. He's trying to make his way to safety, but
I mean, 17 knows he's there.
Yeah, he's being surrounded. And smart on 17 again to clear their side of the circle. If they take him out here, if they dislodge Freaks and force them to go elsewhere, they will have this entire northeast to play around.
Laying down smokes, trying to slow things down a bit, as he is getting some defense and protection from the north side of the lake, where the rest of his team is looking over in the distance. Guman seems, help me, please.
Guys, they're everywhere. He does have his entire team alive, and you can see Heaven is now getting into his vehicle to try and come to help him out. Little Ghost is going to go down, but a response from Xiaobei takes out Guman in return. Now it's for 17, though. How fast do you collapse on this? Not allow for Freaks to take a fight to you.
Well, Freaks is kind of...
it's just heaven here.
Yeah, it's heaven. The rest of the team is starting to arrive. So he's got Xiaobei kind of pinned down in the water. As Xiaobei come up out the water like a baby dolphin. Heaven with the grenade in hand as he knows he's getting pushed. 7-7. Oh, whoa. Down to half HP while Xiaowu going for the res on the little ghost.
Soset again, popping off the kill feed, able to do damage, take out FaZe, who got pinned by both Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. Not a sandwich you want to be in the middle of, and FaZe feel the hurt of it as Xiaowu now trying to get to safety, but Salute with an 8 come through. The shoot to follow finds the double on 17 Gaming.
He's still him, ladies and gentlemen. DNF laying down the smoke, trying to finish off this fight as 7700 will try to slow things down long enough to get the res on to Xiaobei and change the game, starting to sniff around over in this direction. And here we go. Team Liquid has been hanging out here for quite some time, but that's a good grenade from Mu. And now Team Liquid down to 2.
It was just a matter of time before opponents would get into nade range, and once they did, Team Liquid not in a position to force them back quickly enough. That molly should spread. Not going to go quite wide enough, though.
Yeah, it might not have been mortar bait this time around, but it's definitely utility bait as 4AM was just free to lay down a smoke wall and just send it right into them. And yet Luke and Sparking are just going to have to move around and survive a little bit longer as 4AM try to clean up their side.
Soset again with a double on Twisted Minds. No, we're not seeing any of this, but he's got to be up to 5-6 kills at this point. Incredible plays come through up on that northern side. Na'Vi, I mean, we wanted to see something from them here in PGS 10, and so far they're doing a great job holding off the north. Issue is they're taking casualties with it too, and now they're down to just Hakatori.
And it's down to the mountain goat on the top of the hill. Hakatori will flush out and get those points. Has changed the game. They were looking over towards DNF, but they run into Buriram.
Such a cluster.
And unfortunately for them, they are losing that battle. Winbo, that is a good grenade, and that is going to be change the game out in 11th.
Yeah, the only effective entry point to this circle is down that ravine. This very hard entry point through the canyon into that circle, and all of the teams trying to do that at the exact same time causes the shenanigans that we saw there.
Mu is down, and 4AM still trying to get rid of these guys. It's Team Liquid has managed to keep Luke and Sparking alive. They are just emptying the bag of utility at this point. The flashbang slowing things down as long as though that flanking angle, unfortunately for 4AM, Liquid has so many burnt-out husks of vehicles to play around. Oh, but Sparking gets a little greedy and he pulls away from cover.
Yeah, issue is Xiaobei is coming in on one side. Sona's pushing them forward from the other as well. So I like the idea of them being patient, but I'm a little worried they're taking too much time here. Have to make a play on forward. Now you have Xiaolu up here to 45 with a MP5 as well as Xiaobei still sat waiting for the perfect time to engage in his countrymen.
Just being the sneakiest lad, but I mean, that's about the best cover you could hope for if you're Luke. Continue to just peek up over the top. Shen, though, he's going in, but Xiaobei strikes.
5 nades, and you don't throw one?
4AM. Actually, it's going to be Hane that gets the knock onto Lu after Xiaobei did most of the work. Edie will get the credit for the kill, and there you go. Liquid will go down as Shen finishes off Luke 12.
Yep, Xiaobei enforcing 4AM into the position from where Team Liquid fell just moments ago, as Hakatori continues. 6th kill for him, taking out BatulinS. Solo play up on that northern side for a while now, but able to stay strong, keep Na'Vi in first place.
The king in yellow, the king of the mountain, as Hakatori continues to add to his kill count. 4AM would love to get rid of Xiaobei here, as 7700 has gone down now. All of a sudden, Xiaobei is the last player left alive for his squad.
Does have SGA's Heat come over this side. I mean, Heat is practically just solo sprinting across the street right now. He's going for it. Solo play in the making. If he can be successful in it, we go away from them right as it happens. You saw the shots connected, but he is single-handedly trying to hold off 4AM right now, playing up close.
Not sure how Shen survives that.
Nope.
Heat had him dead to rights.
And then he goes back again.
And, yep, go ahead and retreat. Why not?
There's more than one over here.
and meanwhile, while all this is going on, Virtus Pro still 4 strong on that western side of the circle, playing around those ridges. Remember, we said earlier, this is where they've been playing for a while. They just lied low and waited till the late game. Well, the late game has arrived, and now they are starting to become active as Hakatori is continuing to collect points. 6 kills now, 12 total for Na'Vi.
Reaching very, very close to 1,000 damage this game as Hakatori is, again, I mean, he'll happily take a fight with a disadvantage here in a 1v2 against Burr. I'm now trying to flex across to the other side of the street. Should be able to get there. But where do you go from here? Try to get the off angle, and of course he's successful in doing so. 1,016 damage. Able to get into that one once more.
Hakatori Wick. And he is all alone on the north side. Full sense looking down towards SLAMG. They are very much pinned against the wall. The Lurix have to have the happy feet. Will avoid the car for now. The utility keeps coming, but Full sense has to be running low here at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Full sense trying to maintain control of the north, but I fully respect them saying, but it's Hakatori. So we can't, I know we're 3, but we shouldn't be looking that way right now.
You, man. Baba Yaga's on the other side of that mountain.
We'll take the fight to 4-man SLAMG instead. We don't want to peek the north.
Exactly.
What do we want to do? Boosting on the south, Hakatori on the north. I don't know. How about we just chill? How about we just don't peek anything and sit up here? No, I mean, they're focusing further downfield right now. You can see here, SLAMG, good position to not allow for Full sense to do too much damage. Ooh, nice shot, boosting again. Instantly there with a headshot.
Every leaf that falls, you're going to think is Hakatori jiggle peeking you from behind the pine tree. But he's going to survive for now as 4 AM starting to make their way in. The problem is SGA, they have that whole compound. It is a lot to defend.
It is.
But you got to try to avoid the line of sight as much as you can for 4 AM. And they're going to do that as SLAMG is just dismantled by Nixie by himself.
Oh no, I see a Panzerfaust and I see Hakatori. 3 guys in a car.
Of course he still has a Panzerfaust.
With a boomstick in hand. If this is a triple, this should be Hakatori up at 10 kills in this game. Good on 4 AM to read it well and realize maybe we get out of this car. We just had 3 guys go down to BatulinS in the previous game. Let's not do that again and get out of the car earlier.
I got to tell you, I don't know offhand what the record is for one player, but if he gets up to that high, you got to imagine it'd be pretty crazy. But unfortunately, he will go down as 4 AM starting to find their groove a little bit. They've got 8 kills. They're up to 15 points.
Wise approach to the circle as well. They knew that Full sense had just fought off a team on the southwestern side. They said, great, that's our chance to make a play on the solo, get up on that north side, and get an entry inside this next circle. We talked about, I was just going to say, we talked about SGA in the military game, see what they could make happen. Now they have a top 4 finish for the first time in this tournament. What can they make of it?
Other thing is, I don't think Virtus.pro saw them leave that compound, but unfortunately for SGA, he gets spotted out by Atong Mu. That's going to start things off in a bad way as 4 AM now down to Shen and Longs. The spray from Shen, good flash, will slow him down, but 4 AM still has utility in the bag. Can they have it find his mark? Oh, Full sense sees this. Absolutely perfect timing on the push from them as SGA is trying to retreat.
They saw the push come through on the other side as well. The issue is, while this is happening on the northern side, Virtus.pro is backfilling, going inside, taking over the compound, and SGA is being caught now, trying to, being indecisive effectively of where to go with this one. Zephyrus forced to go back into hiding. All of a sudden, there's no cover above anymore on the side of SGA.
They left Zephyros behind to let him know if they were going to get wrapped on, but the second they do get wrapped on, they're trying to retreat back and take back their territory. Zephyros being the sneaky lad that he is. Shen, though, has gone down. It's all down to Longs before him, but good spray will take down Tigger.
Great shot come through there. A little weave there in the crouch down. Headshot connected, finds Tigger. There's 2 left now up on the hillside above. Make it 3 as they come down the hill as fast as can be. They need to clear out this north. They know the south is fighting. This is the only time to take the fight, and here they come.
Through the bush. Can he get him? He can. And 4 AM gets taken down as Full sense collects their 6th kill. They are down to 2. Virtus.pro still trying to clear out the compound. They will take out Zephyros as SGA. They are back in the compound, but they are down to 2.
Again, what's the response in this for Seoul Gaming Academy? They run back into the compound, but they're not set in positions from where they can really defend Severus either. So maybe the better play here would have been, Severus, sorry buddy, you're on your own. Let's take the fight to Full sense in the north and at least clear that, because now they've put themselves in the middle of this one instead.
Mane gets the knock on a Thanadol, but it doesn't look like he was able to get it before Thanadol was able to get close enough to Belmoth, so Full sense will get back up to 2, and they are outside. Good spray there. Will take down Beamy, and that'll slow Virtus.pro down and allow SGA to try to reposition. They've still got utility in the bag to use. Beamy will have that blue, the backpack to keep him alive there. through the blue zone grenade is Nixie and Corexy just going to have to lie low. Good spray from Belmoth spots out Lucarux.
Yeah, big knock come through as well. Everyone knows that it's VP with the numbers advantage right now, but now it's a what? 2v2v2. Poro will see if they can make something happen here.
They might be able to get these reses, but no,
sure
Seoul Gaming Academy, you know,
don't allow that.
You know that they're down. You can't allow them to get these reses, but the problem is no utility left in the bag for SGA. Lucarux will go down. Beamy. Looks like Corexy's considering going for the res, but look at Belmoth just being the aggressors here for Full Sense.
Full Sense wants to make a play happen. The issue is they don't have the full intel on exactly where Seoul Gaming Academy is playing this one from, so they have to be very cautious about it. Also now, having just been given the circle, too much at stake for trying to go aggressive here. They know they have to come up this hillside, and what a fantastic crossfire position they've set up right here. Belmoth up high, ready to kind of take the initial assault his direction, and then Thanadol, timing right, is going to peek on over and should be able to bring this one home from Full Sense. I say that, but now, of course, with the circle closing in, Thanadol is forced back across the street.
Full Sense, kind of reminiscent of last game, what 17 did by taking, you're down to 2, but take those 2 wide flanking positions, give yourself, like you said, that crossfire. As SGA, they look like me in the morning, man. They're dipping a toe in the pool, but they can't seem to commit to jumping in full on, as they will try to hop in over towards the east, but oh, Hane gets the knock on a Thanadol, and that opens up a door.
Exactly, that's going to allow for SGA to push out the backside of this one. Belmoth now forced to try and make a play happen, cannot take the fight inside of this one proper, so he's just going to back off completely and say, you know what, sorry, Thanadol, you're down, but I'm going to play for the top 2 guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, look how much room he's got to work with over there. He can just kind of hide out and wait for Virtus Pro to take the fight over towards SGA, as they do get the knock onto Hane. And now it's down to just Didex, as Belmoth would love to be able to get that point for himself, too.
Yeah.
That is looking like a juicy one.
Yeah, but able to get the flush onto Hane. Nixie gets up. And gets VP's kill total up to 5. Belmoth is spotted. Tries to go for the solo here as well. They know exactly where they have him, but no lethal util on their part. There's one nade in the hands of VP, though, but not opting to throw it just yet.
Yeah, that's
I think Beamy might be the one having it, too.
Yeah, Beamy just kind of covering on that south side. As that Lynx is just screaming out across the hilltop. And yep, the vehicle will get exploded, and Beamy will take out Belmoth. And like that, Seoul Gaming Academy secures second place, but Virtus Pro gets another win. They get back to their winning ways.
Exactly, out victorious in this one. Really good placements in the previous matches for them as well. So Beamy said it in the interview, we knew we could have won the previous tournament with how we played. Twisted Minds just did even better, and now they're on the back on that form as well.
And to do it without Lucarux, who's been their, main fragger, really. The guy has just been an absolute godsend for that squad. But you see the rest of the boys, they're happy.
They're smiling.
They're excited. Nixie.
Corexy is finished. He doesn't smile.
Nixie's always smile. Yeah, well, the Finns, you know how it is. But that'll do it for the middle maps. We are going to go over to the desk to get us ready for our final 2 games of the day.
Lucarux wielding a lightsaber alongside the rest of Virtus Pro is able to take the win from SJ Incheon, who had this compound what feel like on lockdown, but it was absolutely none of that. Virtus Pro just came in behind them and took it away.
We saw smokes tossed, we saw grenades tossed, we got mollies tossed, but by far the biggest throw, I think, had to be SGA pushing up and going after 4 AM at the top of that hill. I don't know why they did it. They had a lockdown on the compound, holding it 4 strong. They heard the chance to go and get some kills, and I'm not sure if they just didn't know VP was on the hilltop, because in a second when we get there, VP very smartly saw it happen, and Zephyros, poor man, left by himself to hold the onslaught of the Bears, and there was just nothing that they could do to stop him.
Yeah, you can't be kind of taking out VP with just a man down or something like that, or any kind of numerical disadvantage is going to be very difficult to deal with. That said, as we take a look in some of these final moments, 4 AM coming in from what was a decent angle for them overall, considering what they had to work with, and Full Sense also holding out these high ground positions. I guess there's a world where they think that maybe that is going to be the biggest threat, but the backstab.
That was it too, is that by the time they even got over there to do something, Full Sense had already pushed in and cleaned up a bunch of the 4 a.m. situation. They turned around and go back, but at that point you've lost your hold because Virtus Pros moved in. It was just a bit of a comedy of errors in terms of the choices they made. Now, what I will say about this, SGA didn't make it to the grand finals. To see them taking risks and making bold choices is at least a positive, right? That's what you need in a team to say, okay, this is our move, we're going to go for it. And that confidence I can at least credit them on. I'm glad you had some.
You know what? I didn't think about it like that, watching the game play out. But yeah, I think you might be right because, you know, oftentimes we see kind of these compound hold downs and then people do get collapsed on.
Yep.
And then they just get minced from both sides. However, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe them actually trying to look for a flex out, be a bit more proactive. Maybe that was the play for them.
I think when you're a team that struggles, proactivity is a step in the right direction. So any movement is good movement. Wasn't the perfect movement, but they went over, they made some plays, and they did manage to get back and hold down the warehouses, so they did have to do a gunfight with VP. Unfortunately for them, Virtus Pro has proven at this event and PGS 9 that they are perhaps some of the best gunfighters in the lobby and have been dominant when it comes to those straight man-on-man fights.
Another decent top performance for Virtus Pro. It's 7 kills for them, as well as 1,333 damage going their way. Na'Vi, Hackatory.
You have him captain though, don't you?
I do have him captain.
Legend.
I mean, the fact that he put up 1,000 damage in this game as well, never mind the 13 kills going their way, I'm like, you know what? I'm content with my pick.
He was a bit of a sleeper in the group stages for PGS 9, and I don't think he was comfortable with that. He activated towards the back end of the grand finals. They are coming out incredibly strong, so seeing him play is great. But again, VP chased. They were the team that never gave up on chasing Twisted Minds in PGS 9, even when it seemed untenable to capture them, and they never quit. They got stronger. This roster, with the help of Ibiza, seems like PGC is a very real chance to take that trophy home.
I can only agree, as Nixie will be taking that man of the match for this one as well, with 5 kills going his way. Again, it does bear repeating what I've said at PGS 9. This team is the complete package.
Yep.
4 components that can all frag out, that can all think strategically to the point where they can contend with the very best of them. And you're right, when it comes to the end of PGS 9, those final games on day 2 of the grand final, looking great. Coming into the last day, looking great. One of the only teams that was able to try and keep up with Twisted Minds. That being said, though, maybe Nixie wasn't the man of the match.
Right.
What do you think?
This is our unofficial, official man of the match. Hackatory, 7 kills, 1,000 damage, 5 knockouts. And then the best part is it's SoSed right behind him. SoSed had another incredible game, ruined only by the fact that Hackatory had a little bit of a better game.
Holy bejeebus.
They're monsters. When they aren't stressed, when they aren't worried, when they're just kind of in their own zone, these guys are poltergeists. I don't know what they did at this event to sort of get on the right track to start, but they're going to keep going because they're off to such a strong start.
Throwing the plates all around the kitchen, it's Na'Vi with 16 points, just 1 behind Virtus Pro, who sneakily moved in behind the SGA Incheon boys. That being said, though, for SGA Incheon, that 12 points going their way, huge. That's a big success for them, considering I think that they were floundering in the group stage of BGS 9.
Yeah.
These kinds of results have to materialize more for them to get to a final proper.
This is what the region wanted to see them coming out of those regional qualifiers, right? There's this point where you're like, man, when your top teams are performing so badly, what does that mean? And here they are putting up some numbers. But that total leaderboard, Na'Vi at the top, they're saying, we don't want to qualify to PGC through somebody else's work. We want to do it by being dominant. And they came out here and are starting to put their foot down.
Yeah, it's scary. As you say, no stress on their side at the moment. And that will be a very strong showing for them so far. 17 game win with the 42 points. Very respectable after just 4 games alone. Keeping up that kind of 10-point average at least. That's the Twisted Minds numbers from a grand final, admittedly. But here in the group stage, looking pretty good and poised to move on.
You know, at the start of the day, you asked me which teams I'm keeping my eyes on. I said I want to watch Na'Vi and see if they turn up with no expectations. And I said I want to see what Team Liquid does. They have to prove that they're as good as they were last year. This is their chance to make a move. I don't know what's going on. It does feel like we're seeing a little bit in the terms of overextension, some sparking here and there. But I haven't seen any glaring reasons for their misses. I just don't know why it's not coming together, but again, it's not.
It needs to. It does need to. Thank you very much, Toffees. We're going to go to a short break here at PGS 10. When we return, we have 2 more games. Dusty Dunes.
In the wings for the connect.
3. Is he going to punch the can?
No.
자 여기서 이제 오른쪽
웰컴 수류탄 위치도 괜찮은 것 같은데요.
배고파 진짜 도망가야 돼요. 그냥 쭉 도망가야 돼요. 싹쓸이
这地方是看不到车的。
铁拳扣扣铁拳1红2，
提出来打吗？我还有一个，这是苏泽把12月给炸下来了。在自己还有一发铁拳，苏泽打一个1炮，
怎么还有
？You know what? I want to know. I want to know exactly what the devs thought about this. Like, is this amazing for the game? Like, Toffees, is that assault?
이건 대폭발 상황 아니라죠.
네. 서클은 위로 올라갔고 여기서
자, 내가 책임진다. 간다. 더블리트.
야 파철 피하면서.
이거는 뭐?
자 같이 가자. 와 그게요.
Themselves in this position. It has been pretty successful. BWD making a mad dash for it. He goes down. More shots coming in from Lurex. Takes down Spiro. Quizzy, the last remaining one alive, and he gets
SLAMG here. What a great game for them. How they're sending it in. They want to make sure that this last one doesn't get denied here. Molotov comes in. Purdy as well.
然后我在旁边就抽一个，就抽一个，
又来，哎呦，
太难受了，
机会特别大，哦，就看多少分吃鸡了。
哎呀，斯维特曼这里急了一点，但是影响不大。恭喜 JDG。
Your pack, and they get some more out of it. Rock does go down. Explosions just rolling around.
Have to come back and commit to this fight.
So we go back up. Here comes a set coming into the blue zone. And CJ, he got run over.
1 versus 1 versus Lou. It's gonna be a miss once more. Lou goes for the swing and he gets some headshot. Boostic falls down. But now it's next up. It's Example.
Turns into the fight for the circle. Tending blows, heavyweight fights, no speedo. He might have to go for a desperate attempt. In the wings for the connection though. But it goes back to TWIS.
3. Is he gonna punch the can?
No.
I'm not sure. There you go.
直接就撞你这个最好的房子。这一推了，对方是一个火力车，全是残血。火，这个火真的太好了。哇，苏泽，完美的封住了对方。苏泽1穿4。
And most of them is more full aggressiveness, more control, and Flash, he got the hit. He got the second hit as well. That will lead to the knock here.
I'm pretty sure at this point.
No Aurora actually earned a lot of points here, but real homie on the end end. This is just one of those few risks. You're dropping it into a spot where there might be a team here. And unfortunately, of all the teams here, it was iconic.
Miramar is where we'll all go down for the final 2 matches of day 1 here at PGS 10. I'm Toby, joined by Poro, and what a pleasure it has been to take you through the first set of matches so far here today. Poro, honestly, if we look back at PGS 9 groups, day 1 to now, the only real difference is I mean, you have Demon Freaks step up. Outside of that, it's SLAMG back successful. It's Hagatori continuing to do what he does best, Twisted there as well. Any big surprises to you so far?
I mean, I can't really say it's a surprise, but it's been really fun to watch Hagatori. I know that much.
Fair.
Like, goodness gracious, especially that last game. What a thrill. What a thrill.
Also, imagine the mental setback on 4 AM had they crested that ridgeline 3 in that Pico bus for them to 2 games in a row lose 3 to a Panzerfaust in the end game. That would have been a tilder. Hot one to come back from. Good thing for them that did not happen. As we are going to get into game in just a few moments. Here we are. Miramar is on the cards. The Southern Plain to boot. So we're going to get on over to kick things off in the Dusty Dunes.
I do so love Miramar. It's my
Me
favorite.
too.
Still my favorite to this day.
Yeah. There are areas of the map that I don't feel like we see enough. And this is not me talking about, you know, island circles and whatnot. But I've always been, what do you call it? A little sad that all of the cool, unique locations in PUBG, for the most part, we put them out on the very edge of the map.
Perimeter,
so they never get any love. Like, give me an Alcantara finish. Take us into Campo Militar. Can we please get some more buffer space on the edge of some of these maps so we can get those cool locations in play?
Still waiting for Jadina City, man.
Yeah?
Jadina City.
Escalator
it's gonna happen
end
eventually,
up.
man.
The escalator pan fight finish things off.
I just one day.
Someday.
One day.
Someday.
You know, honestly, like it feels like for a while there, we were seeing a lot of Oasis. And
that is true when it first got changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
Died out. I'm putting on my tinfoil hat. I don't know if that's the case, but yeah, it feels like it's been a while since we went up north. And given this plane, I don't feel like we'll be going up there this time around.
That takes some real magic for that to take place. There's going to be a southern one. Even San Martin is going to be a stretch, so you know no one's going to go that far north. Honestly, I mean, looking at it now, I think Bakeopa might end up being the furthest north team, going up in and around El Pozo, unless if FN opts to go all the way Alcantara.
It's a race. Who's going to go the farthest north?
Can we just have all teams have faces on their logos? So we're going to go, ah, when they're flying in.
You're really locked in on
it. Is just, I mean, it catches my eye literally every single time we look at this, and it's still funny. It's still funny.
I mean, it's still one of the greatest logos in the lobby, honestly. But there you go.
For this reason alone, yeah, exactly.
At least we got to go a little bit farther north. We don't go southwest Leona circle like we've been
That is true.
With.
Interesting rotations to come for this one as well. Looking out towards that southeastern side, at least that's where my eyes go initially, because a lot of teams are looking to go rep potentially even north around Minas, all the way up over El Hacienda into this one. I mean, Burram and the likes out there with a chance to make plays like that happen.
Yeah, that's the thing on everybody's mind, right? Like how quickly can we get in the cars and start making our way up, because that north wrap is just looking so juicy. You know that the entire northern side of this zone, just given how the plane path worked out, is going to be completely empty. And given how many edge teams we do seem to have, those edges are looking pretty good.
Issue is, and this is, I mean, obviously something players always take into account, but not necessarily something the general viewer will always take into account. A lot also comes down to where did the plane come in from. I mean, it could be the exact same path, but did it go east to west or did it go west to east? So all the teams we're talking about now, that yes, they should rep north. Yes, that's the right play to make, because yes, there's space up there for room for them to maneuver. They were the first teams out of the plane. So they didn't get that info of flying across the entire map and seeing what direction other teams flew in. They're going, I mean, more blind than what they usually would, trying to rev up from there. So it's going to take for them a bit.
This being one of those teams.
Exactly, exactly.
One of the first out of the plane, dropping right down to the ground, but they're already in vehicles. They're all still looking around here. But we did get a chance to sit down and have an interview with Mr. Xiaobei from 17.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with 17 Gaming Xiaobei and our translator Mandy. A little bit of a shortcoming for PGS 9, but here things are looking bright for PGS 10 for 17 Gaming. How did you guys decide to spend the break to come back stronger this time?
作为 PCL 最负盛名的队伍，在 PGS 9的时候，我们存在一些不足，但是在休赛期之后，第一天表现得非常好。请问在休赛期，你们是使用什么方法让自己变得更好？
我们队伍经过 PGS 9的算失败的洗礼吧，我们也做了一个休赛期的调整，我们也想明白了，就是包括后面的 PGS 10还有 PGC， 我们也想通了，就算被淘汰，我们也要站着被淘汰。
So in previous PGS 9 matches, we got some fails, but we after we got in-depth communication, we understand that no matter the next matches we performed, we should do our great job during the next matches.
All right, communication is congratulations. All right, not even congratulations. Good luck to you, 17 Gaming. Xiaobei, thank you.
Well, thank you, Bella. Thank you, Xiaobei. And thank you, Mandy, as 17 definitely look to be back on their horse. And right now, playing around Picado, they have sent 2 up high. They're going to see Navi making the rotation as DN Freaks hang out just on the lower side.
Yeah, early traffic for teams trying to make their way up north here, and it's of course going to be kind of funneled in when you have these mountains in play. So Deal, luckily for him, getting away with a few warning shots. As a matter of fact, Fair is going to be on the receiving end of a lot of damage come through. Xiao Wu, open angle from him as they have run up from Picado and trying to make this play happen.
Get yoinked away by Deal.
Yep.
So unfortunately, 17 won't get that one. As first kill, Deal. Okay, yeah, he landed 1 round into poor Fairest. But Navi now playing with 3. But, you know, they could be down to 1. And as long as that one is Akatori or Sosid, they are looking pretty darn good. Goodness gracious, look at that. Kill top 5 so far. The 2 Navi boys right at the top.
That's true. Sitting solid, up at 48. Great day 1 for them, but hey, I mean, go back to group stage. They also had some decent matches through there. Still,
I'm glad you're the one that said it.
Some great finals.
Not me.
It's
they're really gonna think I'm a Navi hater at this.
No. Honestly, man, I like to call a spade a spade. Navi knows where their issues were, and honestly, so far through this, they have looked really good at adjusting exactly that. When things get hectic on the edge, what do? As you said, a lot of their success lies on the shoulders of Hakatori, and while that's of course not optimal, having to do everything on one guy, we've already now seen Soset step up to the plate, go out and be in a more active fragging position. Like, you want to have players that are versatile, that you don't always, I mean, pull off a him-as type situation where as soon as he gets knocked, everyone on the former Cerberus roster would drop everything in their hands to go over and try to get the rest right. You need versatile players, and we're starting to see, I feel like already from PGS 9 to 10, a Navi that's kind of splitting the impact plays on more players than just one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In PGS 9 group stage, it was extends, right? So it's really just kind of a next man up mentality for this squad. And now that they are down to 3, it's just going to be them as we see Buriram, the aforementioned. They have been taking their time looting up around this south side, and as a result, they may run into SLAMG. It looks like both teams are aware that the other is there. This might actually be Slam doing a little bit of camping here, as Ardix will get the knock on the ED.
Double headshot comes through. Doesn't matter what gun you use. That M16 working out well for him as ED gets taken down. And again, I mean, it's yet another match with ED out early. And
don't like that.
Speaking of teams that rely heavily on one person for their success to come through, for Buriram, at least in PGS 9, a lot of it was on the shoulders of ED, and now he's down once more.
I swear, when you get the bullet hose in your hands, you just feel like you want to take all the shots, even if they're on the other side of the map from you. But Belmoth, we'll have to watch him run away this time as Full Sense is making their way in. But SGA, they're still kind of sticking around and hanging around here on the roadside. So not by any means easy here for Full Sense.
This is also why we never show the percentage of bullets hit like most other first-person shooters do. Because in this game, you can shoot for multiple reasons. One of them being, just hit anything!
Windows, doors, belts of ammunition being sent across downrange towards a vehicle. You know, it could really be anything. Well, Belmoth will leave that high ground and rejoin the rest of his team to deal with that SGA issue as we check in with FaZe, making their way in on the southeast. They have a lot of room to work around. As long as they don't stretch into Picado, they should be A-okay.
Yeah, they should be, but I've said that in a couple of games prior now, and it's... I don't know. I don't know what it is with the way that FaZe... I mean, obviously, again, it's day 1. It's only 4 games played so far. But FaZe, I feel like, have been in positions from where they've been able to get a lot. They've gotten some, don't get me wrong. 20 points thus far is all right. But again, coming back to confidence, same thing I was saying about 17 Gaming earlier. I like the face that pulls up and takes fights. Not saying they should just go crazy aggressive all the time, but we've seen it in the past, especially regionally as well. When they get comfortable, they just don't care what they're up against. They will take the fight to you and more often not come out victorious. I'm still waiting to see that roster with where we are right now and go out and make plays like that. I know they're capable. They know they're capable. I just want to see it happen.
Well, checking over here by San Martin, mission ready. Still kind of taking that high ground, using that high ground, looking around, but they don't know that they have an FM Potion in their midst as Breakers slowly makes his way across the rocks. Now the only thing is that he doesn't have anybody else with him. The rest of the team still off to the north, really kind of taking their time. So Breakers, this might just be him on a solo mission to see if he can get a free point.
He does have an MP5, though.
He does have an MP5.
And if that boasts confidence, then whew.
Basically the same as having a P90 at this point, isn't it?
Well, I mean, if you're close enough, then sure. Circle's going to swing south. That's going to force him to think different of it. Shots come through, nothing connecting. And, well, that's going to allow for the remaining player there to get off safely. Mission ready. Will be ready for the rotation to come.
And Vox already has a foothold in the hills just to the south of San Martin, and that looks to be where everybody is going to reconnect as Twisted Minds will continue to hold down to Power Grid. 17 was starting to creep up over in that area just in case the circle went away and they could maybe catch Twisted Minds as they hopped into vehicles to make their way out. But since it is inside circle, they'll go ahead and just reposition closer towards the center.
Yep, long rotation for Bakelpie in the making here, wrapping east through San Martin. Where are they going to set up shop? They have Graveyard available, but of course, coming around the north side hill right now, they're scouting on the fly. They have not been over in this area of the map just yet. So slow and steady is going to be, I would imagine, their preferred angle of approach, saying that they are still keeping the foot on the speeder.
Well, the good news is that nobody has shot at them yet, and that would be if anybody was at Graveyard, their defensive Graveyard, you have to imagine would be sent towards that vehicle. The P90
rooftop P90. Wow,
you hate to see it. Well, Twisted Minds, it's not like they need the P90 to be effective, as Team Liquid will make their way into the south side of Picado, and Virtus Pro, they've got Corexi on the south side. The rest of the gang, they'll start looking over in this direction to see if they can provide some support.
Yes, of course, next circle can still go anywhere. Lots of unplayable in play. Not as much as they used to be up on that hillside north of Picado. A lot of it has become playable terrain with, I mean, it's been a while back now, but still. We'll see if that's going to end up having any impact, as now Liquid have made landfall. I'm not sure if they're looking to take the fight into the city proper, or if they'll feel satisfied with having control of the south. I just think they want to make sure or figure out exactly where they have their opponents so they can make a plan based on that.
He saw it. They were trying to set out the smoke wall. It might not have worked exactly how they wanted to, but Corexi will survive as we see full sense. They're still just hanging around on the south side. Yeah, just big split, working the edge. It looks like Seoul Gaming Academy, SGA, still off to the south. They've got to make their way in, and Thanadol already has eyes on Buriram. Meanwhile, after running into Slam, it looks like they will play in Slam. I mean, you can see how careful they're being, just scouting out everything.
And this is again a great case of we want to see teams make something happen, take matters into their own hands. Right now, it's just Thanadol shooting at Seoul Gaming Academy, and seemingly they're being dislodged by it right now. Now they're stopping. They're scouting forward. Severus is going to go in. Is he going to go for the compound proper? Yes, he will. So good on them to find a place, because I was seeing them starting to rotate wide east, and I was like, guys, don't let one guy push you out. You have a great area or angle of approach. Your hard wraparound here has been, I mean, fantastically rewarded with where you are in the circle coming in on the quiet side. So don't be discouraged just because there's one guy there.
Don't ever get one guide.
Nope.
That is,
you don't want to do that.
That is definitely a thing. Well, I was kind of raising my eyebrows at this e-pickup from Twisted Minds, just dropping it down just in case this does hard shift away. And they will be ready to go as the helicopter going to arrive just about the same time as the circle pops. And
get out. Go for it.
Well, okay, they're going to go for it.
Where in the world?
And this might just mostly be scouting for them at this point, right?
There are 4 guys scouting. Yeah, they're flying back. They're going back.
Right back. But now they know, right? They know obviously where 17 is, they can get a good idea where Navi is as well.
Yeah.
And look off to the north, because the north is would be a pretty good rotation for them. But
exactly.
Did they spot out mission ready? That is the question.
I mean, for both SJ, honestly, I mean, talking rotations just before, I'm surprised SJ isn't trying to wrap the Northwest on this one. And he gets
that was the
gun
whole
on the
reason for the evac.
That's why they all forward into the air. We need to defend the guy for the P90. And also, of course, this. Now they can play the rooftops. They're outside circle, but they can scout forward and figure out where to go with this one. Seoul Gaming Academy is threading the needle on this one, going in on the southern side of Picado here, as we see. Well, this is where they're going effectively, over towards SLAMG and 4 AM. Lurix waiting for the perfect moment to pounce.
Yeah, he's waiting for the rest of the boys to arrive, and there you go. The perfect pounce has been enacted. Xiaolu goes down, Longs down to about half HP, as Shen is nowhere near this, but Lurix going to get spotted by Longs. So good defense from him. Another one for Longs as he is defending his hill all by himself. Spots out Boostic, gets him low, but no, the push from Magore will take him down. But 4 AM, the rest of the boys are on their way.
Nice counter peek come through from Magore there. Boostic baiting the attention. Not that I think it was intentional, but at least always having a guy there ready to peek at an off angle. Really, really good 1-2 punch on their part. So set. Gets an 8 on through, able to find one. Steam has gone down. 4 AM though, they know they're not done with this one. They have a knock on the other side. You have to try and commit to it.
Oh, the utility from 4 AM has left much to be desired throughout this tournament so far. As Atong Mu will send another one, and it is going to go far. But the problem for SLAMG, rather, Full Sense now has perfect vision. Gets the knock on a Magore, gets the flush as well. Atong Mu will try to make the push, but Lurix on time again. We've been talking about Boostic, but Lurix showing it's not just him.
And as much as he's on time, 4 AM not quite the same. I'd say that. Shen able to get one.
Oh no, we didn't see the second guy.
Gets the second, not quite there. But again, I mean, timing on the peaks from 4 AM there. They peak up. Push up initially as 3 wide, and then when you go down 1 by 1 like that, had Atongmu waited a second longer for Shen to get into that off-angle position. But again, this is a somewhat newly formed roster. You don't expect them to have the complete one-to-one communication mid-fight just yet. But
at the same time, you can see what happens when they really get things going. As
exactly.
In the grand final. So slow start for 4 AM, but it is by no means done and dusted as Full Sense. SLAMG just can't catch a break here, but Ardix once again will take the shots. Lurix will go down. Ardix going to go down. Full Sense finishing off the team, and there you go. SLAMG gets taken out.
What a great response from not having the element of surprise in that one. Art sat there up close, ready with the M249 in hand, and them not getting a single player down. Incredibly well done by Full Sense, who now take the fight to face whoever. Let's see. I'm seeing Gustav inside that compound. Get the hell off that hillside and get into the compound proper.
SLAMG definitely making that fight a little bit sweatier than Full Sense was expecting, as you see Flash still kind of creeping around. He's going to hear those engines from FaZe pulling away. FaZe finding a nice little spot for themselves to play. Has changed the game. Eating blue zone right behind Full Sense, but you can see they are just taking their time with it, and that is a full squad.
It is.
Changed the game. They have been really taking their time, and he's got the other bullet hose in his hand, and that is dangerous stuff if you're Full Sense.
When do the shots come through? Now they do. First one to fall is Standard. Big loss on the side of Full Sense, who fortunately have multiple powerhouse players. Dish damage in return, and of course, CTG not only fighting Full Sense, but also the blue, which is on them. So they're going to be down to low HP. They're going to have to stop up and heal real soon, trying to secure any point they can get before they eventually fall out.
Oh, Full Sense. They thought that they were playing so late. They had no idea that there would be another team still in the blue behind them and change the game. Will collect at least 1 point off of that. They do lose Hangi, and unfortunately the game is up. They have been they know that they're there now.
In Full Sense's defense, they were playing so late.
They
there
were.
was just another team being even slower, which is unfortunately the name of the game when you have a circle like that. Again, circle center is just freak setting that compound down in the canyon. Everything else in the middle, you have a shack and a half to play around. That's not going to be utilized at least for another 2 circles. Outside of that, good luck, have fun getting down this hill.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what happens on the high ground here as we see Team Liquid try to make their way out of Picado, but Virtus Pro is just in perfect position here. Take a few shots over towards the vehicle. They'll land a few, but Purdy getting the knock on a Beamy, and that might be the thing that saves Team Liquid.
Yeah, good response on their part. Issue is, as much as that knock is great on the west, they need the knocks in front, because look at this position from full sense. They're sat right on the edge of the circle, ready for this play to come through, just kind of tracking the rotation from Team Liquid.
And that blue zone doing a lot of damage here as they're going to go 3 deep back in the car. Purdy being the scout here as he makes it to the shack. He's going to spot out full sense, and that's going to be them trying to make a move as Sparking gets picked out by Belmoth. And the shot's still getting sent over, but good return fire as now Flash going to go down to Alo. Aries will try to sneak it away, and he does change the game.
No meds.
At another one, but he is all out of meds, as you mentioned.
So hard for them to make anything happen. Belmoth rewarded with a flush on that one. Great tap in mid-air. Headshot come through and Sparking there, but Luke and Alo able to stay alive through it. They still have Purdy as well, who's outside circle with a tough rotation to make. Circle shifts towards the east, face rewarded with this one, with it goes over towards Graveyard.
God, that high ground still is about to be a problem. I mean, Twisted Minds right in the midst of Na'Vi, and you see Mission Ready also just kind of taking shots over in that direction as well. BatulinS still hasn't even been able to make his way into the zone yet, as we see Virtus.pro and 17 continue to trade.
This is where every team that's currently in the west of this road outside of DN Freaks and the come on is going to just go, you know what, we're not going to look east at all anymore. We're not going to get inside this next circle anyway. Let's just fight whoever is up on the power grid plateau and see who comes out with the most points, because we are not surviving this rotation regardless.
Yeah, Bago Pa in great position right now, playing out of that graveyard. They have the high ground, they have the edge. Na'Vi will love to be able to get rid of Twisted Minds and start focusing back towards getting in the circle, but 17 again just in a perfect position to third party. Mission Ready also in the same boat. Na'Vi is just, I mean, rock in a hard place, doesn't even begin to describe it.
No one can get out of this position alive. 17 Gaming are going to be the gatekeepers of this one, sat up waiting for both these teams to make a move through the blue. It's phase 5, so it chunks you down real fast.
Grenade just missing the window. Sosid will push forward with the Panzerfaust in hand. Perfectix has the P90 though. And after getting that rooftop drop, Perfectix putting it to great use as he gets one, extends, actually gets example though. So they'll have to consider about going for that res as Hakatori will go down to the zone. 17 also looking over in this direction. But they have problems of their own as they've taken a knock from Virtus.pro.
Yep, exactly. VP realizing too, we can't fight our way east. We have to just commit to kind of clinging on to the western face of this hill, try to push our way forward. But of course now they're all headed towards the blue. Perfectix able to find one. Na'Vi finds the other. 17 makes the run on forward, but they're being completely surrounded by EMEA.
Just definition of mutually assured destruction at this point as Extends will get the knock on a BatulinS before going down to the blue himself. Na'Vi out in 12th, and that'll be Perfectix, I think the last player left alive for Twisted is Lil Ghost. I think he just gets that off, and yep, he's going to see Perfectix go down. Doesn't realize it though, so he's going to stick around in the blue a little bit longer.
Yeah, exactly. Big ramifications, of course. I know it's still early days on the leaderboard, but top 3 fighting here in the west right now. VP able to avoid the most of it on that plateau down below. But as I was saying before, everyone over that hillside, they knew we're not going to get inside circle anyway. Let's just see what we can get up on the hill and call it a game.
Team Liquid still trying to fight their way in from that south side right now. The target is SGA as Bizzler finds a spooky Damasti hiding out in the shack, and that'll be another kill there for Buriram. SGA using their shack to great effect. Luke 12 has that grenade in hand. Alo trying to bait them out, see if he can maybe get them to peek, but not gonna work. Alo gets right in there. Oh, gets right in the range, but Vard will take him down.
I'm not sure he got the nade off at all. Mali comes through as well, but that too is gonna go off the side.
He definitely cooked it and it exploded. He got away from it, but yeah, you can see the smokes just putting a pause on everything as Luke 12 has to just send it into the smoke and hope that he can maybe get the heal off. He gets hit again, but SGA, they are just defending this shack with great effect. There you go. Heat will take down Luke 12.
To make matters even worse, next circle shifts east once more, and Freaks, of course, as much as they want to make plays happen, they haven't been able to do anything. They have known full well that every team up on the western side have been looking their direction early on, and everyone out in the east have just been sat waiting for them to try and make a play.
Worth noting that Virtus.pro, they give their points over to the blue.
True.
Push out. They knew they were pinned down by Freaks and did not give those points over to Freaks. So Those points will go off into the ether as mission ready, down to 2. They know that Demasti is in here after he's summarily dispatched with Bizzler. The blue zone grenades will make him leave the shack, but they can't get the knock before he gets over there. Good grenade from Vox, though, will finish him off.
Ironically enough, I think he could have actually stayed in the corner inside and only been hit by one of them. But when the second one comes through, you're not going to sit around to try and find out.
Oh, no.
So he goes down for that one as Khan. Little do they know.
Salute, you gotta look in those, buddy.
Sneaky, sneaky snake in the building. Now we got headshot. It goes inside. Nope, doesn't go inside. Okay. Khan gets a chill.
Now he's got the smoke to still hide around as Bagopah is just free farming on this lobby right now. You can see them. They got a mortar set up by a Khan. Not sure who he's got in his sights as Guman's grenade will finish off mission ready. And we're down to 5 teams left, 15 alive. And there's the mortar from a Khan. It falls right on top of Deal in Heaven.
That's the 3rd knock from a Khan as well. He took out Correxia with a mortar earlier as well, fully dialed in. Salute will never know what he just survived in being able to get away from that shack. Issue is, if Khan knows what's happening around him and he peeks out that window right now, he has a triple waiting for him. There he is, peeks, finds Salute.
Oh, there it is. He gets it. And can he finish them off, get those points? Yeah, Guman's nowhere near. Fex, though, has had him spotted out. As we'll see if a Khan can use that more to get some more. We got trigonometry. Let's go for some economics.
Yeah, economics. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
Paid for those mortar shells.
Not too shabby. Not sure if he has more of them waiting, though. They are pulling up across the western side of the road again. They want to clear that north. They don't want to have any team engaged in them at a distance because they know the final fight is going to be between them and FaZe in the south.
Absolutely. FaZe complete control over the south, and Bagopah complete control over everything else. Phase 6. And we're down to just our top 4. 2 solos and 2 4-man squads as Khan gonna have to stop down just to see if he can. Oh, no way, Khan will take down Guman, so that'll be it for Bagopah.
Yep, that's the cleanup that they were looking for. Not gonna sit around to wait for Khan. Having said that, the circle does swing roadside, so might just want to stick around for a bit. Issue is Vard has found Park Pro, and they know full well that that's a solo off angle. If he goes down here, they lose high ground, they lose the vision and the transition opportunity.
Yeah, Park Pro's job really is just to make sure that FaZe doesn't try to collapse on top of from the north side. But good shots from him to start off, but he immediately gets on the move once again. If Vard can crest this hill at the right time, Park Pro doesn't even have time to drop the smoke to hide, or it doesn't bloom in time, and yet Vard will find him from the high ground.
Never ever seen a main commit so hard to try and bait. Oh! James is flying off the hill in a car, trying to go, mate, come on, just shoot. I'm doing all these tricks for you. Just turn around and get him. Khan, 600 damage thus far. Trying to make it even more. Still alive in this one. Inside circle as well. Solo play on the other side of the road as Julian is able to find James in a 1v1.
Indeed, and it turns it to a 3v3 overall for the win. Lots of utility, lots of smokes still left as Bagopah, Seongjang, and Khan still in the circle, but FaZe has that high ground. How quickly can they pin out where each player is? Seongjang goes for the grenade, but Fex already on the move.
Nice counter peek come through there from Vard to try and keep Fex safe on that rock. They have a rock to play, each of them. Vard goes for a little extra loot. Maybe a nade to follow would be useful. Maybe smoke's going to be even more impactful because there is still distance in between them. It's only phase 7, and we just have these 6 left alive.
Khan dropping that concealment on the roadside, just peeking around the edges. Guyon, though, gets spotted out. He gets knocked low by Vard.
Smoke
still has to make his way in. You know, you see all the smokes on the team, but the question is who has them? Guyon, it looks like he still has at least one, so can at least get himself back in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, but barely. I mean, they know where they have him, and this is why FaZe is playing it slow right now. They know that they have a Straggler in the north. They try to take him out, because if they do, they get free space to maneuver on this side of the circle. Issue is, in trying to commit to that north side peak, they're leaving themselves exposed to ankles towards the northwest side, and Seongjang is not going to wait around to get that one down.
Yeah, that knock on a Vard really putting FaZe behind the 8 ball here as they are basically 2 in 1 spot, and Bagopah knows it. They have the angles. Brig spray from a Khan from range. Gets the knock on a Gustav. Seongjang just gets behind the hill in time as Fex is all by himself. Can he pull off the impossible?
FaZe for so long been synonymous with pretty much always locking down the end games when they're given opportunities to. This time around, not gonna happen. BatulinS now in a 3v1, unless if something absurd happens. Big errors on the side of BatulinS would be needed in order for them to throw this one. They know where they have him, they find him, and that's BatulinS out victorious, clean in that final fight versus FaZe.
So nicely played by BatulinS, and if you're FaZe, I mean, look, that was still a great game from FaZe, but I think the biggest problem for both teams really was that there was just so much space in those. I mean, we ended the game so quickly. It was circle 7, and there was just so much room for these guys to move around, and I think FaZe maybe losing track a little bit of where all the BatulinS pieces were in that puzzle.
FaZe had a good chance to find a Khan across the street, missed a couple of shots. That could have been the difference maker, taking down that player on that northwestern side of the street, because it proved to be a nuisance throughout. We have one more game left to play, but before that, let's get a little bit of a break and an analysis of the match we just saw.
Somewhere, Clinton is screaming BatulinS as they get themselves a Miramar done and dusted. Joining me, Toffees, to talk about this win for them, going up against the FaZe Force 5 at the very end.
Okay, so it was a good win for them. They were hungry for it. They finally got their hands on some chicken. I'm not going to say it was an overwhelming game, but they did back away with this. I will say FaZe, having Vard have to come in out of the blue, BatulinS was perfectly positioned to hold up this final circle. And while we're all accustomed to big moments from FaZe, it would have been one of the longer shots we've ever seen. So BatulinS played this really well. Good, clean, fundamental PUBG coming from guys who I think are just really enjoying being together and playing this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously there is the outlier of like not having a PO here and
big
stuff
deal.
like that, but there are definitely still veterans on this team regardless of not having PO, and they're able to get things done. I mean, I think they subverted my expectations when it came to PGS 9. Clearly not Clinton's. Clinton thinks they're going to win 10 PGSs over the course of their career, which is fine. You know, Clinton could be wrong, but they do get themselves some wins.
I mean, coming in at 11th without your superstar roster, everyone else who didn't bring their ringer was barely or didn't qualify to the grand final. So the fact that they got 11th and the fact that they're still putting up numbers here without PO on hand means that the second that he is back into those chairs, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. And so I got to give a lot of respect there. I don't expect them to continue domination nation here in terms of the leaderboard, but it was a really clean win. That said, when you talk about these Death Valley circles, it was a very just middle line game. There was the kills were spread all over the place. Nobody really had an overwhelming point grab. It was a very vanilla match, and I think that most of the teams are fine with that when you get that circle where it's like, oh, do we get on the right or the left side?
Yeah, fair.
You just kind of have to deal with it. I will say the team that can be the angriest was Freaks. I thought Freaks had a good chance to win this thing, and Khan said, no, you can't. And they got him in the back, and Freaks just was done and dusted.
Yeah, when it comes to halfway through this game and you have a compound like that, you're expecting, okay, something must materialize.
Something's going to work in our favor.
Yeah, but unfortunately not the case at all. But that said, though, I mean, they had a good start to the day, did the Freaks. And I think that it's been middling from there on out. Love the bunny ears. But anyway, we've got BatulinS with 11 kills going their way. FaZe with the fight back to continue things going for EMEA, because you know what, we're having a good old day. FaZe was the only team from EMEA that was on the other side of that board. So this will boost them up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, again, I've been liking what I'm seeing from FaZe. It's kind of been this adding Vard to the roster, getting something to work, and they do seem like they're doing well. and Freaks also performing really nicely.
No, absolutely, absolutely. As we do have ourselves a Khan taking the top spots across the board. And seeing exactly how things are going to go from that. 700 damage being done. And as you said, really kind of putting the boot in against DN Freaks. So that will be brilliant for him. Belmoth and Vard being able to take some of those top spots as well. Brilliant stuff by them. As Full Sense just throughout the entirety of the day has been very, very strong, to say the least. I think currently they find themselves in the top spots. So let's take a look at those numbers coming forwards. BatulinS with 21 points for number 1 from this game. Also, we have FaZe Clan coming up with 12 points. I think also a very important 9 points going the way of BatulinS, considering that they've been in a bit of a bad spot. So need to be pushing things up quite considerably. But Mission Ready International Alliance, just the 4 points for them from this game as we take a look at those overall leaderboards. And we'll have Toffees back in just a moment to talk about.
I think I made it.
Oh, he's here.
I made it just in time to go. Na'Vi at the top of the leaderboard, looking good. It says EMEA absolutely dominating. SLAMG able to continue in the top 5 is really exciting to see. And BatulinS off the back of that jumping to 6, again, sets this narrative of just wait till PO gets here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. You know what's exciting that I didn't think was going to be exciting for me personally? Twisted Minds start off the day really well, but actually now the slip, a little bit of a slip here in day 1.
On the right side of the leaderboard, which is the wrong side of the leaderboard, but they're going to turn it around. I can see Batu walk by. He seems like he's been outside putting the brain to work, coming back feeling good about themselves. But again, the good news is this is the group stages. It's 12 games. All you got to do is make the top 16 to get to the grand final. So a little slip early doesn't mean the end of your run.
No, definitely not, especially on a Miramar like this. Obviously, they have a position like Power Grid, and they should be able to get something working. Unfortunately for them, that Valley did not work out at all. Let's get it done. The final game of the day here for these 2 groups as we head over to the casters.
One more match left to play. Southern playing in the previous one. Yet another one this time around. Arguably even worse. It's very, very rare that the plane doesn't even crest north of Chumacera. But that's the world we find ourselves in here in match number 6 at A1.
North of Chumacera, not north of Los Leones.
That's
Instead, we're
mad.
cutting right across the cities themselves.
That is mad.
And
that's going to be like the first Southern player you can get.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of one that would go farther south, can you? Easy for you to say.
Yeah, I'm just trying to math my way around it. Like, it has got to be the furthest southern plane you can get. If not, then it's like a couple, maybe 100 meters off. But definitely a tricky one for teams to try and make their way to the loot spots.
Yeah, definitely be watching to see if those vehicle drops get a little spicy. As we see BatulinS, after getting that big win in match number 5, they are hugging that western side of the map and just working their way down the road. They'll get to El Pozo eventually. And the question, where is our circle going to go with this far, far south plane path?
Hopefully it's somewhere offshore. That's all I'm going to say. I had a lot of chicken for dinner. In best PUBG fashion, I ate pretty much a half chicken, ordered it by mistake. I was like, you know what? I ordered it. I'm going to commit to it. It's not going to happen, though. At least not likely, as we are going to go east rather than west. In this one, Los Leones still on the cards, Impala endings as well. And for FaZe, falling short here in the previous one, they now get themselves a center circle to play out of Game 6.
It'll be interesting to see where they decide to go. I mean, that eastern side of Los Leones, obviously there's a few really strong power compounds that teams love to take early, just in case. I mean, you see Slam already sending it with Arctics going towards that center of the zone as we check back in with BatulinS after they got their chicken dinner. And there is your stats. They were pretty active about it. It's not like they just hung out in a compound and won.
No, and again, I mean, Akan taking that fight to the north side. There were 3 up there initially. They left him up there as a lone player in the end of it. And that's when Vex had a good track on him crossing back towards his vehicle. Had he found him there, leaving that, I mean, effective only cross angle dead for, maybe that could have been a FaZe win, but not the case. Akan played an incredible game, making great use of the mortars as well, and to set up plays for himself and the team.
I'm sticking with it, man.
What are you sticking with?
Economics.
Economics.
Getting paid off those mortars.
Do you think he's been at the Mortar Academy? I'm gonna stop.
Why don't you leave?
You know what? I'll see you tomorrow. I'm just gonna pick up my headset.
let the game come to you. All right, don't worry about it. I got this. Well, FaZe and Slam are starting to get really kind of close to each other in the center of that zone. while we were watching a con loot up. And yet, there we go. You can see they are in the same compound. Arctics was one of the first ones for SLAM to get down there. He's got Boostic arriving nearby, and the rest of the boys kind of floating around just off to the north. So I'm not sure. I think the way he's positioning himself, the way he's playing right now, feels like he knows that he's not alone.
He definitely does. Question time, though. Does FaZe commit to this, or do they leave? I know this is a somewhat valuable compound in this area of the map, but not, I mean, essential. Don't get me wrong, it's a great place to be, but your team is not in a position to really take this fight right now. Gustav is coming up over the hillside. You saw in a minivan. Vard is not in a position to help out at all yet. So, I mean, right now you're hoping that you have enough time for your team to collapse in this position, because if not, it's going to be very difficult. And I feel like there's still a way, if they wanted to, for James and Fex to kind of fall back out of the northern side of this. Having said that, though, Lurix is set up there waiting. Honestly, I love Lurix's position right now.
I was going to say, just, well, now he spots Vard, but the best news for FaZe, really, is that I don't think they know that Gustav is there. As we see Shen finish off Thanadol, he'll get the first kill of our final game of the day, as Vard continues to wrap around. And
is this bait?
It might be, but I don't know if they don't know that Lurix is there.
Oh,
and
no.
Lurix, oh no,
No, he's
that's
upside
not
down.
when you want to flip the car, Vard.
No.
Oh yeah, that is unfortunate. But Gustav, we saw the sneaky Gustav play. He's going to spot out Magore, so instant trade coming in from FaZe.
Yeah, but he's got a whole hell of a lot of responsibility in his hands right now, because he's going to have to make this happen against the entirety of them. Nice peek around the side, but Lurix runs out of ammunition, down to just 12 bullets.
But he doesn't need more than that. He's got 2 left. Oh, if he would have got 2 knocks with 12 bullets, that would have been absolutely bananas. Instead, SLAM slams the door on FaZe's day 1.
Circle, center, everything to pick and choose from, and you end up taking the fight to your regional opponents, and now have literally nothing to show for in match number 6.
Well, good news for FaZe is that we talked about it at the beginning of the day. 30 points per day is what you're looking at. 30 plus. They got 33. So at the end of the day, you're pissed about that one, but when you look at the overall thing, you're not too terribly bent out of shape.
If you make grand finals, you'll try and forget it, but right now this one is going to sting, that's for sure. It's full sense out of the southern side. Here they lost Thanadol just moments ago to a bold action connection by Shen. Now, sitting here for a little while longer, at least they get some points in return. It's going to be SGA trying to wrap their way east around, taking casualties and doing so.
A number of fights going on here.
Oh, yeah.
In Game 6. These guys are getting feisty to end day 1. As we get a look at the replay here, Thanadol.
Wait up. Okay.
Uh-oh. What happened there? Oh, no.
Well, hello there.
Oh, of course. It just, that feels super bad.
He's laughing. He's laughing.
He's happy about it. Well, Nixie has the 1v2 through the smoke cloud. He's holding the edges as Luke 12 tried to make the push with the shotty, but unfortunately Sparking gets taken down, so that pulls the break cord there for Team Liquid, and they'll pull back.
Yep, great damage across the board for VP so far. All in positions to engage, all in positions to try and funnel Team Liquid back inside this building. There are 2 shotguns waiting, so I respect the fact that VP is taking their time in this one also. I mean, they know that there's no one around them right now, so they can take their time and hold these angles. They have the numbers advantage, so don't do anything hasty.
Here's the thing. We've seen this for Virtus Pro before, where they take their time. They'll get all 4 people together and make the push through to clean it out. But Nixie getting a little antsy. He's got Lucarux there now. Fortunately for him, he does not go down to that sawed off to the face, and Team Liquid will push away. Beamy.
He hears them
he's
both.
So sneaky.
He hears them both sat outside, creep walking his way around the side, not wanting to give up any info at all that he's here ready and waiting. But he's, of course, giving the info across to his teammates. Now they're sprinting through on one side. It's going to allow for him to push into the building himself.
That's a good flashbang from Luke, and he gets the knock onto Nixie and the flush from Kurt as Virtus Pro maybe getting a little bit of ants in the pants here as they try to clear out what's left of Liquid.
It's a good nade. Luke still has his hand in front of his eyes, so can't really predict that nade. It's going to try and make the run away and does successfully do so. But this, I mean, shotgun crossfire, it's... You think twice about making that play happen as Luke finds one more with the sawn off.
Oh, the headshot! Lucarux goes, oh, he's so close, but Correxy will find the return knock on a Luke 12, and Virtus Pro has a decision to make here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you Lucarux right now, you get the heal on off, and then you go for Beamy and get the hell out of there.
That might be the play,
level 3 vests, double shotguns waiting for you on the inside. You know full well they're up to 2 again. There's so much to lose in trying to make this play happen, where if you just back off and say, oh, we didn't get it, unlucky, at least we got 1 kill, we can still run back, get the chip of our teammate, and maybe get a rest later down the line. Yes, you want the 2 points. Yes, you want space to maneuver. But you know it's a wounded team. I think you called it, and I think Liquid is trying to do the same thing.
I mean, Team Liquid has a lot more to play for in this game. I mean,
No doubt.
Virtus Pro, obviously, 2nd place overall, 44 points. They've had a fantastic day. Team Liquid, 12 points. That is not what they were expecting from themselves here as we see Flash.
No, he's stuck.
No. Oh, no. All he wanted to do was get Thaddeus back, and now he's stuck.
No. Please tell me you can somehow get back inside that vehicle.
I mean, Belmoth is already in the whip on his way back to retrieve his teammate.
We're going to see Belmoth run over his teammate real soon and trying to get him out of that position.
Oh,
wah, wah. Happens. And again, this is part of the reason why we saw Virtus Pro be so patient with what they're doing. Every time they try to peek further south, Corexia instantly ran back to the 5-stack north to make sure no one was pulling up on them, right? Because now you have teams here. Now Change the Game have Filton on the southern side, obviously a bit further away from the engagement we saw, but still just proves the point that you gotta be oh so careful in your timings. And once you then do commit, you better go all in, because at any moment anyone can pull up on you.
Curious to see if Liquid were able to get the blue chips off of their fallen teammates before Virtus Pro made the push in. It looks like Liquid kind of looking around in that area, but haven't seen it yet. We'll keep an eye on that while we check in on Change the Game. They are coming into the south side of Los Leones, and they have FN Potion in front of them, but for the most part, everybody in zone. We see Begopa off to the north. Full Sense obviously have their own issues to deal with on the south, as the circle will center up on DN Freaks once again.
Out into the fields we go. Teams in split positions are going to be forced to try and collapse now, but which compound do you go for? If Guman stays out towards the east, that might have his tombstone written on the compound, because you have to imagine other teams are going to vie for that exact position. Issue is, look at the split of teams right now, south to north. Everyone but 3 teams are coming in from the south. How do you maneuver that many teams through that landscape without a lot of kills to boot? I'm not sure.
IGLs are going to be on the clock right now as they figure out what their rotation pathing will be. As we see Tigger kind of running across the open fields. He's going to, I think he saw the E pick up, and yeah, he's just trying to put himself into position to see if he can maybe catch one of SGA. Shots are landing, but not getting the knock.
Not getting the knock just yet. And not the second time around either.
Only got 112 rounds left in the chains, bud. You might want to
Plenty.
Hold on. Plenty. Especially considering he's all by himself, as the rest of the team is off in at other points there. As we see Virtus Pro, they're going to be able to get their man back. Full Sense will as well. It looks like they got their situation sorted down there by the revive station. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds, they take their position, and they're starting to flex out and get shots into Begopa.
This is exactly it, right? You want to not only find that knock, but make your eventual next rotation, I mean, unless if you get all the circles from now on come your way, make them easier for you. Destroy those helmets, destroy those vests, give yourself a better opportunity for I mean, again, everything in this area of the map is pull-up territory. You don't just sit around in the open fields, not when the high grounds are still in play. So make it as easy for yourself as you can when it comes to shove.
And good news for SGA. After they take that E pickup, they have a lot of room on the north side to really play around here, despite the fact they are down to 2. But Mission Ready is starting to arrive here. They've been eating blue zone, wrapping around on that northeastern side, so they'll be hugging the coastline here shortly. They might see those parachutes. Well, doesn't really matter, because high ground is looking juicy.
Well, they're inside circle. That's all I can give to SGA. They're inside circle. They're going to be chilling. At least for the next minute, while they wait for the new circle to pop up, has changed the game. They came into the southern side of Los Leones, now trying to make that northern wrap as well. And again, great game understanding of them saying, playing is south. Everyone's wrapping southwest into this initial circle. All the fighting is happening on that southeastern side. Let's just get out of there. Let's just wrap north. Now they're going to be coming in. Yes, there ain't as much to play for, but they have way more room to maneuver, to spread out thin, and play to their preferred playstyle.
You see Mission Ready kind of doing the same thing over here on the east. And they're going to be pulling into those cliff sides just on the south side of Impala, where Buriram has a big wide split. They've got Demasti kind of hanging around in that area as well. I don't think he might be close enough to hear the engines, and yeah, I think he is, and he's going to get in his vehicle and get on back as we check back in with FN Potion 4 up, and they have, looks like they have eyes on 4 a.m. just off to the east.
Surprisingly enough, I mean, again, given that everyone is coming in from the south and that road crossing west to east is pretty much the do or don't zone, like no one is trying to split that in half. No one's playing Impala. No one is sitting in that 3-story brick just peppering people trying to make their way through the fields, and that honestly could eventually prove fruitful as long as no one ends up playing from there at all. It's going to make those fields play way easier, because normally, like just under the M, that compound or that building right there, if one or two people is set up there, it makes it a living nightmare trying to run around in the open up on that northern side.
Here's where things start to get a little bit interesting. Change the game has arrived from the north side. Bagelpa probably would love to get Akan and Seongjang down to rejoin with Park Pro and Guman, playing around that that jump area on that road. Twisted Minds still kind of split up. Change the game looks like they're going to cut a little bit more to the east. FN Potion really just playing around the edge here. I think they know that 4 a.m. is there, but they've definitely spotted out Virtus Pro.
Oh yeah, Beamy up on the hill up high with M24 in hand. Bolty to make the bolties relevant once more, which I mean we've been seeing more and more bolts put to use. Maybe we'll see even more with patches to come. 17 Gaming. 17. Yeah, tough position for them. They are 4 up, but trying to play for a potential next circle here and setting 2 up in the road.
Yeah, this feels like one of those spots that if you can survive and make it to late game and the circle kind of favors you, then you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
So they must be sitting on enough utility to where they can just keep recycling it and cycling it to feel safe from any potential angles from Navi or the Freaks, who are continuing to hold that 2-2 split. Very aggressive stuff from DN Freaks.
Yeah, definitely not a final destination for 17 here. This is just a checkpoint for them to try and transition further, to scout for opportunities, to maneuver further. As we go down south once more, Full Sense have made their way in the southeast. VP starting to circle the compound that we saw face fall in just moments ago here in the early game, and now it's onto FN to try and see if they can fend off against our current second place team. First one's going to be spotted at a distance. Nixie losing that peak battle versus MP5. What?
Nutty stuff there from Breakers as he does go down. Correxy now down as well. And it is all down to Beamy with his Bolty on the high ground. And he's going to have to try to secure a few more points for the boys after they made short work of most of Team Liquid. Oh no, I don't know what happened to the bike. I guess
he flipped his bike. Oh no.
Well, something made Luke want to pull away from that, but Team Liquid still have those 2 coming out of the blue, but it looks like Beamy not really even spotting that out. He's just going to hold on to this high ground as long as he can.
I think him flipping the bike and leaving it behind is because he heard a bolt ring from the mountain, and he was like, you know what? I'm not going to go with my little bring bike, come around this side. And
fields it is.
Let him see that. The N Freaks blessed with this one. You'd imagine grouping on the western side as Twisted Minds now trying to take out Bagopa. They knew they were down here. Issue is they still have good off angles to work with, but Example shuts down Akan. Great crossfire position, but not able to get more done.
What an aggressive play from Twisted Minds in this position.
Yeah.
As they get to the fields, I mean, they were playing from the other compound, and they knew that they had Bagopa kind of pinned up against the wall, or they knew exactly where they were playing, and they try to make the send here.
Here we go.
Park Pro trying to get the grenade to land, but it's not going to fall. As Example will do the seed swap, and he gets it. Park Pro taken down. Twisted Minds get another few kills.
Wait,
bag.
Was Luke on single fire?
I think
was he tapping an AUG?
Oh dear.
That's I don't know if that was an audio bug or what it was, but how in the world did Beamy just survive that? He's laughing. Look at his face. Yeah. He's laughing. He doesn't get it either.
He knows he got away with murder right
Was
there.
he on single fire?
We'll have to go back and check the tape, but right now, a lot of teams on the south side are having to find some place to play inside this next zone as 17 had the foresight and the vision to backfill Twisted Minds, who have taken over that roadside. Now changed the game, starting to get involved, as Twisted Minds going to keep cycling those smoke walls down.
Yep, trying to make their way further forward. Nice wraparound, or cut underneath, I should say, from Change the Game here, understanding exactly where Twisted is playing from and trying to keep them at distance. It's a hard position to try and defend here, especially when you have a team up close on the other side. But Aries, if he peaks this right timing, this could be huge for CTG.
Tell you what, there's not many teams in the lobby that would leave the spot that Twisted was in to come play this one. That is just aggressive stuff coming out from the champs, as Batu will get taken down by the grenade from Wen. Holy
Peek
moly.
again, I dare you.
3 HP. Aries not doing too much better, as the CTG is just getting peppered from every direction. Example, 500 damage for him now, as he picks one out of the vehicle.
My, oh my. If there was any doubt in anyone's minds whether Twisted would be dialed on in coming into BGS 10, well, they answered it with a win in Game 1, but they are not fatigued at the half end of Game 6.
What rust. Yeah, they took a break, and that break just made them come back stronger, as Buriram finding some kills there onto Mission Ready. Twisted not out of the woods
nice
just
angle.
yet. 17 have sent the duo over here to do exactly what Twisted just did to Begopa.
I mean, you put the nail on the head here. 17 trying to make it happen. Issue is Twisted, a good opponent at dislodging this exact play. One goes down, two goes down. The vehicle explosion takes out 7-7. Now Lil Ghost falls to extends on the southwestern side as well. It looked perfect for 17 with the first knock come through, but falls apart just like that.
Boy, 17 tried to do everything you can do, we can do better. Well, no.
Not quite the case.
Twisted Minds still holding the line, as Lou will try to secure that last point for himself. He is all by himself, and example still, a res on him might be on the menu, but Change the Game, I mean, they know, they see the kill feed, they know what's up as we check and see what happened to Luke.
He has plenty of ammo.
It was fire.
He's tapping.
Oh dear.
Why is your organ single? I know that they do the thing where they like, it's just a muscle memory thing where they tap back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, that looks...
Look at the face, hands in the face instantly.
That
Players
like
do it, like you see it when they're streaming. Teams does it a lot, where they click, 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 click. Like it's a keep your fingers warm, keep doing something. He must have been doing that earlier in the game, just never looked back. And then when you start shooting, and you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Now I can't swap back. I just gotta keep tapping as fast as I can.
Try to keep the APM up, try to keep the fingies warm. It bites him in the back that time.
Unlucky.
As Lou will survive for a little bit longer, because 17 now starting to take shots from range from Mission Ready. So it's, oh, there we go. Finally a good grenade from Xiao Wu, and the second one would have been good as well. And that'll do it for Twisted Minds.
Yep. Beamy, Fools as well as Star-Lord, able to find them at a distant. FN, not been able to get too much going so far today, but here with a chance to make something happen on that far southern side. A lot of teams down the bottom of the leaderboard with a potential redemption here at the last game of the day has changed the game. Realizing that Twisted Minds is down and out, now forcing 17 off towards the east as well. They can start flexing out too.
It's gonna make things really interesting here. 17 will spot out Michael, get the flush with the run over, but now all of a sudden, there's only 2 teams in the lobby that are west of the road.
Yep.
And that's DN Freaks and Navi. Everybody else is over here on the east, and they're scrapping amongst themselves as Gats will get the knock and the flush on the Little Ghost.
Exactly. Xiaobei running up and over. They must know the Gats is behind that rock, right? Yeah, they do. See the util there being deployed, the explosion caps the head off 7-7, just stops him in his tracks.
That's unfortunate. Can't always predict where the bouncing Bronco will go. As Belmoth will finish off Edie, and that will do it for Buriram. As Full Sense, they've got 1 knocked, and 17, they're feeling like this is this is salvage. This is get as many points as we can.
Yep, you gotta go. Gotta try and see if you can make something happen. Down to just the 2 of them. Already had a great day thus far. Wise stuff if you're feeling warm. Xiaobei goes for the spray. Extends with the extended mag in play. Able to find that at all.
Oh, Pelmoth almost going down there as well. 17's got a great read on exactly where all these Full Sense guys are, and they are down to next to no HP. Tigger continues to work around. That grenade going to be just a bit short. Big knock from Belmoth onto Xiao Bei. Leaves everything down to Xiao Wu.
Ooh, oh, I thought he had him with that first bullet. That looked on point, but
filthy.
a cut at each ear is going to take him down. And then again, Belmoth able to rise to the occasion. Yes, you lose one, but here comes the second in command. Belmoth able to find him. And just like that, full sense, up to 10, fighting their way through the East so far and doing so really, really well.
10 kills and 49 points. They might have eyes on first place after this is all said and done, as Na'Vi continues to be 4 strong, but they are all the way out on the west. They're now outside of zone, and Freaks are starting to make their way down. Salute is on a mission.
He's running. Does he have a nade? Luckily for him, the timing is going to be off by just a half a second. He's going to peek on over, realizing his opportunity is missed, and he should be running back towards his teammate and setting up their next play. Luckily for Na'Vi, they get to live, not knowing that one nade could have been the downfall of them 5 seconds later.
No kidding. And Heaven will actually get the knock onto extends, but yeah, they're just getting peppered from everywhere right now. But they should be able to survive it. But that is looking like absolute nade bait. But full sense, they're going to hop in the vehicles. They're going to try to get past SLAMG, but they at least get to the dip. Do they know about DidX? I don't think they do, as 2 knocked. Belmoth will go down as well, as the grenades are falling from Slam.
Absolute and utter destruction comes through as soon as full sense make it into that dip. SLAMG knew exactly what to do with it, and while they couldn't throw nades before, here comes DN Freaks trying to take out Na'Vi. 1 nade going through those hay bales. 1 nade making it all the way there could easily be an entire team wiped.
The solo player from SGA, DidX, will get another point, and they need all the help they can get as they continue to have probably one of the better days that we've seen from them, actually. 27 points, but, you know, not a lot of expectations placed on that squad given how new they were. Oh, no! There it was! The grenade, you knew that it was always going to be a possibility, and Rex will be the one that gets it.
Can't even fault the observers for not catching it, because they probably threw 25 of them and only one made it in. But you know what? Only one was needed in order to take out Na'Vi.
And why wouldn't it be? FN Poshan now up to 7 kills, 17 points on the day, as DidX will try to survive a little bit longer here in the smoke. Full sense. They have blood in the scent of blood in their nostrils, though. They are trying to clean up everything on this eastern side, as Team Liquid will get finished out.
Yep, Purdy trying to get some more placement points for the team, able to do so, falling in 7th place as Full Sense now did manage to make it back up to 2 alive. They know they have DidX down here somewhere, but how do you find them? And also with shots coming down from the north. Both of you down to low HP, probing on one side of this smoke fight. Oh, DidX actually the one to come out victorious. Gets the flush on him as well.
Oh,
no! Vehicle explosion! What in the world is happening?
He almost pulled off the great escape, but DidX going down in the end to the sneak attack from the car as we see the replay. There's the grenade. Yep. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, right where it needed to be. Beautiful stuff there from Rex to kind of save what's been an overall forgettable day for FN Poshan.
Yeah, and as soon as Umin saw that in the kill field, he was like, yep, you know what, I'll take that position, thank you. By the way, Evan, please don't have more nades, because now you know exactly how to throw it. And honestly, I think that's why they've only sent 1 downhill.
That's a good call.
They know that at any moment, you'd see FN do the same thing once more, because they know exactly how to throw that one now.
All right, SLAMG with 4 up, 6 kills already. Can they pull off a win here at the end of the day?
Will be huge.
And can DN Freaks bookend their day with 2 really, really good games, as we see them with 38 points all the way up in 6th place. They have a chance to climb a little bit further here. You gotta imagine SLAMG is well, they got a lot of real estate to work with here. That's about the only good thing you can say, is Tian will try to survive a little bit longer. Magore getting taken down by Heaven, though, as Tian, yep, that is where we're going to hide now. that is where we live.
This is where we are, and we are fine with that. Well, fine. I don't know. That's maybe saying too much. Heaven now going to come off the hillside. The issue for Freaks is, as great as it is for them to be in the late game, of course, now we have the top, the 4 placement points guaranteed. they haven't really been able to engage in much from where they have been. All the teams up here in the north haven't been fighting up until the later game, and at that point they have been, as you can see here, kind of running around scattered themselves. So they only have 1 kill in this game, meaning they need to close it out. If they come out of this one falling now with a 5-point game, that's not going to be enough for them. They need to get something going here at the end game, which honestly, with their position alone, they should be able to.
Goodbye, Tian Tian. Bye-bye. Salute. We'll get another one there. So 2 kills now.
And another one.
Or the Freaks says, you know, that's the agreement that you take. When you take that that position that the Freaks took on early, is that, you know, we're probably not going to end up with a lot of kills to start off, but it's going to get us to late game, and that's when we can start getting active. We can start trying to finish this off, and they are doing just that. As Zenith goes down, Guman gets Lurex as well. Rex, wow, sending flashes over to everybody as he is sandwiched. Can he come over the top and find one? He cannot. Guman will finish him off.
Couldn't be any better for them either. Able to find kills on both teams on entry. Good on them to not allow for the for the opponents to get anything going. As it's now just Art left alive. There is a argument to be made that maybe just run out into the blue at this point, but seems like they're going to try and see if they can make it happen. They had 1 kill just moments ago. Now they're looking to make it 8, and indeed they will. DN Freaks out victorious to finish off day 1.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Heaven might have gotten up to 1,000 damage on that one too. So these guys, despite the fact they don't get any kills early, they, again, wait till the late game. That's when you choose to become active. That's when you go get your points. And at the end of the day, DN Freaks finishes with a huge, huge win.
Twisted Minds have proven it time and time again. 0 kills through phase 5. Doesn't matter. You can still go double digit. And while they didn't here, they were very close to doing just that. A great game, though, as well. While the kill came through late for Freaks, the kill came early for Full Sense. But that's going to wrap it up for day number 1 of PGS 10. Woo.
Feels like DN Freaks have been on the hunt for that victory for a long time here, and for PGS 10 finally comes their way here for day number 1 of that group stage. After having a few not go their way, this one definitely does in the fields.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's exactly what they needed to end the game with, and it's going to put us in a pretty good tight race going into tomorrow when the new teams take the field. Freaks, though, for me, it is just a giant turnaround from what we saw in the group stages last time. This is the Freaks that we expected to show up here at PGS 9. This is the Freaks that you expect to put up a good performance at every PGC. Here they are finally making moves and making plays.
I mean, perhaps that we started the day off looking at Salute versus Boostic, and then the final game comes around. It's DN Freaks going up against SLAMG, who again finds themselves in another late game. It feels like they're back to how they were playing in EMEA.
Yeah, and you know, the funny part is they're back to how they were playing in the EMEA, but I think it's because they're not playing like they played in the EMEA. They're being a little more proactive. They're moving towards compounds a little bit earlier. They're taking what I would call B or C tier compounds where they don't believe anybody is going to be, and I think it's working out a lot better. I look forward to catching up with them maybe before tomorrow and saying, what did you change? Because it seems like it was a great choice.
I mean, for both of these things, right, you see, like, obviously, DN Freaks, excuse me, had the compound over in the fields. SLAMG comes in from the longhouse over on that east side as well. It's kind of cookie-cutter locations for these kinds of circles, right? So both had a decent position of defense and were able to make it work.
Yeah. It is not an easy way to end the game. I think for me it comes down to, as these teams go into the final, who can rack up some points, setting themselves up for what is going to be a pretty chaotic day, because Group C takes the field soon. And Group C is a very hard-hitting group of players who all know that they have to have a very big day 1 because of the chaos that is coming down on day 3.
And the big day 1, of course, went to Na'Vi, as you can just see them on screens. But for Team Liquid, it's been a bit dicey.
I don't know what to say, but you can tell by looking at their faces, they don't know what to say either.
Yeah.
It has just not been going their way. They're getting caught off on rotations. And I don't think they could put their finger on it either right now.
No, tough stuff. Well, thank you very much, Toffees, as we now head on over to Bella, who is ready with an interview with Na'Vi.
Standing
here with Soset from Navi and me, your host Bella, with our translator Nick. All right, fantastic day for Navi, but you were popping off 5 kills, 6 kills. You were definitely having a fun time during the games today. What was the trick up your sleeve? Was it the sleeping? Was it the food that you ate? What is it? You have to share the secret today.
Просто вся команда отримала, взагалі релакснулася після нашого провального фіналу і підійшли до групового етапу на наступний турнір з включенням з перших ігор. Просто розуміємо, що нам потрібно робити в ігрі і намагаємося показувати максимальний результат.
So we take a rest after that final stage, and we have that mindset to lock in right after in the first game. We understand what we should do, what we are looking for, and we have like a good synergy within the team.
Yeah, it was a much needed break because you were doing great for the group stages at PGS9 and then things took a very quick turn. So what do you think that you need to make sure to do this time to make sure you get your finals spot and that to make sure that the history doesn't repeat itself again for you?
Ви виглядали дуже гарно під час PGS9 на груповому етапі, але щось в фіналі пішло не так. Підкажи, будь ласка, що ви будете робити, щоб історія не повторилася знову? Які аджастменти ви будете робити для цього?
Ми трішки змінили підход на наші ігри, ось тому будемо старатися показувати наш перформанс та трішки зміна ролей всередині команди, і поки в нас все працює.
So we did a slight adjustment of our roles within the team, and it looks that it works much better, and we will try to show our best performance during that group stage in the final, if we will.
All right, that is good. Switching things up works for you guys. All right, well, congratulations on having a fantastic day. Do you have something you would like to say?
I don't know.
I don't know. That is just words from.
Let's go play the game. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Soset, and thank you, Nick. I'll let you guys go now.
Thank you, Bella.
Yeah, thank you for joining me. You can leave.
Bye. Okay.
Do you want to stay longer?
Yeah.
Never mind. All right. Well, that was Navi Soset with Nick, and for our second post-match interview, I'm going to be joined by Full Sense Tigger and our translator Po. Hello, Sawadika. Sawadika. You could say Sawadika in the mic too. Sawadika.
Sawadika.
All right, well, great start to PGS 10. You guys finished as number 2 on the leaderboard. How would you rate your own performance, and where is the confidence coming from today?
ก็วันนี้นะครับฟูลเซตจบเป็นที่2ของตารางคิดว่าวันนี้เราให้คะแนนตัวเองเท่าไหร่แล้วก็คิดว่าวันนี้ความมั่นใจของเรามาจากไหนครับ
ก็คิดว่าให้คะแนนทีมก็สัก9 เต็ม 10แล้วกันครับเพราะว่าที่ให้ไม่เต็มก็เพราะว่ายังมีเกมที่ค่อนข้างน่าเสียดายนิดนึงน่าจะทำได้ดีกว่านี้ใช่ครับ
I would say I'm gonna give it 9 out of 10 but not for me, for the teams, but because we still have some room for improvement, and yeah, if we can adjust that, I'm gonna give it 10 out of 10.
Oh, humble, but just 2, easy, right? Should be easy.
วันนี้เป็นไงบ้างง่ายไหมหรือว่า
ก็พอผลออกมาวันแรกได้คะแนนก็คิดว่าน่าจะง่ายสำหรับพวกเราแล้วครับ
It's kind of easy from the past game, so yeah, might be easier.
Yeah, positivity, Tigger, positivity.
คิดบวกเข้าไว้นะทิว
Well, consistency is one of the many strengths of Full Sense, but staying in the middle always is not good. What is the one thing that your team needs to do to make sure that you go even further this time?
ก็ความสม่ำเสมอก็ถือว่าเป็นจุดแข็งอย่างหนึ่งของฟูลเซนนะครับคิดว่ามีอะไรที่ยังต้องปรับปรุงมากขึ้นเพื่อให้ทีมเรามีการปรับปรุงที่ดีขึ้นแล้วก็คว้าถ้วยในครั้งนี้ได้ครับ
ก็ส่วนใหญ่ก็เราโฟกัสการให้มากยิ่งขึ้นกว่าเดิมแล้วก็คือต้องศึกษาทีมที่มันลงข้างๆเราประมาณนี้ครับแล้วก็PGS10น่าจะทำได้ดีกว่าเดิมผมคิดว่าอย่างนี้
I would say we need to do more homework and also do the plan games about the teams that drop nearby us. So if we can do that, I think we're going to secure the trophy and we're going to do much better.
Yeah, you're going to have a busy night, a lot of studying, a lot of homework, research. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Best of luck to you for the rest of the group stage as well. Thank you. Kokunka. Kokunka Tigger. And thank you both for joining me. And that is all for the post-match interviews on stage with me. And we're going to go back to the desk for the final rundown. Bye.
Well, there you have it. Thank you very much, Bella, for the interviews, as we do have DN Freaks winning out that last game. Of course, full sense. Man, they've had a day. Hearing from Tigger as well, as Bella said, a humble answer coming on in. You know what?
I'm so happy for them. First off, I love that Bella always thanks the translator. That is super cool. Second, I only growl because our team was so similar, but I took Thanadol.
What do you mean?
Took, on Fantasy.
Oh,
we
right,
had the same teams, but you believed in Tigger taking the kills, and he did. He was insane. DN Freaks, again, though, different team they have in, not a lot of kills, good damage coming out from Heaven there with 872, just a good defensive game.
I'm just a Tigger believer,
You
okay?
sure are.
I always believed, right? Anyway, let's talk about DN Freaks here. Yes, you're right. Heaven being able to lead the charge. The amount of damage he was able to put up in the fields. Lovely stuff. Lovely.
Again, you know, does the damage get you man of the match? I suppose it does. It was a little bit of a passive game, but ultimately winning is winning. For me, the big showdown in that one was SLAMG. They get second place, but they have been another big breath of fresh air in terms of how this tournament has played out so far.
I would love to have heard from them, actually. SLAMG, all things considered, right? Yep. What a glow up from PGS to PGS. But anyway, here is what we're getting from this last game. And Rex, the double nade from Rex.
Yeah.
Pinpoint perfect. Perfection.
I mean, he's got 4 kills, almost all of which came from this perfect grenade. It was the nade. But that was an excellent play. Heaven does come out with 872 points, so I take that back. He, top damage dealer, deserved to be in that position that he was in.
Yeah.
The big one, Navi, comes out on top again. That was interesting what I heard in his interview where they said they changed some things up since PGS 9. I wasn't aware of that. I'm interested in looking more into it.
Agreed.
Because if you talk about the group stages, Navi has finished here almost exactly in the same spot as they did in PGS 9, where they had 54 total points in first place at the end of day 1.
A very compelling day because in the end, of much as Twisted Mind started things off strong, they then petered off a little bit. And that now does leave things quite handedly open for our next 2 days of group stage and maybe even the grand final, although I'm speaking a bit too soon.
So the bad news for everyone is it's not the grand final.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that is also a Twisted Minds thing to do. They play their system no matter what. The system is a little less functional in the group stages because there's more chaos or unexpected teams to make some choices. That obviously changes in the grand final. They still are pulling in 5 points per game. So Twisted Minds, while not leading, is a pretty much guaranteed pass to the grand finals.
You'd expect it.
They have to, unless something absolutely insane happens. SJ walks away with 6 points right there, so that's nice that they picked up a little bit extra. But what I love about this overall leaderboard, Navi at 52.
We're so close.
They finished last time at 54. Full Sense finished at PGS 9 with 53. Here they sit at 51. VP also coming in at 45. They finished at 50 last time. So all 3 of these teams very consistently looking at a great spot, and all of them easily advanced to the grand final last time, so they should be good.
I think the big winner in terms of kind of dealing with the expectations that we had on them is SLAMG in that 4th place for me so far. A full sense. We expect them to be doing well in the group stage.
Heroes.
It's a group stage hero.
It's a group stage hero.
But for tomorrow, of course, we have got ourselves 6 games again. Grassy Pastures, time to take, ready to rondo Dusty Dunes for all of those 6. And it's going to be Group C entering the fray, as is tradition here. You know what we should do one day? We should just mix it up and Group C plays day 1. Whoa! Crazy!
And all the players are like, I don't want Group C again. And then you surprise them with some joy.
Yeah.
I will say this, Group C, brutal looking. The way that it broke out because the board was so weird at the finals of PGS 9, this is going to be a really packed group, and I expect it to start with Sparks right away.
I'm excited for Fantasy because there's going to be some interesting prices.
It is.
I think for tomorrow. Coming in, of course, they go up against Group B, and the likes of Virtus.pro, SLAMG, Begopa that did very well in that are going to be coming back tomorrow. Well, thank you very much to Crafton and here at Esports for joining us here and making everything happen whilst we finish up day number 1 of the group stage. And also, you can overpower your game at op.gg, so make sure to head on down there and make sure to check out all of those numbers. That does it for day number 1. Toffees, what do you think about the cool stuff?
I heard a rumor Ike's left my beer tomorrow.
Excuse me?
Just saying.
We'll see. All right, we'll see you tomorrow for PGS 10. You don't want to miss it. It's B versus C. We'll see you then.
Looking for, I spot the weakness, yeah, I'm here to settle the score. I want the world to see the headlines when they come for you. Breaking the chains, let out the roar, turn the light and ready for war. Every score tells a story, the pain and the glory. It's a fight through the ashes and flames on love. Underneath your bed tonight, I heard there's a fever that makes you surely lose your mind. Into the darkness, I'm on the streets, so ready to fight. I bring the pain, I'm coming for more. Burn the light and ready for war. Every score tells a story, pain and the glory. As I fight through the ashes and flames of love. Was looking for, I step out the weakness, yeah, I'm here to settle the score. I want the world to see the headlines when they come for you. Breaking the chains, let out the roar, turn the light and ready for war. As the fire burns, every score tells a story, the pain and the glory. It's a fight through the ashes and flames of love. No, no, na, 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 na. on the streets, I'm ready to fight. I bring the pain, I'm coming for more. Thunder, lightning, ready for war. Found what I was looking for. I step out the weakness, yeah, I'm here to settle the score. I want the world to see the headlines when they come for you. Breaking the chains, let out the roar. Thunder, lightning, ready for war. Fearless as the fire burns. Every score tells a story. Pain and the glory is a fight through the ashes and flames all alone. No, no, na 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 na. Every score tells a story.